Golden Girl, a novel. Written by Elin Hilderbrand. Read by Erin Bennett. Dedication. To my children, Maxwell, Dawson, and Shelby. I will never leave you. Martha. She receives a message from the front office. A new soul is about to join them, and this soul has been assigned to Martha. Martha puts on her reading glasses and finds her clipboard. The soul is arriving from Nantucket Island. Martha is both surprised and delighted. Surprised because Nantucket Harbor is where Martha met her own fateful end 2 summers ago, and she'd thought the front office was intentionally keeping her away from coastal areas so she didn't become, as Gen Z said, triggered. And Martha is delighted because, well, who doesn't love Nantucket? Martha swoops down from the northeast so that her first glimpse of the island is the lighthouse that stands sentry at the end of the slender golden arm of Great Point. Martha spies seals frolicking just off the coast, and sharks stalking them a little farther out. She continues over Pulpus Harbor, where the 12-year-old class of Nantucket Community Sailing are taking their lessons in optimists. One boat keels way over and comes dangerously close to capsizing. Martha blows a little puff of air, and the boat rights itself. Martha dips over the moors, dotted with ponds and crisscrossed with sandy roads. She sees deer hiding deep in the woods. A jeep is stuck in the soft sand by Jewel Pond. Next to the jeep, a young man lets a stream of swears fly. My, oh my, Martha thinks, while his girlfriend tries to get a cell signal. She's sorry, she says. She just really wanted the early morning light for her Instagram photos. Martha chooses the scenic coastal route along the uninterrupted stretch of the South Shore. Despite the early hour, there were plenty of people out and about. A woman of a certain age throws a tennis ball into the rolling waves for a chocolate lab of a certain age. Martha misses dogs. She's far too busy to ever make it over to the pet division. A white-haired gentleman charges into the water for his morning swim. There are a handful of fishermen out on Smith's Point, a cadre of young and very attractive surfers at Cisco, and a foursome teeing off, thwack, from the first hole at the Myacomet Golf Course. As Martha floats over Nobadir Beach, she sees the town lifeguards gathering in the parking lot. Their conditioning session starts at 7:15, and it's nearly that time now. Martha has to hurry. She has 1 more minute to appreciate the island on this clear, blue morning of Saturday, June 19th. The sun glints off the gold cupola atop the Unitarian Church. A line chef at Black-Eyed Susan's runs full speed down India Street, late for his shift. Across most of the island, irrigation systems switch on, sprinkling lawns and flower boxes, but not out in Sconset, where residents like to do things the old-fashioned way. They put on gardening clogs and grab watering cans. People are pouring their first cups of coffee, reading the front page of the Nantucket Standard. The 35 women who will be getting married today open their eyes and experience varying degrees of anticipation and anxiety. Contractors pull into Marine Home Center because they have punch lists that need to be completed yesterday. The summer people are arriving. They want their homes up and running. Charter fishing boats motor out of the harbor. The first batch of sugar donuts is pulled from the oven at the Downy Flake. And oh, the scent. Martha sighs. Nantucket isn't heaven, but it is heaven on earth. However, she isn't here to sightsee. She's here to collect a soul. The pinned location on Martha's map is Kingsley Road, almost at the intersection of Nantucket, but not quite. Martha arrives with a full 30 seconds to spare, giving her a chance to inhale the heady fragrance of the lilacs that are in full bloom below. There's a dark-haired woman with fantastic legs jogging down the road, singing along to her music, but the rest of Kingsley is quite sleepy. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Martha double-checks her coordinates. It says she's in the right place. In the time that Martha takes her gaze off the road, tragedy strikes. It happens quickly, the literal blink of an eye. Martha winces. What a pity. All right, Martha thinks. Time to get to work. Vivi. It's a beautiful June day, the kind that Vivi writes about. In fact, all 13 of Vivi Howe's novels, beach reads set on Nantucket, start in June. Vivi has never considered changing this habit because June on Nantucket is when things begin. The summer is a newborn. It's still innocent, pristine, a blank page. At a few minutes past 7, Vivi is ready for her run. She takes the same route she's taken ever since she moved into Money Pit 10 years ago, after her divorce, down her dirt road, Kingsley, to the Nantucket Road bike path. The path goes all the way to the beach, though Vivi hasn't made it that far in years, her hips. Also, she doesn't have time. Vivi is agitated despite the sunshine, the bluebird sky, and the luscious bloom of the peonies in her cutting garden. The night before, Vivi's daughter Willa called to say that she's pregnant again. This marks Willa's 4th pregnancy since last June, which was when she and Rip got married. "Oh, Willie," Vivi said. "Yay, hooray. Good news. How far along are you?" 6 weeks, Willa said. Still very, very early, Vivi thinks. Willa basically just missed her period. You took a test? Yes, Mother. More than one? 2, Willa said. The first was inconclusive. The second had 2 lines. What Vivi did not say was, don't get your hopes up. Willa had miscarried 3 times. The first pregnancy had progressed to 15 weeks. Willa started bleeding while she was giving a tour of the Hadwin house to a group of VIPs from the governor's office. She ran out on the tour and drove herself to the hospital. It was a horrible day, the most physically painful and difficult of the 3 miscarriages, though after the 3rd, Willa became convinced there was a problem. A thorough examination at the Brigham and Women's Fertility Clinic in Boston, however, showed nothing wrong. Willa was a healthy 24-year-old. She had no problem getting pregnant. If Rip even looked at her, she conceived. Privately, Vivi suspected the miscarriages had something to do with Willa's type A personality, which Vivi and her ex-husband, JP, used to call her type A+ personality, because regular A's were never good enough for Willa. If this doesn't work out, why don't you and Rip take a break? You're so young. You have years and years, decades even, to conceive. What's the rush? Predictably, Willa had become defensive. What makes you think this won't work out? Do you think I'm a failure? You succeed at everything you do, Vivi said. I just think your body might benefit from a rest. I'm pregnant, Mama, Willa said. I will give birth to a perfectly healthy baby. She sounded like she was trying to convince herself. You will give birth to a perfectly healthy baby, Willie. I can't wait to hold her. Though Vivi didn't feel quite old enough to be a grandmother. She was only 51 and in terrific shape, if she did say so herself. Her dark hair, which she wore in a pixie cut, didn't have one strand of gray. Vivi checked every morning. She might occasionally be mistaken for the child's mother. Well, she could hope. The conversation had ended there, but an unsettled feeling had lingered in Vivi through the night. Are children ever punished for the mistakes of their parents, she wondered? Or was that just her novelist's mind at work? Vivi had woken up at 5:30, not only because it was June and sunlight streamed in through the windows like it was high noon, but also because she heard a noise. When she crept out into the hallway, she saw her daughter Carson stumbling up the stairs, smelling distinctly of marijuana. Vivi had last seen Carson the afternoon before, dressed for work in cut-off jeans and her marigold yellow oyster catcher t-shirt, her dark hair still a little damp, neat in 2 French braids. Carson was the most attractive of Vivi's 3 children, though of course Vivi wasn't supposed to think that. Carson alone favored JP. The dark hair, the clear glass-green eyes, the fine pointed nose, and teeth that came in white, straight, and even. She was a Quinborough through and through, whereas both Willa and Leo favored the Howes. They'd inherited Vivi's overbite and crowded lowers and spent years in braces. Carson was still in her cutoffs, but she had downgraded her t-shirt to something that looked like a silver mesh handkerchief that only just covered her breasts and left her midriff and back bare except for one slender chain. She had no shoes on, her hair was out of its braids but held kinky waves. When she saw her mother standing at the top of the stairs, her eyebrows shot up. "Madre," she said, "what's good?" "Are you just getting home?" Vivi asked, though the answer was obvious. Carson was walking in at 5:30 in the morning when her shift had ended at 11. She was 21, fine, so she'd had a drink at work and she probably went to the chicken box to catch the band's last set, when she either went to the beach with friends or hooked up with a random stranger. "Yes, ma'am." Carson sounded sober, but that only served to make Vivi angrier. "The summer isn't going to be like this, Carson," Vivi said. "I hope you're right," Carson said. "Work was slow, my tips were trash, the guys at the box all looked like they were on the junior high fencing team." "You can't stay out all night, then come home reeking of marijuana." "Reeking of marijuana," Carson mimicked. Vivi searched for extra patience, which was like trying to find a lost shoe in the depths of her maternal closet. This is Carson. 10 years earlier, when Vivi learned that her husband, JP, had fallen in love with his employee, Amy, Vivi had moved out. All 3 kids took it hard, but especially Carson. Carson had been almost 11 years old and unusually attached to Vivi. Vivian's novel that year, Along the South Shore, had been something of a breakout book, and Vivi, wanting to escape the inevitable divorce fallout, people asking what happened, people asking was she okay, people telling her she was brave, had gone on a 29-stop book tour that kept her away for 7 weeks. She'd missed the first day of school and Carson's birthday. By the time Vivi got back, Carson had changed from the funny little spitfire of the family to a troubled child who threw tantrums, swore, picked fights with her siblings, and generally did everything in her power to get attention. Vivi blamed the transformation on JP's affair, which their therapist had insisted they not disclose to the children, and JP blamed it on what he called Vivi's abandonment. 10 years had passed. Carson was no longer a little girl, but she still had her challenging moments. "This is my house," Vivi said. "I pay the mortgage, the taxes, the insurance, the electric bill, the heating bill, the cable bill. I do the shopping and make the meals. While you're sleeping under this roof, I don't want you out all night drinking, smoking, and having sex with complete strangers. Do you know how that looks?" Vivi stopped just short of reminding Carson that she'd already had chlamydia once the previous summer. "You're setting a rotten example for your brother." "He doesn't need me to set an example," Carson said. "He has Willa. I'm the screw-up. It's my job to be a hideous disappointment." "No one said you were a hideous disappointment, sweetheart." "I'm 21, Carson said. "I can drink legally. I can smoke pot legally." "Since you're so grown up?" Vivi said. "You can move out on your own." "That's the plan," Carson said. "I'm saving." "You're not saving," Vivi wanted to say. Carson made good tips at the oyster catcher, but she spent them. On drinks, on weed, on clothes from Erica Wilson, Millie and Grace, the lovely. Carson had finally dropped out of UVM after struggling through 5 semesters. Her cumulative GPA was a 1.6, and although Vivi was initially aghast, an education makes you good company for yourself, she knew college wasn't for everyone. "I'm not giving you a curfew," Vivi said, "but this behavior won't be tolerated." "This behavior won't be tolerated," Carson mimicked. It was the response of a 7-year-old, and yet it brought the reaction Carson wanted. Vivi took a step toward her, arm tensed. "Are you going to spank me?" Carson asked. "Of course not," Vivi said, though she kind of wanted to. "But you have to clean up your act, babe, or I'll ask you to leave." "Fine," Carson said. "I'll go to Dad's." "I'm sure Amy would take very kindly to you coming home like this." "She's not as bad as you think," Carson said. "When you demonize her, you show how insecure you are." Vivi stared at her child, but before she could come up with a response, she smelled something. "Did you cook?" Vivi asked. Carson stepped into the bedroom and slammed the door behind her. Vivi flew down the stairs to the kitchen, which was filling with black smoke. The leftover sausage and basil pasta from last night's dinner was in Vivi's brand new all-clad 3-quart sauté pan on a lit burner. The inside of the pan was charred black. Vivi turned the burner off, grabbed a towel, carried the smoldering pan outside, and set it on the flagstone path. It was so hot, it would have scorched the deck or the lawn. Brand new pan, ruined. The sausage and basil pasta in a luscious mustard cream sauce, which Vivi had been thinking of taking over to Willa's as a peace offering, ruined. And what if Vivi hadn't gotten out of bed? What if the kitchen had caught fire? What if flames had engulfed Money Pit while Vivi and Leo were sleeping? They would all be dead. Back in the kitchen, Vivi caught sight of her bottle of Casa Dragones tequila on the side counter next to a shot glass. She felt a formidable strain of fury brewing inside her. That tequila was hers. She wouldn't even let her almost ex-boyfriend Dennis make margaritas with it. Carson had come home, put the pasta on a burner, done 2 or 3 shots of Vivi's tequila, which Carson knew was not for public consumption, and then left the pasta to burn on the stove. Vivi marched back up the stairs and pounded on Carson's locked door. "You left the pan on an open flame," Vivi said. Leo would definitely be awake now, which Vivi felt bad about because it was Saturday morning, but oh well. "What is wrong with you, Carson? Do you honestly not think about anyone but yourself? Do you not think, period?" There was no response. Vivi kicked the door. "Please go away," came the response from inside. "I'm trying to sleep." "And you drank my tequila," Vivi said, "which you know is off limits." "I didn't drink the tequila," Carson said. "I haven't had a drink since I left the chicken box, and that was hours ago." Vivi blinked. Carson sounded like she was telling the truth, and she had seemed sober. "Who drank it then?" There was a pause before Carson said, "Well, who else lives here?" "Leo?" Vivi thought. She looked at Leo's bedroom door, which was shut tight. Leo had been going to high school parties since he was a sophomore, but a run-in with Jägermeister had propelled him away from the hard stuff. He drank Bud Light and the occasional White Claw. Vivi turned back to Carson's door. "You are scrubbing that pot, young lady," she said, "or buying me a new one." After Vivi poured herself some coffee, opened all the windows, turned both sailcloth ceiling fans to high, washed the shot glass, and hid what remained of the Casa Dragones in the laundry room. Her kids would never find it there. She calmed down a bit. She was the mother of 3 very young adults, and parenting very young adults required just as much patience as parenting very young children. No one ever talked about this. It felt like a dirty little secret. Vivi had always imagined that by the time her kids were 24, 21, and 18, they'd all be drinking wine together around the outdoor table by the pool, and the kids would be cooking, clearing, and giving Vivi sage investment advice. Ha. Vivi ties up her running shoes and stretches her hamstrings, using the bumper of her Jeep. Then she clicks on her iTunes on her phone and takes off. Carson makes Vivi's running playlists, which she has named 9-Pound Hammer, Strawberry Cough, and Whitefire OG. It took Vivi a while to figure out that these were all strains of marijuana, probably the ones that Carson was smoking when she made the respective playlists. Today, Vivi listens to 9-Pound Hammer, Shuffle. The first song is All That and More by Rainbow Kitten Surprise. The best thing about Carson as DJ is that Vivi is exposed to music she never would have heard otherwise. Over the past few months, Vivi has become an avid fan of this song. It's both folksy and bouncy. All I ever wanted was to make you happy. Just as Vivi turns the volume up, her phone whistles with a text from Dennis, her almost ex-boyfriend, who is out deep-sea fishing. The text is a picture of Dennis in his wraparound sunglasses smiling, revealing the gap between his 2 front teeth. He's holding up a striped bass. The caption says, "Dinner." Vivi doesn't answer. A week or so earlier, she told Dennis that she needed some space, and she asked him not to spend the night at her house anymore. Predictably, this resulted in Dennis giving Vivi even less space than usual. He texts and calls and checks in, and assumes Vivi will want to grill up the striped bass he's caught. Poor Dennis. Vivi met him 3 years ago when he came to Money Pit to give her an estimate for central air. Dennis owns a small HVAC company. The AC was beyond Vivi's budget, but there had been chemistry between them, and they started dating. Dennis works hard, plays hard, lives in the moment, fishing whenever he gets a chance in the summer, hunting in the fall, and he's the first person to get his scalloping license every year. He loves to drive his truck onto the beach and out into the moors. He showed Vivi hidden ponds and secret coves on the island that she'd never seen before, and she has lived on Nantucket 3 times as long as he has. JP once called Dennis simple, but Vivi thinks of him as unencumbered. It was refreshing to date a man who could be happy with a good, strong cup of coffee, an honest day's work, a swim in the ocean, a craft beer, and the sunset. He made Vivi laugh. He was her fierce champion. He was terrific in bed. And for a long while, this was all she needed or wanted. She's not sure what happened. Honestly, it was like God snapped her fingers, and all Vivi could see in Dennis was what he lacked, and everything he said and did started to chafe her. The magic is gone for Vivi, and she suspects there will be no getting it back. She's ready to be a free woman again. The lilacs along Kingsley are fragrant and full. They're peaking today, and Vivi reminds herself to come back later and cut some for her bedside table. Next month, July, will be all about hydrangeas. Is another flower even photographed on Nantucket in July? Instagram would tell you no. Vivi inhales the scent of the lilacs, and this improves her mood. When she gets home from her run, she will fix Carson some avocado toast with a slice of ripe hothouse tomato, a perfectly poached egg, and flaky sea salt on the excellent sourdough from Born and Bred. Food is Vivi's love language. Carson will know she's forgiven. This summer, Carson is working as the head bartender at the Oyster Catcher, a big old wooden shambles of a place, beat up in the best way, that sits right on Jetty's beach. There are low-slung chairs in the sand where people can have drinks while they wait to sit at one of the brightly painted picnic tables in the spacious open-air dining area. Up a few steps is the hostess station and a small stage that fits exactly one guitar player, one amp, and one mic. Up a few more steps there's the bar, the raw bar, the kitchen, and a retail shop that sells inflatable rafts, beach toys, t-shirts, sunscreen, and candy. Vivi went to visit Carson at the Oyster Catcher for the first time in mid-May, just after it opened for the season. There were a lot of familiar faces. Vivi and Dennis stopped to talk here and there before they took seats at the bar. Carson approached, seeming uncharacteristically shy. "Can I get you two started with something to drink?" She was already so professional and smooth. She recited the specials rapturously, like she was reading poetry. "The chef has prepared a shellfish pizza tonight, featuring..." Yes, they definitely wanted the lobster and scallop pizza, and they would start with a dozen oysters, a chopped salad, and the smoked bluefish pâté. Carson took their order without writing anything down. She looked adorable. The cutoffs, the t-shirt, a short black canvas apron tied around her waist that held her corkscrew and her bottle opener. Carson busied herself polishing glasses, leaving Vivi to her Sauvignon Blanc and Dennis to his Bell's Two-Hearted IPA. The guitar player started up, singing Wonderwall by Oasis. The sun was going down and it was getting chilly. Vivi considered asking Carson if she wanted her to grab her a cardigan from the car, but she knew Carson would decline and, perhaps, tell her to stop acting like a mom. It was embarrassing. Just then, Zach and Pamela Bridgman took seats at the end of the bar. Vivi waved and Dennis raised his beer in their direction, but no words were exchanged. Pamela was the much older sister of Rip Bonham, Willa's husband, so they were sort of family. Pamela worked with Rip in the family's insurance agency, and her husband Zach was an air traffic controller at Nantucket Memorial. Zach and Pamela had a son, Peter, who was in Leo's class, though the two boys weren't friends. At the beginning of their senior year, Peter and Leo had gotten into a fistfight at one of the Whaler football games. Peter had said something crass and pushed Leo. Leo pushed back. Peter swung and a brawl ensued. Vivi blamed Peter. He had always been an odd, aggressive kid, and Leo was a sweetheart, a peacemaker who got along with everyone. What had Peter said to start the fight? "Something stupid," Leo told Vivi. "He's a bully." The stench of this incident had never really gone away. Hence, conversation with the Bridgmans was a challenge. Vivi used to talk to Zach about books. They went through a simultaneous obsession with Greg Iles, then with Attica Locke. But at some point, Pamela made a snarky comment, and Vivi realized that Pamela found the book conversations tiresome. If they didn't talk about books or about the boys, there was little to say. What captured Vivi's attention was the way the Bridgmans' presence seemed to fluster Carson. She tripped on the rubber mat beneath her feet, tried to right herself, and crashed into a row of glassware. "Oh, shizzle," she said, then clapped a hand over her mouth. "Hey, guys, what can I get you? To drink?" "Hey," Pamela offered Carson a non-smile smile. "May we see a menu?" "I'll have a Maker's Mark over ice, please," Zach said. "One Maker's on the rocks," Carson said. "And what about you, Pamela?" "Menu?" Pamela said. "Of course," Carson said. She pulled a menu out of a slot, and a couple of them fell to the floor, which she ignored. "I didn't realize you were still working here," Pamela said. "I thought maybe you'd moved on to bigger and better things." Vivi nearly choked on her wine. Who said things like that? Well, Pamela Bonham Bridgman did. Carson withdrew a couple of inches. I used to be a barback. Now I'm head bartender. Good for you, Zach said. I'll have a Diet Coke, Pamela said. Coming right up, Carson said. Will you two be having dinner? Pamela laughed. I didn't come here just for a Diet Coke. Vivi wanted to pipe up and say, Can you please be nice? We're all family here. Right, of course not, Carson said. Let me get your drinks, and then I'll take your order. Carson's hands shook as she poured the bourbon. Some spilled over the side of the glass, but she wiped the glass down with a bar towel and handed the glass to Zach, saying, Oh, you need a menu, too. Pamela put on her reading glasses. Pamela's most distinctive feature was her hair. It was an unusual shade of dark red with an iconic stripe of white blonde in the front. She never wore makeup, and her skin still looked pretty good. It was a pathetic habit of Vivi's to evaluate the appearance of other women to see if they were faring better or worse than Vivi herself. She had thought that by 50, she would no longer care how she looked, but she'd been wrong. When did that happen? 65? 75? 85? Pamela leaned into her husband. We'll share. Dennis, perhaps noticing the Bridgmans' intimacy, bumped shoulders with Vivi and whispered, She's doing real good. No, well, she's doing really well, Vivi thought. But she had stopped correcting Dennis's grammar long ago. It would have been a full-time job. Yes, Vivi said, too brightly. She is. She eased away from Dennis and admitted to herself that the relationship was on its last, very weary pair of legs. She flagged down Carson. Excuse me, most outstanding barkeep. May I have another glass of wine? The second time Vivi visited Carson at the oyster catcher was 3 days ago, right after Vivi had gotten 2 pieces of extraordinary news. She had received her first ever starred McQuaid review for her forthcoming novel, Golden Girl. And, as if that weren't enough, Tanya Price of Great Morning USA had liked the book so much that she wanted to interview Vivi on national television. I need a drink, Vivi thought. She was elated that the book was getting this kind of major attention, but she was anxious as well. The book had baggage. Vivi overheard the oyster catcher's manager, Nikki, say there was a 2-hour wait for a table. The bar was 3 deep. Vivi hadn't a prayer of getting a seat. She hung back and watched her daughter. What a difference a few weeks had made. Carson was the leading lady in the night's production, taking drink orders, shaking up cocktails over her shoulder like she was playing a percussion instrument, setting out platters of oysters and cherry stones on crushed ice, calling back to the kitchen for extra horseradish, high-fiving her customers, ringing the bell every time someone threw a tip in the bucket on the bar. The live music hadn't yet started, but there was a 1980s playlist going. Tainted Love segued into Don't You Want Me. People called out, Carson, over here! Carson! Vivi eventually wiggled her way through to the bar, where she was wedged so tightly between 2 parties she could practically read their minds. Then the party stuck to Vivi's backside left, and voila, a seat opened up. Once Vivi had real estate and a drink was becoming less of a faraway dream, she relaxed a bit. The McQuaid review had been glowing. Vivi had legions of loyal readers, but she'd never quite captured the interest of the serious reviewers. The McQuaid reviews of her past books had been decidedly mediocre. They had called her first novel, The Dune Daughters, 300 pages of word salad, and because Vivi wasn't used to anyone, aside from the ruthless people at the Breadloaf Conference, criticizing her writing, the review had come as an icy shock. She'd thought it was difficult enough getting a book published, but that was just the beginning. Bringing her book out into the world was like setting her heart on a platter and allowing the public to poke, prod, scrutinize, or, worst of all, ignore it. Well, Vivi Howe was word salad no more. Her first McQuaid-starred review on her 13th try. And Great Morning USA! National television coverage had eluded Vivi until now. Vivi wished her mother were still alive. Her mother had adored Great Morning USA and would have invited half of Parma, Ohio over to watch. Every indicator pointed to this book being the big one. Apparently, all Vivi had to do for this unprecedented attention was write about the one thing she'd sworn to herself she'd keep secret. Vivi snuffed this thought out, just as Carson noticed her sitting at the bar and broke into a genuine smile. Ha, Vivi thought, caught her by surprise. "Mama," Carson said, "what can I get you?" As Vivi jogs down Kingsley Road, she assures herself, as she does every morning, that her kids are fine. They're fine. Willa has a good job at the Nantucket Historical Association, and her husband, Rip, just inherited a summer cottage at the entrance of Smith's Point. Willa and Rip's life has become a dream. They now own a house in town and one at the beach. More important, Willa is pregnant again. Can Vivi let herself feel optimistic about this? Yes. Willa will be fine. The baby will be fine. Carson will be a huge success at the oyster catcher. She's on her way to becoming a Nantucket celebrity. She'll make money, garner attention, meet people, and take the next step, food and beverage director at a hotel or club. Or maybe she'll even start her own restaurant. Carson will be fine. What about Leo? He must have been the one who drank the tequila, Vivi thinks, but why? That was so unlike him. When Leo was little, he was as sweet as dessert. But with every year that passed, he grew into more of a mystery to Vivi. He got good grades and played varsity football and lacrosse. He was well liked at school. But is he happy? Vivi can't quite say. Still waters run deep is the phrase that comes to mind when she thinks about her son. Who knows what's really going on in that mind of his, that heart? Leo's best friend is Cruz DeSantis. As far as Vivi's concerned, Cruz is family. He has his own place at the dining table. He knows where everything goes when he unloads the dishwasher. And Vivi has been listed as one of Cruz's emergency contacts since the kids were in kindergarten. All these years, Leo and Cruz have been inseparable. Frick and freaking frack, Vivi calls them. When the boys got to high school, they discovered girls. Cruz started dating Jasmine Kelly in 10th grade, and in 11th grade, Leo succumbed to the charms of Marissa Lopresti, who had been in hot pursuit of him since middle school. Marissa is a beautiful girl, but like a bird or insect with brightly colored markings, she's dangerous. Vivi once overheard Marissa ridiculing one of her classmates' social media posts. "Look at Lindsay in this pic. She's such a cow. She needs to lose 100 pounds, and she should get a nose job while she's at it." And Leo, to his credit, told her to ease up or go home. Marissa has no close girlfriends other than her older sister Alexis, and for this reason, Marissa resents Leo's friendship with Cruz. She throws a tantrum anytime Leo and Cruz have plans to hang out, go to breakfast, golf, sit in Leo's room and play Fortnite, and more than once, Marissa has invented family drama, a fight with her mother, or a health crisis, a supposed meningitis scare, to reclaim Leo's attention. It has been agonizing for Vivi to watch. Vivi can only hope that Leo will break up with Marissa before he leaves for college in Boulder. He'll find another girlfriend. Anyone would be an improvement. Leo will be fine. Another text comes into her phone. Oh, please, she thinks, not Dennis. No, the text is from Carson. "Sorry about the pan, Mama. and the tequila wasn't me. I love you." The tension in Vivi's neck and jaw releases. Her kids are fine. The song changes to opening guitar chords that seize Vivi's attention. It's "Stone in Love" by Journey. Vivi almost trips over her own shoes. She stops and stares at her phone screen. What is this song doing on the 9-Pound Hammer playlist? Did Carson add it? But Carson hates classic rock. She calls it music from beyond the grave. Vivi is spooked. This song brings back such intense memories of high school that she feels if she turns her head, she'll see Brett Caspian standing in the middle of Kingsley Road. She nearly pushes the skip button, but she does love the song, despite her complicated history with it. And it's been so long since she's heard it. When she starts running again, she sings along, "Burning love comes once in a lifetime." Her eyes are closed, and by the time she realizes something is wrong, it's too late. Vivi's neck snaps. Her heart feels like a stick of dynamite exploding. Vivi is airborne. She's flying until her head slams against the ground. Her leg. Something is wrong with her leg. A tinny, faraway voice sings, "Golden girl, I'll keep you forever." Then the music stops. The dark turns to a velvety black. The quiet becomes silence. The Chief. Nantucket Chief of Police Ed Capanash is on his way to work when he hears the call for an ambulance over the scanner. A woman's been found unresponsive near the Nantucket bike path. By the time he gets to the station, he has the lowdown. A driver turning onto Kingsley Road from the Nantucket Road noticed a woman lying on the ground. The driver pulled over and called 911. The woman's body was twisted, and she was bleeding from the mouth and had a gash on her leg. The driver said he felt a faint pulse, but when the ambulance got her to Nantucket Cottage Hospital, she was pronounced dead. Ed, sitting at his desk, bows his head. It's not even the summer solstice, and they already have what sounds like a hit-and-run on their hands. "Are you ready for the details you don't want to hear?" Sergeant Dixon asks. Dixon always seems to be the one who delivers the bad news. "Yes," the chief says, meaning no. "The deceased is Vivi Howe, the writer. You know her, right?" "Right," Ed thinks. Andrea reads each new book of hers the day it comes out. He's learned that on the second Tuesday in July, he shouldn't say so much as a word to his wife. She reads those novels, all of which are set on Nantucket and have plots about one scandal or another, as if the poor island didn't have enough troubles without making more up, straight through the day and into the night. She hates to be interrupted. The chief and Andrea don't know the Howe woman personally, but they're all locals, so the chief knows of her. Vivi Howe used to be married to JP Quinborough, who owns an ice cream parlor called The Cone on Old South Wharf. The chief knows that Vivi Howe and JP Quinborough have 3 children. Their son just graduated from the high school. He played attack on the lacrosse team, and Ed used to see him written up in the newspaper. There are daughters, too. One of them has been brought into the station a couple of times for minor infractions. It's life on an island. The chief didn't know Vivi Howe, but he knows a lot about her. And she probably knew just as much, if not more, about him. Andrea said that one year, the plot of Ms. Howe's novel came perilously close to the events of the summer when Andrea's cousin Tess and her husband Greg were killed in a sailing accident. Andrea had read Ed a passage while he was falling asleep. "Do you think she heard about Tess and Greg and used it in this book?" Andrea had asked. She'd sounded excited about the prospect rather than angry. "Who called it in?" the chief asks Dixon now. Cruz DeSantis, Dixon says. The chief frowns. How did he get involved? He's friends with the son of the deceased, Dixon says. He was on his way over to their house when he found Ms. Howe. He said at first he thought she'd twisted her ankle. He's pretty shaken up. Did he see anything? They're bringing him in for questioning, Dixon says. Falco was the responding. And here's where things get uncomfortable, Chief. Falco says he saw DeSantis run the stop sign at the end of Hooper Farm Road and take off down Surfside going way too fast, less than 5 minutes before the call came in. Falco said he nearly pulled DeSantis over, but he recognized the kid and decided to let him go. So Falco thinks DeSantis hit the woman? The chief has known Cruz DeSantis since he was a toddler. Cruz's father, Joe DeSantis, owns the Nickel, a sandwich shop that the chief patronizes 3, meaning 4 and sometimes 5 days a week. Cruz is going to Dartmouth in the fall on an academic scholarship. The chief stands up. I'll talk to him. What? I'll do the questioning, the chief says. Let me know as soon as we hear from the ME. I assume Falco secured the scene? Yes, Dixon says. Forensics is on their way from the Cape. Any other witnesses? Any joggers, dog walkers, cars driving by? A couple pulled over after DeSantis stopped, Dixon says, but they weren't there at the time of impact. Neighbors? Falco knocked on doors. Nobody saw anything. Great, the chief says, meaning not great. I'll talk to the kid. Cruz DeSantis is tall, lanky, and black. He wears his hair in a military tight buzz cut. Joe, Cruz's father, flew with the 82nd Airborne in the Second Persian Gulf War. Less than a year after Joe got home from Iraq, Joe's wife was diagnosed with a rare, aggressive type of cancer, and she died shortly after, leaving Joe with a 3-year-old to raise on his own. Joe has done a fine job with the young man, an extraordinary job, though when the chief walks into the interview room, Cruz looks nothing like his usual self. He's wearing jeans and a rumpled t-shirt that says "Virginity Rocks." Maybe ironic, maybe not. Joe runs a pretty tight ship. Cruz's expression is 90% devastation and 10% I don't want to be here. Behind his glasses, his eyes are watering. Chief? Cruz says, getting to his feet. The kid looks so shook up that the chief wants to give him a hug, but instead he indicates that Cruz should sit. Did anyone offer you something to drink? Water? Coffee? I can't. I don't want... Cruz collapses in the chair and clutches his head. Vivi is dead. She's... He swallows. She's dead. Okay, the chief says. He wonders if he made a mistake deciding to do this interview himself. He's never had a problem separating his personal and professional lives, but the chief holds Joe in very high esteem, and he has grown fond of this kid and rooted for him to succeed. Just take a couple deep breaths. I know you're upset. A lot of people are going to be sad when this news gets out. It's my responsibility to try and figure out what happened. The chief eases into the seat across the table from Cruz. Let's start with what you remember about finding Ms. Howe. Vivi, Cruz says. She's like my second mom. Leo and I are, well, we've been best friends since preschool. And Vivi, she jokes that I'm her favorite child. I have, like, my own seat at their dinner table. And Vivi bought a Christmas stocking with my name on it that she hangs on the mantel. Cruz chokes up. I feel like I belong at that house. Like I'm part of the family. Not because I'm some motherless kid she feels sorry for, but because she loves me. I'm sorry, son. The chief picks up his pen. You were headed to the Howe residence when you found her? At 7:15 in the morning? Yes, sir. Early visit for a Saturday, the chief says. Cruz drops his head onto the table and starts crying. The chief gives him a minute, then says, "Where were you exactly when you first saw Miss Howe? Walk me through it." "I was coming from my house, so I took that soft left onto Kingsley and I saw a person, Vivi, lying on the ground. She was almost to the bike path, but not quite. I thought she'd hurt herself," Cruz says. "I knew right away it was her. She runs that road every single morning. I thought she'd sprained her ankle, so I pulled over and hopped out. And when I reached her, I saw it was bad. I called 911. "Wait," the chief says. "Let's go back. You were coming from your house? You're sure about that?" Cruz nods, but he's staring at his hands. If Falco saw Cruz run a stop sign at the end of Hooper Farm Road, then Cruz is lying. Joe and Cruz live over on Delaney, just off Cliff. It's possible, he supposes, that Falco was mistaken. Or maybe Cruz was coming from someplace he wasn't supposed to be. His girlfriend's house, for example. If the chief has seen it once, he's seen it 1,000 times. When you investigate one crime, you often uncover a bunch of unrelated things that people are hiding. "Cruz?" the chief says, and the kid looks up. Behind his glasses, his eyes are terrified. The chief reminds himself that even good kids, even great kids, make mistakes. "Did any cars pass you on Nantucket Road before you noticed Miss Howe?" "I don't think so," Cruz says. "Not that I remember." "Did you pass any pedestrians on Nantucket Road?" "No." "Did anyone other than you see what happened? Were there any bikers or joggers out?" "If they saw what happened, wouldn't they have stopped?" Cruz says. "Did you notice anyone on the bike path, Cruz?" "No," Cruz says. "I didn't notice anything except Vivi lying on the ground. I called 911. I waited for the ambulance to get there, and then I ran to the house to tell Leo what happened." "But you didn't call him from the scene?" "No." "You didn't call your best friend to tell him his mother was hurt?" Cruz removes his glasses and sets them down on the table, and it's only then that the chief notices one of the lenses has a crack in it, and there's the start of a bruise under Cruz's left eye. "Leo and I got into a fight last night," Cruz says. "I didn't think he'd answer if I called." A fight? The chief thinks. That could explain the glasses, the eye, Cruz racing over to the Howe residence at 7 in the morning. "Did you see anyone in front of you on Nantucket Road?" the chief asks. "Maybe a car that pulled over?" "No," Cruz says. The chief will need to look at the scene himself, but if he's understanding it correctly, whoever hit Vivi Howe would have been turning on to Kingsley, as Cruz would have done. There's no chance that a car driving on the Nantucket Road would have hit someone who wasn't even on the bike path yet. But if a driver took the soft left onto Kingsley going too fast and not paying attention, he could have hit a pedestrian. Then, if he knew Kingsley was a dead end and he wanted to get away cleanly, he most likely would have backed up and continued down Nantucket Road. It must have been a local, the chief thinks, and his day gets even worse. "So you called 911 and then what happened?" "I waited with Vivi," Cruz says. "I held her hand and tried talking to her in case she could hear me. A couple of cars stopped. One woman asked if I was the one who'd hit her." "But you weren't?" the chief asks gently. He knows that frequently in hit and runs, the person who did the hit is the one who calls it in, pretending to be a bystander. Is that what happened here? Did Cruz turn onto Kingsley too fast? Did Vivi Howe appear in his path so suddenly that he couldn't react? Was the sun in his eyes? Was he upset about the fight with the sun? Was he, maybe, going over to apologize? The chief had raised his own 2 kids, and then he'd raised Tess and Greg's kids, Chloe and Finn. He has experienced enough teenage drama to write a 6-season Netflix series. Any one of his kids could have taken an eye off the road to text or change the radio station and unintentionally mowed someone down. You weren't the one who hit her? If you did, or you think you might have and not realized it, now is the time to tell me. I know you have a bright future ahead of you, and you want to preserve that. Chief Capinash, Cruz says, and suddenly the kid is clear-eyed and earnest. I didn't hit Vivi. I didn't see who did. I didn't see anyone until after I called 911. Vivi was on the ground when I found her. Cruz closes his eyes, and tears stream down his face. The chief sighs. He knows he shouldn't necessarily believe the kid, but he does. We'll need to impound your Jeep until forensics can check it out, son. I'm sorry. He stands up. Call your dad. Have him come get you. I'm sorry this happened. I know you lost someone important to you in a tragic way. I've been there myself. The boy is crying so hard now it sounds like he's choking. She was like a mother to me, he says. I was her favorite child. Vivi. She rises, higher and higher. She supposes this is a good thing, up and not down. But she feels like she's heading to the grocery store without her wallet, which is to say, she's not prepared. She has unattended business, big and small, back on the ground, in her life. Small. Her new all-clad quart sauté pan is still sitting on the walk, and she knows that Leo and Carson will never notice it. They'll step over it, and it will fill with rain and insects. Maybe one of the field mice that have been infesting Money Pit since Vivi bought it will drown in it, or an unsuspecting blue jay will dip its beak into the acrid black water, mistaking the pan for a bird bath. It will fill with snow. It will become fused with the slate of the walk before anyone thinks to pick it up, take it inside, and scour it. Willa will do it when she comes over, Vivi supposes. Or Vivi's landscaper, Anastasia, a woman whose photo is in the dictionary next to perfectionist, will handle it. Small. Vivi has an outstanding invoice to Anastasia for $2,100. That needs to be paid. Bigger. Who will pay her bills, settle her affairs, make sure the kids are provided for? She doesn't have a will. Why would she need a will? She's 51 years old and has no medical problems. Vivi's father died when Vivi was 17, in a car in the garage, and Vivi's mother died 5 years later, at the age of 46, but she was a smoker and obese. Vivi ran every day. She was trim. She hadn't taken so much as a drag off a cigarette since leaving Ohio. She was the picture of good health. Why would she need a will? She should have had a will. She should have named an executor, someone to handle things. Vivi's best friend in the life she's leaving behind, Savannah Hamilton, is coping with her 2 aging parents who are in an assisted living facility in Weymouth. Her mother has Alzheimer's, her father has regular dementia, and Savannah's overwhelmed. But the kids aren't quite capable yet, not even Willa, and so Savannah will have to handle it. Bigger. Vivi's novel Golden Girl is coming out on July 13th. Vivi can recite the starred McQuaid review by heart. Howe digs deeper than usual in this shimmering tale of one young woman's quest to escape her past. Allison Revere grows up in a Cleveland suburb yearning to become a writer. Allison's high school boyfriend, Stott Macklemore, sings in a garage band and dreams of making it big. After Allison's father kills himself, the two grow even closer and talk of getting married after they graduate. Stott writes a song for Allison called Golden Girl and is courted by a major recording label. Stott heads out to California, and Allison, devastated at losing another person so close to her, is determined to get him back to Cleveland, no matter what she has to do or say. In the second half of the novel, Allison finds herself summering with her college roommate's family on Nantucket. She moves to the island year-round, meets and marries a local boy, and publishes her first novel, entitled Golden Girl. Allison's life appears to be golden until Stott Macklemore reappears and forces her to reckon with the secrets of her past. Golden Girl is filled with Howe's signature summary scenes, but it's her larger message about the irrevocable decision Allison made as a troubled teenager that will stay with the reader. The question Vivi was asked most often at her events and in interviews was, "Do you base your characters on real people? Do you write about events from your own life?" Vivi often felt like her readers wanted the answer to be yes. They yearned for the fiction to be true. Vivi explained that she used details from her real life. Her white pitcher with the bisque scallop shell that she bought at Weed's on Center Street appears in 3 of her novels. Vivi wears Jessica Hicks jewelry, and so do all of her characters. Vivi's best friend, Savannah, is known for her witticisms, and Vivi stole them on a regular basis. But this wasn't the same as writing about people she knew or about her own life. Until this year. The plot of Golden Girl recounts the dramatic events of Vivi's senior year in high school. But the only person who would know this was her high school boyfriend, Brett Caspian, whom Vivi has not seen or spoken to in over 30 years. Before writing Golden Girl, Vivi had scoured the internet for any sign of Brett. He wasn't on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat or TikTok. He wasn't on LinkedIn. Vivi had checked the white pages, but there were no Caspians listed in the greater Cleveland area. A casual email sent to the only 2 high school friends Vivi remained in contact with, Stephanie Simon and Gina Mariani, confirmed that Brett had never been to a class reunion. Neither had Vivi because her parents were both dead and the house in Parma sold. Though Vivi wondered what had become of him, she'd reached the conclusion that Brett Caspian didn't do social media. Wherever he was, he had no idea she was a novelist and would never, ever realize that Golden Girl was about him. Them. With a few minor changes. Concerns about Brett Caspian somewhat quelled. Vivi was excited about her new book. This was Vivi's best shot at finally hitting the top spot on the New York Times bestseller list. Number 1. It sparkled for Vivi like the star on top of a Christmas tree. Her last book, Main Street Gossip, debuted at number 3 on the hardcover list and number 2 on the combined list. So close. She was poised, maybe, to get to number 1 this time. Vivi realizes that the powers that be aren't likely to let her return to her life on Earth so that she can move the all-clad Pan off the walk, pay her landscaper, or even promote her new novel. But what about her most important responsibility? Biggest, caring for her children. Leo is 18, technically an adult, but he's still a mama's boy. He loves Vivi's cooking and often wakes up asking what she's making for dinner. He let Vivi take him to Murray's to buy clothes for his senior banquet and graduation, and he trusted her opinion, which both the girls summarily ignored. The winter before, when Vivi was knocked flat with a sinus infection, Leo binged the first 3 seasons of The Crown with her. And hadn't that been the thing that made her feel better? Her big, strong son snuggled up at her side. Earlier this spring, when Leo said he couldn't decide between the College of Charleston and the University of Colorado, he and Vivi made a list of pros and cons that was evenly split. He asked Vivi what she thought he should do. Selfishly, Vivi wanted Charleston. There was a direct flight from Boston, and, hello, it was Charleston. But her gut told her Charleston might not be that different from Nantucket, and she thought Leo would thrive someplace completely new, like a big school in the Rocky Mountains. Boulder, she said. He'd exhaled and said, "That's my choice too, but I thought you'd be sad if I was so far away." "Oh, honey," she said, "I will be sad. You're my baby. But part of being a parent is wanting what's best for you." Vivi had planned to drive Leo out to Colorado herself. It was going to be a proper road trip with carefully curated stops at diners and kitschy motels, scenic overlooks, and historical monuments. She was going to let Leo play his music no matter how badly it hurt her ears, and she was hoping that when it was just the two of them in the car with nothing but open road ahead, they could really talk. And then, once Vivi had dropped him off, with the laminated card she'd make of laundry instructions, she would climb back in her car and have a good, loud cry. Her last child, her baby boy, launched. Vivi can't miss taking Leo to college. And she has a grandchild on the way. Everyone would agree it's patently unfair for her to die without ever holding her first grandchild. Then there's Carson, who seems to need a mother now more than ever. Vivi can't leave her kids down there by themselves. They're her kids. She's their mother. Dying isn't an option. Sorry. Vivi is up in the clouds now, though she can still make out her body lying on Kingsley. There's a white Jeep next to her. It's Cruz's Jeep. He bolts out and runs to her. "Vivi!" He whips out his phone, and she hears him saying he needs an ambulance at Kingsley and Nantucket. "My mom is hurt. It looks like she was hit. She's on the ground. She needs help." Cruz crouches beside her, his shoulders heaving. He takes her hand. "Stay with me, Vivi. You're not going anywhere. I need you. We all need you." They all need me, she thinks. Then she thinks, he called me his mom. Vivi hears a siren in the distance. She can't look. Her poor body, and poor Cruz. Vivi turns her head away and comes face to face with a middle-aged woman with sensibly cut ash-blonde hair, wearing a flowing white muumuu and a silk scarf expertly knotted around her neck. "Hello?" Vivi says. The woman standing before her appears to be flesh and blood, and she's holding a clipboard, like someone organizing a literary luncheon. Vivi feels like she's about to be given her table number. The woman is wearing reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. Whereas the scarf is elegant and looks expensive, Vivi studies the elaborate animal print in the signature shade of orange and determines it's, excuse me, an Hermes scarf. The glasses are of the drugstore variety. "Hello, Vivian," the woman says. "Welcome to the beyond. I'm Martha." Martha looks familiar. She reminds Vivi vaguely of your first reader, Mary Beth. Martha says, "Yes, she's my younger sister." "You have got to be joking. You're Mary Beth Schumacher's sister?" When Vivi's first novel, The Dune Daughters, came out, Mary Beth Schumacher bought 20 copies and gave them to all her influential friends. These friends then told their friends and neighbors and sisters-in-law and so on and so on and so on. Just like the infamous Fabergé shampoo commercial. In this way, Vivi's devoted readership was born. "I was," Martha says. "She sent me all your books right up until I died 2 summers ago. I lived in Memphis, so it was nice to read about the beach." Memphis? Vivi went there on tour, but she stayed out by the University of Memphis, and all she remembers is Central Barbecue and the gated community where she went running. She didn't make it downtown to see Beale Street or the ducks at the Peabody Hotel. She'd told herself she'd do that next time. Now there won't be a next time. "But that's not why they assigned me to you," Martha says. "It's just a coincidental aside." "Assigned you to me?" "I'm your person," Martha says. "I'm here to help you transition." "I think there's been a mistake." "Everyone says that," Martha says. Vivi points to the ground where her body lies. The ambulance has arrived, and Cruz is sprinting down Kingsley toward Money Pit. He's going to tell the kids. Vivi needs to do something. Can Martha help her walk this back somehow? She tries to peek at Martha's clipboard. Is there a place on your form, a box you can check so that they save me at the hospital? It's too late, Martha says. You're dead. I'm dead, Vivi says. But I didn't do anything wrong. How can I be dead? She doesn't want to sound too indignant. If there's one thing Vivi has learned in her 51 years, it's that you should always be polite to the people who can help you, such as flight attendants and anyone who works at the DMV. Martha, can you explain, please? Am I being punished? Don't be silly, Martha says. So then why? You got hit by a car, Martha says. It was an accident. Random bad luck. But that's not fair. Martha purses her lips. Are you about to tell me that life isn't fair? Vivi asks. Your death was particularly sudden, Martha says. Her tone suggests there might be some wiggle room. She scans the form on her clipboard and checks a box. And for that reason, Vivian, I'm going to grant you a 75 VW and a 3N. Does that mean they'll save me at the hospital? No, Martha says. The 75 VW means a 75-day viewing window. I'll let you watch what happens down on Earth between now and Labor Day. And, Martha holds up a finger, the 3N provision gives you the use of 3 nudges. 3 nudges? You can influence outcomes 3 times down below, Martha says, but you should be judicious. This feels like some kind of fairy tale, Vivi says. Am I really dead? Yes, dear. Vivi takes in the expert tying of Martha's Hermes scarf. That looks so effortless. I would have guessed you were French. Well, thank you. I'm not. What did you do when you were alive? I was a senior vice president at FedEx. Go, Martha, Vivi says. Lady boss. Martha says, I can't be flattered, Vivian. You will not be revived at the hospital. You're dead. I'm granting you the summer to watch over your children and 3 nudges because you met such a random and sudden end. And because I like your books. You have a lot of fans up here. Now it sounds like Martha is the one trying to do the flattering. Who hit me? Vivi asks. It wasn't Cruz, was it? This is too awful to even contemplate. He's such a good kid, so brilliant, going to Dartmouth on a full ride. He's good at everything, science, math, English. Instead of writing an essay for his college application, he wrote a poem called Sacrifice about his father, Joe. Vivi's feelings for Cruz DeSantis are just as tender and protective as they are for her own kids. Martha shakes her head. That I can't tell you. Martha can't tell her because it's not allowed or because she doesn't know. But whatever the answer, Vivi has a more pressing question. What happens when the summer is over? You join the choir, Martha says. The choir? Of angels. But I can't sing, Vivi says. Martha releases a belly laugh. Don't worry, she says. You'll learn. Now come along. It's time to go. Go where? To the green room. Please close your eyes. Vivi regards Martha with suspicion. I'd rather not. You're going to have to learn to trust me, Martha says. I'm your person. Vivi waits a beat. What choice does she have? She closes her eyes. When she opens them, she's in a room with one wall missing. It feels like the kind of shoebox diorama that kids make in school. Vivi blinks as she looks around. There's a lot to take in. The crown molding and all the trim in the room is painted green, and the wallpaper is printed with eye-popping green and white vertical stripes. There are layered rugs on the floor, a neutral sisal underneath, and a gorgeous silk Persian on top. A Moroccan lantern shaped like a genie's bottle hangs from the ceiling. It's polished brass and punctured with tiny holes that cast an intricate lacy pattern of light on the ceiling. This might be— no, it definitely is the coolest, most eclectic room Vivi has ever been in. There's a long green velvet chaise, 2 peach silk soufflé chairs, a coffee table that looks like a giant white enamel bean, leather pouf ottomans, 2 dwarf orange trees in copper pots, and a huge black and white photograph on the wall that Vivi identifies as a David Yarrow Western scene. "This is the boho chic room of my dreams," Vivi says. "Yes, I know," Martha says. "We scoured your Instagram." Vivi laughs. She can't believe it. This really is heaven. She would have loved a room like this in Money Pit, a velvet chaise, orange trees. But it just didn't make sense in a Nantucket house, and Vivi had never saved enough to buy a pied-à-terre in New York or Paris. There's a wall of books because every perfect room has a wall of books, at least in Vivi's opinion. Vivi strides over to check the titles. Cloud Street by Tim Winton, Song of Solomon by Toni Morrison, White Fur by Jardine Lebert, and, oh baby, Adultery and Other Choices by Andre Dubusse, who might be the writer Vivi loves most. "My favorites," Vivi says. Naturally. Adjacent to the bookshelves is a green door. "Is this Benjamin Moore's parsley snips?" she asks. She's referring to the paint color. "It is." Gah, Vivi is in love with this room. "Where does the door lead to?" "For me to know and you to find out," Martha says. "Don't be a snoop or I'll end your viewing window early." Martha opens the door and slips through before Vivi can peek at what's behind. Viewing window, Vivi thinks. She moves to the edge of the room, and it is like standing at a large open window. Vivi can gaze into her old life from here. She can do more than gaze. She swoops right down into the action. At Money Pit, Vivi finds her 3 children in the sitting room clinging to one another on the turquoise tweed sofa that they call the Gerv, short for its product name, Gervin. Willa is in the middle, with Carson and Leo gripping hands across her midsection. Although Vivi might have imagined this moment in spite more than once, "You'll be sorry once I'm gone," actually witnessing the raw urgency of her children's pain is more than she can bear. "I'm right here, you guys." But of course, nobody can hear her. "We had a fight," Carson says, her voice staccato, hiccupy. "I sent her an apology text, but I'm not sure she got to read it." "Yes," Vivi thinks. "Yes, sweetie, I did get it. Please don't worry about the fight. I had already forgiven you. I was going to make you avocado toast when I got home." "Where's her phone?" Leo asks. "The police have it," Willa says. "They have her clothes, which they're sending to forensics, and I guess they might need her phone too, but I can ask Chief Capanash." "Would you call and ask if we can have it back?" Carson asks. "I need to know if she saw my text." "Her phone is probably smashed," Leo says. "It's not," Willa says. "The chief made a point of telling me the phone was fine." "I told her I loved her in the text," Carson says. She breaks down in fresh tears. "I want to go back and start over and be better. I want to make her laugh." She squeezes Willa. "I would give anything to hear her laugh right now. I would give anything to have her yell at me. I don't care. I just want her back. I mean, it's impossible that she's dead. It's impossible that we're never going to see her again." "Don't say that!" Leo is crying like he used to when he was a little boy. "Seriously, Carson, just please shut up!" "I'm here. I can see you. I can hear you. You aren't alone. I didn't leave you alone." Vivi cranes her neck upward, searching for any sign of Martha. This is torture. She needs Martha's help. How does she let the kids know she's here?
We were best friends, Willa says. I told her everything and she listened. She didn't always agree, but she listened.
Vivi notices Willa placing a hand on her belly and, aha! Vivi can, in fact, detect a teensy tiny heart beating inside of her. Vivi glides over to the kitchen where Willa's husband, Rip, is sitting at the table, staring at his hands. Vivi wonders what Rip is thinking. He's a pensive guy. Vivi might have remarked once or twice that he could use more cowbell, but she has come to realize that Rip's strengths are underappreciated. Charles Evan Bonham III is a calm, steady presence, the perfect foil for Willa's manic desire to achieve. However, when Willa announced that she and Rip were getting married, something they'd been promising to do since the 7th grade, Vivi had thought, it will never last. Willa will outgrow him. A month or so before Willa and Rip's wedding, Vivi took Willa out to Le Languedoc for a mother-daughter dinner. Because it was a weeknight in the spring, they were the only ones in the upstairs front room, which overlooked Broad Street and had a view of the charming lit windows of Nantucket Bookworks. The aesthetics of that dinner had been sheer perfection. The dining room was lit only by candles. There was a bouquet of iris on the table. The restaurant smelled of butter, garlic, veal stock, freshly baked bread. They ordered an expensive bottle of champagne and then an even more extravagant bottle of white Burgundy. Willa wasn't usually all that interested in food. She would eat or drink anything you put in front of her without complaint, but she never really seemed to enjoy it. However, that night, she swooned over the escargot en croûte and the pan-roasted lobster with Parmesan polenta, and she allowed herself to get a little tipsy. This gave Vivi a chance to say her piece. Rip was the loveliest of humans, and the Bonhams were as admirable as they were established. Rip seemed content in the family's insurance business, and Willa would never want for anything materially. But what about emotionally or intellectually? Vivi wondered. Rip had graduated from Amherst with a liberal arts degree. He was smart, but Vivi wouldn't call him curious. He'd been groomed to take over the family insurance business, and he would never be willing or able to live anywhere but on the island where he was born and raised. Rip had limits. Vivi leaned across the table and wrapped her fingers around Willa's forearm. You may wake up one day and decide you want a bigger world. Vivi thought about herself in high school riding shotgun in Brett Caspian's Skylark. What if that had been all she'd ever known? You may want to move to Istanbul. I've been to Istanbul, Willa said, during my summer abroad. I got robbed outside the Hagia Sophia, remember? I will never want to move to Istanbul. You may decide to pursue a master's in history or an MBA, and off you go to Harvard while Rip stays here on Nantucket. You may decide you like Boston. You ride the T. You get takeout Lebanese food. You spend an afternoon at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Then one day in class, a voice offers some brilliant insight, and you turn around to set eyes on some young man. Maybe he's not even your type. He's short and dark-skinned, not tall and pale like Rip. He has a mustache and a British accent instead of being clean-shaven and dropping his R's like Rip. And yet you find yourself drawn to him. I love how you're writing the novel of how I'll leave Rip, Willa said. You're so young, Willie, 23. Your prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed yet. Mother. It's the part of the brain responsible for sound decision-making, Vivi said. It matures at 25. This was a factoid Vivi had picked up while researching her novel, The Angle of Light. I just don't want you to shortchange yourself. She had split the last of the wine between their glasses. Have you ever been with anyone else? Sexually? Mother! Because if not... Of course not, Mother. Well, I kissed Ryan Brickley in 6th grade. That doesn't count, Vivi said.
Rip and I are meant to be together. I just worry that you got attached to Rip after Dad and I split, that he became your security blanket, and once you get a little older—" "I'm not getting divorced," Willa said. "Willie." "Please, Mom," Willa said. "Let's get dessert." Vivi hovers so near Rip, she can see a raw red hangnail on his thumb and hear his watch ticking. Vivi inches even closer. His head pivots in her direction. Then he checks behind himself like he's looking for someone. Does he know she's here? Does he? Rip. Willa called Rip as he was walking out of the Field and Oar Club. She was crying so hard he couldn't understand a word she was saying. He had instinctively pulled the phone away from his ear, and when he did this, his sister Pamela, who had just walloped Rip in a brother-sister tennis match, groaned. She probably thought what he thought, that Willa had started bleeding. But Willa wasn't calling about the baby. "Mama is dead. She was hit by a car. She's dead, Rip. She's dead." This was followed by a guttural cry, and Rip felt like he'd been kicked in the stomach. Vivi was dead? Vivi was dead? She had been hit by a car on her run. Apparently, Leo had called Willa at home, waking her up. Then he and Carson had gotten Willa, and they all went to the hospital together. The ER doc told them that Vivi had been dead on arrival. Dead on arrival? Vivi? There had to be a mistake. Things like this just didn't happen. Though, of course, they did happen. All the time, every day. Rip had only one thought. He needed to be with his wife. Pamela dropped Rip off at the hospital, and he was the one who had a substantive conversation with the doctor. There was internal bleeding, head trauma. By the time the paramedics arrived, she was gone. "It would have been nearly instant," the doc said. "There was no suffering." The suffering, Rip thought, had only just begun. He drove Willa, Carson, and Leo home. They hadn't wanted to leave, and it fell to Rip to point out that there was no reason to stay at the hospital. Nothing left to wait for. Vivi was dead. It was only a 3-minute drive back to Money Pit, but it was 3 minutes Rip would never forget. Willa, Leo, and Carson all huddled in the back seat. Leo and Carson were bawling, clinging to Willa, and she had risen to the occasion, comforting them both, becoming the new mother figure as Rip watched her in the rearview. When they got home, Willa led Leo and Carson into the front sitting room and closed the door. And there, the three of them have stayed. Dennis shows up wearing cargo shorts, a long-sleeved t-shirt from Cisco Brewers, a bandana tied around his neck, and sunglasses. His steel gray hair is standing on end. He's red-faced, sweating. He looks at Rip and says, "What the hell happened? What happened?" Rip blinks. Dennis and Vivi have been dating for a few years. He's the only guy Vivi has dated since she and JP split. Dennis is a few inches shorter than Rip and built like a fire plug. He's solid, stocky. When Vivi first started dating him, Rip didn't quite get it. Dennis is a tradesman who tells dirty jokes. He has a thick Southie accent and a freezer full of venison. He'd gotten drunk at Rip and Willa's wedding and given a long-winded toast, which everyone at the Field and Oar Club suffered through because they were too polite to tell him to sit down. Willa once said, "Dennis clearly isn't Mr. Right, but he's Mr. Right now. Mom likes him. She doesn't need someone complicated. She's complicated enough all by herself." But in the past year, Rip has grown quite fond of Dennis. The insurance office's furnace went on the fritz in January, and Rip had called Dennis at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday evening. He'd shown up right away and stayed until almost midnight to get it up and running. Rip and Dennis were alone in the office for those hours, and Dennis told great stories about hunting ducks over on Tuckernuck and about the Datsun 240Z he'd restored in high school before he was even old enough to drive. Rip had gone home and woken Willa up just to tell her with wonderment, "Dennis is actually pretty cool." "She got hit by a car at the end of Kingsley while she was running," Rip says to Dennis now. "I'm so sorry, man. I'm just so sorry." The words feel wrong in his mouth, like he's chewing on gristle. Dennis's face crumples and he bends over, hands on knees, and starts sucking in air like he's just finished a dozen wind sprints on the practice field. Rip wants to vaporize. He can't even add something about how much Vivi cared for Dennis because Willa told Rip that her mother had broken up with Dennis a couple of weeks earlier. At that second, Willa calls from the other room. "Rip?" Rip puts a gentle hand on Dennis's shoulder and goes to his wife. "Dennis is here," he says. "Who else have you told?" "Just Pamela," he says. "I told her to call my parents. The elder Bonhams are on a Mediterranean cruise." "I need to make a list," Willa says. "Mom's agent, her editor, her publicist. There's going to have to be some kind of formal announcement made by her publishing house. I need to find out if there's a will and who's allowed access to her bank accounts." "Babe," Rip says, "there's time for that later. You're in shock right now." Willa stares at him. Her pretty face is blank. Her brown eyes are glazed over. "I am in shock." There's a niggling thought in Rip's mind. "Have you told your father?" Willa gasps. Oh my God. She has not told her father. Willa's eyes widen and she turns around to look at Carson and Leo, who are sodden heaps on the sofa. "Did either of you text Dad?" Willa asks, "or call him?" Leo has his head between his knees like he's on a plane that's going down. "No," he says. "No," Carson says. She's pressing tissues against her closed eyes. "And I'm not gonna." "Would you do it, Rip, please?" Willa says. "We just can't." Rip sighs. "Sure." He kisses Willa's forehead, then heads back to the kitchen. Dennis has disappeared, and Rip feels like he let the guy down. He should have been more comforting, and he decides he'll reach out to him later. He needs to call JP now before he hears the news from someone else. Before JP's girlfriend, Amy, hears it from someone at the salon, or JP's mother, Lucinda, finds out from someone as she's having lunch on the patio at the Field and Oar Club. Rip steps outside the kitchen door and nearly trips over a pan filled with water on the flagstone path. Rip empties the water out of the pan and carries it to the kitchen. It has the scorched remains of something stuck to the bottom. He puts it in the sink to soak. He's stalling. When he steps outside again, his hands are shaking. He calls JP's cell phone but gets his voicemail. Leaving a message isn't an option. Rip tries to think. Should he call Amy? Amy is a stylist at R.J. Miller. She has always been jealous of Vivi. She might offer lukewarm condolences, and that's not anything Rip wants to hear. He tries JP's cell again. Again, the call goes to voicemail, and then the ice cream parlor. JP answers on the first ring. "Good morning, the Cone." In the background, Rip hears the Rolling Stones singing Brown Sugar. "JP?" Rip says. "It's Rip." "Rip," JP says. His voice is peppy. He's probably preparing the shop for a busy summer Saturday, checking inventory, making 10 gallons of brownie batter ice cream, the Cone's most popular flavor, writing out the specials on the board: Nantucket blackberry sorbet, peach cobbler, and lemon square, with ripples of curd and graham cracker bits. JP has no idea that in the next second, his life will be forever changed. I have some bad news, Rip says, tragic news. The music stops. Is it Willa? It's Vivi, actually, Rip says. She was out running and she got hit by a car. On Kingsley, right at the end of Kingsley. What? JP says. Is she okay? Did she break anything? Did she go to the hospital? Rip clears his throat. She's dead. JP, she died. There's silence. Rip feels the years fall away. He was only 12 years old when he asked Willa Quinborough to the Valentine's Day dance at the Nantucket Boys and Girls Club. Willa's parents had picked them up from the dance on their way home from dinner at 56 Union. Rip can still remember the smell of Vivi's perfume mixing with some other intriguing scent that Rip now knows was truffle oil from the fries in a to-go box. JP and Vivi were younger than Rip's parents by a good 10 years, and he remembers how loose and fun-loving and happy they seemed. He'd spent days with them on the beach at 40th Pole, where they would grill salmon or chicken for lunch, and football Sundays at their house, when Vivi made hot artichoke dip and pepperoni bread and spicy mixed nuts. Vivi would sit on the arm of JP's chair, and JP would snake an arm around Vivi's waist as they yelled and cheered for the Patriots. They were a dynamic couple. Rip had been enthralled by them. He'd been stunned 2 years later, when Willa tearfully told him that her parents were getting a divorce. For a few weeks, it seemed like the earth had cracked open and the whole family would be sucked down into the crevasse. Carson had gone to see a counselor. Willa spent every waking second she could at Rip's, even though his parents' house was as cold as a museum. And Leo, at 8 years old, had taken to riding his bike all over the island with Cruz DeSantis, committing minor crimes, like stealing lollipops from the bowl at the dry cleaners. JP clears his throat. Where are my children? His voice is aggressive, like maybe Rip is holding them hostage. They're here at the house. Can I speak to them? They're pretty upset right now. Why are you the one who called me? JP asks. Why didn't one of them... His voice cracks. Call me. They're a mess, JP, Rip says. He rolls his shoulders back and remembers that he's not 12 years old anymore. He's a grown man. At the insurance office, Rip handles claims. It's a job he's suited for because not much rattles him. Your pipes froze and burst with the thaw, and so much water flooded the second floor of your house that it collapsed onto the first? Lightning struck your roof? You totaled your new Range Rover on the way home from the dealership? You drove your boat up onto the jetty and now there's a 3-foot hole in the hull? No problem. Let's file a claim. Rip says all day, every day. We'll get this fixed. They were too upset to call you. The 3 of them are in shock, and so Willa asked me to let you know. Yes, well, JP says. Thank you. He hangs up. Amy. It's a Saturday in June at the salon, and Amy arrives early because they have 15 weddings. You heard that right, she said to JP that morning. 15 on the books, and we turned away at least 15 more. It's an all-hands-on-deck day. The energy is high, and it is happy. Champagne is popped with the first clients, and the music is cranked up. Luke Combs, and Amy can't complain. She grew up in Alabama and was a Phi Mu at Auburn, LIOB, War Eagle. So she loves not only country music, but also the feel of a sorority house on the day of a big game. She's on her 4th client at 10:30, a mother of the bride, when the receptionist, Brandy, stands discreetly behind Amy's shoulder and whispers, JP is on the phone. He says it's urgent. Amy turns a fraction of an inch toward Brandy. On the phone here? He called the salon? He says he's been trying your cell. Tell him I'm busy, please. I'll call when I take a break for lunch. Her lunch today will be a cheddar scone from Born and Bred stuffed into her mouth in about 10 minutes. Amy has been fighting to get rid of 15 extra pounds since she moved in with JP. And though she's tried bringing her own salad in a Tupperware for lunch, she keeps losing the battle of wills against the carbs and fat, the bagel boards, the bakery boxes, the cake because it's always someone's birthday, that are constantly under her nose here at the salon. I really think you'd better. Amy shakes her head. She does not have time to talk to JP. Right now, she feels what Santa Claus must feel on Christmas Eve. The client in Amy's chair, Mrs. Scaliti, is already upset because Amy started their interaction by calling her by her first name. Now she's giving Amy a baleful stare while her hair hangs in damp strands around her face. She needs to be at St. Paul's Episcopal by noon. I'll call him when I take a break for lunch, Amy repeats, and Brandy throws her hands up. There isn't a break, not even a minute to think or sit down. Amy's lower back starts talking to her and she needs to pee. The flower girl is allergic to the lilies of the valley that Amy is supposed to weave into her French braid crown. The girl's neck splotches with hives. Amy tosses the flowers and sends the girl's mother to Dan's pharmacy to buy Benadryl. She's standing at the sinks, washing the hair of a bridesmaid for the big Wawinnet Hotel wedding. Rumor has it the whole do cost well over $1 million. When her best friend at the salon, Lorna, a recent arrival from Ireland, says, "God bless you, Pigeon. I can't believe you're still here." Amy laughs. "Where else would I be?" "You haven't heard then? Did JP not ring you?" "He called, yes, but I haven't spoken to him." Amy makes an ill-advised quarter turn toward Lorna and accidentally sprays the bridesmaid in the face as she's rinsing. The girl sputters. She's very nice about it, but Amy is flustered. She doesn't have time for gossip. Whatever it is can wait. "Oh, Pigeon," Lorna says in the maternal voice she normally reserves for her Weimaraner or Cupid. "Promise me you'll ring him back as soon as you're finished here. Promise me." Yes, I'll try. I promise I'll try," Amy says. She leads the bridesmaid, her name sifted in with the Chelseas and Madisons that Amy has seen already today, to her chair. She catches Brandy watching her. Jared, working at the next chair, glances over at her. And Amy sees Molly the manicurist staring at her through the interior glass door of the nail sanctuary. Out of the blue, a woman 2 chairs down, who is being blown out by Tony, gasps and says, "Vivi Howe? The writer?" Amy's good mood is about to be torpedoed right into the toilet. She doesn't want to hear about Vivi today. Plenty of times women come in here babbling about how it was reading The Dune Daughters that inspired them to visit Nantucket in the first place. Just yesterday, a woman asked Amy if Vivi ever came into the salon to get her hair done. Amy had nearly answered, "No, she does it herself at home with clippers." Instead, she said, "She used to a long time ago, but she switched to Daria's downtown." Amy didn't add that Vivi stopped patronizing R.J. Miller the same week that Amy started working as a stylist there. Amy had known JP was married when she'd met him 10 years earlier. That was back when JP was running a wine shop called The Cork out of the cottage on Old South Wharf that now houses the Cone. Amy had been unable to find a job when she graduated from Auburn, and so she decided to spend a summer on Nantucket, a place she had become obsessed with after watching umpteen episodes of Wings. The second Amy stepped off the ferry, she saw JP's Help Wanted sign. She marched right into the shop and introduced herself to JP. He was tall with thick dark hair, arresting green eyes, and a dimple when he smiled. He'd asked Amy what she knew about wine, and Amy winked at him and said, "You drink it, right?" JP said, "Your accent alone will sell cases. You're hired." It was impossible not to work close together in the tight quarters of the wine shop. The cottage was only 250 square feet, and much of this space was taken up with wine crates and casks and bottles artfully displayed in racks. There was a wrought iron tower of champagne. JP sold cutting boards from Napa and French corkscrews and Caspari cocktail napkins. He bought an antique trestle table where they opened the bottles for that day's wine tasting. Sometimes, many times, nobody showed up, so Amy and JP would drink the wines themselves and describe them with sensuous words like body and legs. They would end up buzzed and giddy, and Amy would complain about her love life. It was easy to meet guys at the Chicken Box, but they were all so immature. No more sophisticated than the frat boys she dated at Auburn. "I'm looking for someone more seasoned," she said one day. "Someone like you." She couldn't believe the words had popped out of her mouth. She was afraid JP would reprimand or even fire her, but he laughed it off. JP was married to the novelist Vivi Howe, and they had 3 children. Amy reminded herself that these were more than just words. JP had taken a vow. He wore a ring and went home every night to Vivi, Willa, Carson, and Leo. Amy had been raised in a Southern Baptist family. She knew full well that it was a sin to covet her neighbor's husband. Even so, her romantic feelings for JP intensified by the day. He was so handsome and funny and knowledgeable about wine. And he was generous with his time and attention. He was eager to teach Amy what he knew about terroir, the vintners, the varietals. He watched her as she tasted, was interested to know what she thought, which wines she liked, which she didn't. Her opinion mattered to him. As the summer wore on, they grew closer. Amy told JP when she had a quarrel with her mother over the phone, or when she went on an awkward date. JP admitted to Amy that he was unhappy in his marriage. Vivi was either on deadline or traveling or signing 10,000 tip-in sheets or running or going to the farm to buy fresh mint for the iced tea she insisted on brewing herself, or driving the kids to one of their 7,000 activities and play dates, and making him feel guilty because he rarely had time to pitch in, or inviting 4 other couples over for an evening of lobsters and rock anthems. "Everyone else sees Superwoman," JP said. "I see someone who will do anything to avoid having sex with me." One rainy day when there had been no customers, JP taught Amy to waltz, a skill left over from his finishing school days, he told her. Amy had always been a good dancer. She took to it naturally, and she could tell JP was impressed. "Vivi has no rhythm," he said, "and no interest in touching me." A couple of days before Amy was due to leave Nantucket, her job search had turned up nothing, so she was heading back to Alabama to enroll in cosmetology school at her mother's urging. JP insisted they pop a bottle of Cristal. This was a lavish gesture, but all summer Amy had watched JP spend money in careless ways, ordering this rare vintage, that crystal decanter, none of which ever sold. So what was one more bottle of bubbly? Amy had never tasted Cristal. One bottle led to another, and then to half of a third. Amy stood in the doorway that opened onto Nantucket Harbor. The sun was low in the sky. It looked like honey dripping off a spoon. There were fewer boats in slips, and the murmur across the way at Cruz was subdued. Summer was ending. The view was heartbreakingly beautiful. Seagulls standing on the wooden bollards, a glimpse of Brant Point light in the distance. "How can I go back to Alabama?" she said. Suddenly, JP was beside her. When Amy turned, JP cupped her face and kissed her, softly, deeply, expertly. The kiss seemed to contain an entire summer of flirting, discovery, barely sublimated sexual energy. Amy thought of the kiss as a sweet goodbye to a relationship that could never be. She wanted to thank him. In many ways, JP had been her finishing school. When they finally pulled apart, JP said, his voice husky, "I want you to stay here. With me." It wasn't just lip service, and apparently it wasn't the crystal talking either. JP was serious. He wanted Amy to stay on Nantucket. He wanted to be with her. The very next day, JP told Vivi that he had fallen for Amy Van Pelt, his employee. It sometimes felt to Amy like JP was determined to change his life with a snap of his fingers. Vivi moved out. The wine store went belly up. Amy commuted to cosmetology school on the Cape and rented a modest year-round apartment out by Nantucket Memorial Airport. When she graduated, she got a bottom-rung job at R.J. Miller, sweeping up and washing hair. She also became the Hester Prynne of Nantucket. Everyone knew she was the one who had broken up the Quinborough marriage. It wasn't like that, Amy wanted to shout, but no one would have listened. Because she was young and naive, Amy had hoped that, with time, she and Vivi could become friends. Or if not friends, then friendly. Or if not friendly, then civil. Amy had tried reading one of Vivi's books, The Angle of Light. JP kept first editions of all Vivi's books in chronological order on a shelf in the den. But she couldn't get into it. She wasn't much of a reader, and she made the mistake of telling Willa, then a freshman in college, that the book hadn't held her interest. Willa went home and told Vivi. At some point, Amy began to suspect that JP hadn't meant to leave Vivi at all, that he had simply wanted her attention, because everywhere Amy looked, Vivi was present. Why did JP keep her books on such a prominent shelf? Why did he reach for the book review first when they spent Sunday mornings reading the New York Times? Why did he bring Vivi's name up in conversation whenever possible? 3 years ago, when Amy moved in with JP, he'd made the offer only when Amy lost her year-round housing. Amy found 2 of Vivi's coats hanging in the closet. One was a pink wool-belted driving coat, and the other was a flared white raincoat with 3 silver buckles that was lined with pale blue jacquard silk. Amy loved both coats so much that, if she'd had no pride, she might have worn them herself. She went through the pockets and found the stub of a movie ticket, Eat, Pray, Love, in one, and a strawberry hard candy in another. Amy wondered if Vivi and JP had gone to see Eat, Pray, Love together, or if Vivi had gone with her best friend Savannah. Amy wondered where Vivi had picked up the hard candy as she unwrapped it and popped it in her mouth. She couldn't resist a strawberry hard candy with its soft middle, or any candy, no matter how old and forlorn. Amy had asked JP about the coats, and he said, "Yeah, sorry, she must have left them behind. Vivi has always been careless with her things." Amy gave the coats to Willa to take over to Vivi's house, but Willa brought them back, saying, "Mom doesn't want them." "Well, what am I supposed to do with them?" Amy said. "They're her coats." "She says you can have them." Willa had looked at Amy frankly then. "If they fit?" Amy made a big show of stuffing both the coats into the kitchen trash as Willa looked on with cool eyes. No doubt Amy's adolescent behavior would be reported back to Vivi, and Amy thought, good. She doesn't care about her stupid, beautiful, stylish coats, and neither do I. That evening, when JP discovered the coats in the trash, covered with coffee grounds and eggshells, he'd cried out, as though Amy had stuffed Vivi herself in the can. In the divorce, Vivi was required to pay JP both child support and alimony. A lot of alimony. She earned circles around him. JP had left Vivi, and in the ensuing divorce, Vivi would be paying him? This seemed unfair, even to Amy. Vivi's money has always been the elephant in the room. It only makes it worse that Vivi never complains about paying JP, even though he has his own business and a wealthy mother, and she's never late with payments or short. She never nickel and dimes him when she ends up paying for Leo's lacrosse equipment or Carson's car insurance. She just graciously pays for everything. Her generosity is a stranglehold. Amy hates that every time she takes a hot shower or goes to Ventuno for dinner with JP, Vivi is footing the bill. If JP had any self-respect, he would stop accepting the alimony checks. But Amy knows he needs them. He still has a mortgage, and Leo is heading to college, and he's accustomed to a certain lifestyle. He drives a vintage Land Rover that he fills with premium gas. He likes expensive coffee and organic fruit. He enjoys dinners out. He has dues to pay at the Field and Oar Club. He takes 2 vacations in the off-season, 1 ski trip and 1 tropical, and he wears nice clothes. Amy recalls JP taking a lunch from the wine shop and returning an hour later with an $800 cashmere blend blazer that he'd bought at Ralph Lauren. Amy has been tempted to tell JP that he can spend Vivi's money, but that she, Amy, will have no part of it. But what would that mean? That Amy would move out? Find her own place? Or that Amy would stay but buy her own groceries, contribute her portion to the mortgage and utilities? She makes good money at the salon, but would it be enough? She figures she could pay for some of the life, but not all of it. As things stand now, she uses her salary and tips to pay for her car loan, her health insurance, her cell phone, her clothes, shoes, jewelry, and makeup, her bar and yoga classes, and some groceries, and she occasionally pays for dinners out. She has a small savings account that she will need, desperately, if she and JP ever break up. But they won't break up. In fact, Amy knows there's a proposal in her future. Last December, Amy had been desperate to know if JP had bought her a ring for Christmas. So while he was doing errands one Saturday morning, she rifled through his dresser drawers and found, hallelujah, a velvet box containing a stunning sapphire and diamond engagement ring. Amy had put the box back exactly where she found it and tried to act natural. Inside, she was soaring, finally. However, when Christmas Day arrived, the ring did not appear. JP had gotten Amy a new makeup mirror for their bathroom, a cashmere hat, scarf, and glove set, an OtterBox for her phone, and a very pretty necklace from Jessica Hicks. At the next possible opportunity, Amy checked the drawer to make sure the ring was still there. It was, and she just figured JP was waiting for the right time. Or maybe JP was concerned because Amy's relationship with the kids had always been iffy at best. Willa was polite and formal with her. Carson ran hot and cold, depending on what she needed from JP and Amy that day, and Leo was indifferent. Amy usually took JP's lead when it came to his kids, which meant dinners once a month, showing up at their home games and staying for at least 1 quarter, and making plans for whichever holiday was JP's that year. It finally occurred to Amy that she should make an effort on her own. In the spring, she told both girls that she would give them free beauty services anytime. Willa had sniffed at the offer, but Carson jumped at the chance to come to the salon after hours. Carson was so pretty already that she was hard to improve upon, but Amy went all out, giving her a trim and a blow-dry, plus a tint and wax for her brows. Afterward, Carson asked Amy if she wanted to grab a drink at Petrichor, the wine bar. "You could have knocked me over with a feather," Amy told Lorna later. They each had 2 glasses of wine and shared the charcuterie platter. Carson talked about her bartending job at the Oyster Catcher, which would start in a few weeks. Amy asked Carson if she was dating anyone, and Carson said, "No, yes, maybe. I can't talk about it," which felt like a confidence. Amy had tactfully switched the topic to euphoria. the show they were both binge-watching. With that success under her belt, Amy moved on to Leo. She brought cupcakes to his final lacrosse game and offered to throw him a graduation party at the house. Leo made a squeamish face and then informed Amy that his mom was hosting a party. "I'm sure you and Dad can come," Leo said. "Of course we'll come," Amy said. Amy had never been invited to Vivi's new house, named Money Pit for the obvious reasons. She had mixed feelings about going, but JP double-checked with Vivi and confirmed it was fine. They were more than welcome. Amy promised herself she would act like a normal human being and not like a sociopath who stuffed the coats in the trash. Amy wore a new dress, black with white polka dots, and she bought Leo a graduation card and stuck one of her own hard-earned $100 bills inside. At the party, Amy tried to match Vivi's graciousness. Even though Amy was uncomfortable and overdressed, Vivi wore white jeans and a University of Colorado t-shirt. She praised Vivi's hot bacon and blue cheese dip. It was delicious. She offered to take a picture of JP, Vivi, and Leo together. She chatted with the few people who didn't turn their backs or drift away when they saw Amy coming. "I am finally fitting in," she telegraphed to JP. "I've gotten the hang of it. Marry me." She might be imagining it, but it seems the more headway she makes with the kids, the more distant JP becomes. Amy feels him pulling away. She's been tempted to check his phone. JP has a lot of young women working for him at the Cone, some of whom wear cutoffs even though the Cone is kept at a brisk 65 degrees. Another fear she has is that she and JP will get engaged, but they will never get married because if they did, the money from Vivi would dry up. Vivi's money is like a noose placed lovingly around Amy's neck. There are times when Amy's jealousy of the woman gets so bad that she wishes Vivi would just disappear, move off-island, or spontaneously combust. Then all of Amy's problems would be solved. The good thing about Saturdays in June is that everyone is out of the salon by 4 o'clock. Amy finishes her last bride at 3:45. The wedding is at 6 in the Sconset Chapel, and a hush comes over the place, which is nice, though Amy feels a little bit like Cinderella after the stepsisters leave for the ball. Her clients are off to pose for endless pictures, drink cocktails, eat hors d'oeuvres, listen to toasts, cut into beef Wellington, drink more cocktails, do the electric slide, and shamelessly hook up with the groom's third cousin or the bride's college roommate. Amy takes a paper cup from the water cooler and fills it with the dregs of a bottle of champagne that is sitting in a bucket of melting ice near her chair. Amy hasn't had a thing to eat all day, which feels good, and the champagne goes straight to her head, which feels even better. Her top drawer is overflowing with manila tip envelopes. Lorna comes over as soon as her last client leaves and says, "How are you holding up?" "Great, but that was a hell of a day." An incredulous expression washes over Lorna's face. "You didn't ring JP, did you?" "No," Amy says. "I didn't have a second." Lorna sighs. "Come outside. Let's have a cig." They step out onto the deck facing the back parking lot and light up. There's a table and chairs. Amy eats her lunch out here when the weather is nice and she has time. The first drag of her cigarette is a bomb. She throws back what's left of the champagne and crumples the cup in her hand. "Should I sit down?" "Yes." Lorna is so serious that Amy thinks for the first time that maybe she should be afraid. "Is everything okay?" Amy says. She wonders if Willa miscarried again or if something happened to JP's mother, Lucinda, a stroke or a broken hip. "Well," Lorna eyes Amy and blows smoke out of the side of her mouth. "No, not really. But Jeezy, Pigeon, I'm not sure how you're going to take it." Take what? Amy says. Her stomach squelches. Vivi was hit by a car this morning at the end of her road. Lorna pauses. Pigeon. She's dead. Amy opens her mouth. She knows Lorna isn't kidding and might not even be wrong, but sorry, hold on a second. Vivi is dead? Vivi is dead. Vivi was hit by a car, and she's dead. Vivi is dead. Amy sits for a minute in complete stillness. She feels her stomach. A horror. Yes, she feels a thick, black, tar-like horror filling her insides. She wants to scream. Vivi is dead. JP called hours ago. Said it was urgent because his ex-wife is dead. The kids. The poor kids. Lorna is watching her. I'm not going to sing out, "Ding dong, the witch is dead," if that's what you're thinking, Amy says. Her eyes fill with tears. Lorna reaches out a hand. I know you're not, honey. This must be confusing for you? A woman is dead. There's nothing confusing about that. It's tragic. Lorna squeezes her hand. And yes, confusing. Amy has to get her phone. She heads into the air-conditioned cool of the salon, but it's as if the salon has completely changed. Vivi is dead. Her phone is clogged with texts from JP. Call me ASAP. Urgent. Amy, call me. Something terrible has happened. They won't put me through at the salon. There are also 16 missed calls. Then more texts. I'm at the house with the kids. Please come. Don't come. I'll meet you at home. Would you cancel our reservations at the Straight Wharf, please? I'll be home later. I can't leave the kids right now. Text me when you get these messages, but don't come to Vivi's. I'll meet you at home. It's the last 3 texts that cut razor-thin lines into Amy's heart. JP doesn't want her at Vivi's. He's with his kids. The 4 of them are mourning together. Amy would be an interloper. She's self-aware enough to realize this. Amy climbs into her car and closes her eyes. For 10 years, Amy has told herself that what happened between JP and Vivi had nothing to do with her. But the stark truth is that Amy could have said no to JP, and by turning him down, she might have propelled him back to his family. She feels a monstrous guilt about her ungenerous thoughts and all the catty and awful comments she made to JP, to Lorna, and, on a few ill-advised occasions, to Vivi's own kids. I'm sorry, Vivi, she thinks. I was jealous, insecure. You cast a long shadow. Your only flaw was that I couldn't compete. You were pretty and fun-loving and hard-working and magnetic, and I was jealous of you. I ate that jealousy, and a lot of donuts, for breakfast each day. But you should know I admired you, though I was never secure enough to say it. Amy turns the key in the ignition. She'll call Straight Wharf in a minute. First, she's going to Hatch's for a bottle of wine, or maybe tequila. Maybe the Casa Dragones that was Vivi's favorite. She will go home alone and drink with her demons. Leo. Leo can't eat. He may never eat again. When Carson says she has a pill, an Ativan, he asks her for 2 and she brings them with a glass of his mother's fresh brewed iced tea with mint. A little while later, the world slows down and grows softer at the edges. Leo's father shows up. He's normally an even-keeled, glass-half-full kind of guy, but now he looks the way that Leo feels, like his heart has been firebombed, his spirit razed. JP starts out with a statement that he must have composed in his head on the ride over. "We're going to figure this out. You aren't alone. I'm here for all of you," JP says. "I'm not your mother, of course," he adds, and then he starts to cry so hard that Willa leads him over to the sofa. He loved her, Leo thinks. He really loved her despite hating her also, which Leo understands a little better after last night. Last night, Marissa, Cruz. Leo was so drunk that there are blank spots, but there are also indelible images, things he wishes were from a dream, but that he knows really happened. Leo isn't sure how he got home, but he does remember pulling his mother's bottle of tequila off the shelf and doing a couple of shots once he was safely in his own kitchen. He wanted what happened at 40th Pole to go away. He wanted the tequila to erase it. For the rest of his life, he will be haunted by the pounding on his door this morning and Cruz shouting, "Wake up, man! Wake up!" Leo had thought Cruz wanted to talk about the night before. It took him whole seconds to process what Cruz was saying. "Your mom went to the hospital. She's hurt, man. Hurt bad." Leo called Willa right away, thinking she would know what to do. She was their mother's second in command. Leo's call woke her up. She didn't know anything about an accident. Cruz was insistent, damn near bawling. He saw Vivi lying on Kingsley. He'd called the paramedics. Vivi was taken away in an ambulance, and they all had to get to the hospital now, right now. Leo woke up Carson, and they'd picked up Willa on the way. Cruz drove his own car, and Leo was glad about that. At the hospital, an unfamiliar doctor told them that Vivi hadn't made it. "She didn't make it" was too gentle a phrase because it sounded like Vivi hadn't made it this time but could maybe try again. "She didn't make it?" Willa said. "She was dead on arrival," the doctor said. Who was this doctor? Someone from off-island, a traveler. This doctor had no idea who Vivi was, so how could he pronounce her dead? Lots of times people from off-island didn't understand the way things were done on Nantucket. Leo wanted to hear from someone he knew, like Dr. Fields. "Where's Dr. Fields?" Leo asked. "Dr. Fields retired last year, I was told," the doctor said. "Would you like me to get the social worker?" Rip showed up and drove Leo and his sisters home. Cruz went to the station to talk to the police because he had been the one to find Vivi on the ground. Leo closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, his father is gone, and his mother's best friend, Savannah Hamilton, is walking into the front room. Savannah takes in Leo and his sisters. They haven't moved in what feels like hours. Leo has no idea what time it is. Then she kneels in front of them, opening her arms. They fall into her. Savannah has a history so broad and so deep with their mother that hugging her and inhaling her familiar perfume is like getting Vivi back for a second. Savannah is single and sophisticated. She has no children and is the founder of Rise, an international children's charity. She owns a townhouse on Marlborough Street in Boston, a place so big that the 3 Quinborough children have their own bedrooms there. She is the godmother of all 3 of them. Whenever the kids asked her why they all had the same godmother, she'd tell them, "Because I'm your mother's only friend." And then on cue, their mother would say, "When you have a friend like Savannah Hamilton, you don't need anyone else." Everyone knew that Vivi put a version of Savannah in each of her books, the only differences being that the friend was named something like Samantha or Hannah and ran a PR firm or an advertising agency instead of a nonprofit. The best friend in Vivi's books was always tall and blonde like Savannah and stylish, wearing only neutral colors. She was fiercely loyal and able to drop everything at any moment to drink coffee or tequila and talk through the protagonist's dramas. The real Savannah was like that, especially the fiercely loyal part, though there were 3 people Savannah championed above Vivi, and those people were Willa, Carson, and Leo. Savannah had made it clear all through their growing up that she would always take their side, even against their mother. "I want to be the adult in your life that I never had," she said. When their crying subsides now, Savannah wipes at her eyes, then pulls a packet of tissues out of her clutch. "Let's blow our noses and try to focus for 1 minute." Leo likes being given instructions. Savannah says, "I will take care of everything. That way we don't have to get into the messy business of your father or Dennis doing it. Where is your mother's phone?" "The police have it," Willa says. "Why is that?" Savannah says. "They have to check it out in case she took a picture or recording or something as she was hit," Willa says. "It's a long shot, but they say they've solved hit and runs that way. They'll return the phone when they're finished with it." "Bring it straight to me, please," Savannah says. "I need to check it," Carson says. "We had a fight this morning, and I sent her an apology text, and I want to make sure she read it." "Oh, Angel Bear," Savannah says. She calls all 3 of them Angel Bear, which started embarrassing Leo in the 5th grade, so she calls him just Bear. "Your mom knows you're sorry. Your mom was one of the most forgiving women I have ever met." Savannah lowers her voice. "Did you happen to notice how lovely and gracious she was with Amy at Leo's graduation party? And throwing it back even further, you do know I had to kick your mother out of my parents' house with nowhere to go her first summer here, and she still stayed my best friend for—" Savannah's voice breaks. 30 years. "I want to make sure, though," Carson says. "We will make sure, baby, I promise," Savannah says. "I'm going to contact Vivi's publisher. Her book comes out July 13th. That will likely go on ahead, but we have to make a formal announcement by Monday, I think. And I will arrange for the funeral at St. Mary's, followed by a reception at the Field and Oar." She pauses. "On my family's membership." "Oh, man," Carson whispers, and she actually kind of smiles. "Mom would love that." She would love it, Leo thinks. When his parents split, the Field and Oar Club membership went to Leo's dad, and the Board of Governors decided not to let Vivi rejoin on her own. When Willa and Rip got married at the club, Vivi had pretended like everything was just fine, but right before the dancing started, Leo's girlfriend, Marissa, reported that she'd seen Vivi crying in the ladies' room. "I wish she knew it," Willa says. "I wish we could tell her." "She knows," Savannah says. "I'm not sure about you guys, but I feel her here." Leo takes in the room. The fireplace that Vivi had repointed, the new hearth, the bookshelves built on the diagonal that Vivi insisted on because she'd seen them on Kelly Wursler's Instagram feed, the giant clock made from salvaged barn boards, the turquoise tweed mid-century sofa that they all called the Gerv. This room reflected Vivi's eclectic taste, as did every room on the first floor of Money Pit. She hadn't renovated the upstairs yet. She was waiting for an unexpected windfall. She died without ever getting the walk-in closet of her dreams. Leo loves Savannah and he's glad she's here, but he can't stay awake another second. "I have to go upstairs," he says. "I have to sleep. My head is pounding." "You drank Mom's tequila," Carson says. "You go to bed, Bear," Savannah says to Leo as she gives him a squeeze. "Frankly, I could use a shot of Vivi's tequila. I wonder where she hid it." Leo climbs the stairs feeling 80 years old instead of 18. His mother is dead. That feels like a big nut he's expected to swallow, even though it's physically impossible. His bedroom is dark, with just an outline of fire pink around his window shade. The sun is going down. His mother woke up today. Today was the last day she was ever alive. He reaches for his phone and, wow, there are a lot of messages. He suspects most of them are from Marissa. Leo broke up with Marissa Lepresti, his girlfriend of nearly 2 years, last night during a bonfire at 40th Pole. Most of the just-graduated senior class was there, and although it wasn't a graduation party per se, those had ended a couple of weeks earlier, it still had a nostalgic feel to it, like, we only have so long before we go our separate ways, and things will never be the same, so we'd better enjoy this now. Leo was having a beer a few yards away from the lip of the fire pit and talking to Cruz. Because Dartmouth was on the quarter system, Cruz would have a week free in November when he could come out to Boulder and they could ski Loveland Pass. Marissa had overheard the conversation. "I can't believe you're making plans with Cruz and not me," she said. Then she smirked at Cruz. "Black people don't even ski." Cruz had laughed the comment off. "This one does." Leo finished his beer and crumpled the can. He was sick of Marissa's jealousy and her insecurity and the casually racist remarks she tossed at Cruz. He said to Marissa, "Apologize to the man, please." "I was joking," Marissa said, and she hugged Cruz. "He knows I'm joking. I obviously realize that Cruz skis. He went with you to Stowe last year." "Then why say it?" Leo asked. "It's cool, bruh," Cruz said. He held up his palms. "I'm impossible to offend, Marissa. I thought you'd learned that." But Leo couldn't shake it off this time. "Marissa, come with me for a second." Leo led Marissa down the beach away from the raging fire and the bass line of Lil Uzi Vert, and she reached for his hand, maybe thinking he wanted to fool around in the dunes. He stuffed his hands in his pants pockets, and once they were at the waterline, well out of earshot of everyone, he said, simply, so there could be no misunderstanding, "I want to break up." She laughed. "What? Because of that?" He knew I was kidding, Leo. "I'm tired of your jabs and your cute little comments. It's like you can't help yourself. You have to find a way to throw shade at Cruz." "He hogs your attention. You have to admit, he's my best friend. I've known him way longer than I've known you." Leo shook his head. "But that's not the point. The point is, I think we'll both be happier if we spend the summer apart and then go our own ways without any emotional entanglements." "You sound like your mother," Marissa said. "She hates me, you know. She never wanted us to get this serious." "She thinks we're too young." "What about Willa and Rip? They're married." Marissa wrapped her arms around Leo. "And we're getting married. You even said so." Leo knew he was guilty of indulging Marissa's fantasy of the two of them getting married after they graduated from college. For most of their relationship, Leo had been content to go along with whatever Marissa wanted just to keep the peace. But those days were over. "Sorry, Marissa. I don't want to be with you anymore." "You're drunk." "I've had one beer. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm doing." He sighed. "I just want to be free." There had been more discussion. Marissa trying to persuade him to take it back. Marissa telling him he'd be sorry. Marissa apologizing for the times she'd been cruel. She couldn't help it, she said. She had father issues. Marissa getting angry and calling Leo names. Marissa crying, and finally, Marissa storming off, which came as a relief. Leo pulled another beer out of the ice-filled trash can and found Cruz, who was sitting by the fire talking to his girlfriend, Jasmine Kelly, who was going to Vanderbilt in the fall. "That's done," Leo said. "I broke up with her." Jasmine made a noise of disbelief with her lips, and Leo said, "I'm serious. It's over. No turning back." "Whoa," Cruz said. "Are we staying or going?" "Staying," Leo said. "But I need something stronger than this beer." There are at least a dozen missed calls from Marissa in the midnight hour while Leo was still at the party. The last missed call was at 1:27, and then they dropped off. She must have fallen asleep. There's one text from her sent at noon today. It says, "Alexis told me what happened to your mom. I'm so sorry. Alexis says Cruz is a suspect." Cruz is not a suspect, Leo thinks. Cruz was the one who found Vivi. There's a string of texts from Cruz. "The police impounded my car. Forensics has to check it. My dad came and got me. I'm home. I'm not sure when you'll get this, but you need to clean your phone. There's gonna be a text from Peter Bridgman, a photo. Delete it. I'm home. Call me. She was my mom, too. Delete that photo, man. Please. We can talk about it later. Or not." Leo scrolls back to a time he now thinks of not as morning or last night, but when Mom was alive. Sure enough, a text from maybe Peter, attachment 1 image. Leo clicks on it and immediately leans over to dry heave. No, he thinks. He breaks out in a sweat. Peter Bridgman took this? Leo races for the bathroom and dry heaves into the toilet, then realizes he has left the photo open on his bed where anyone could see it. He runs back out, snaps up his phone, deletes the photo, then deletes it from his deleted file. Should he call Peter? He has never liked the kid, and they had that fight last fall when Peter got in Leo's face. Leo had wanted to whip him so badly, but there were people around to break it up. And Leo supposed he was grateful for that. Peter is sort of family. Willa's husband, Rip, is Peter's uncle. Who else did Peter send this picture to other than Cruz? Leo could call and threaten Peter, but by now, Peter would have heard about Vivi, and even low-life Peter Bridgman would feel bad for Leo, so hopefully he'll delete the picture, and that will be the end of that. But Leo fears it's just the beginning. Nantucket. When the news breaks that the writer Vivi Howe has been killed in a hit-and-run off the Nantucket Road, everyone has something to say. She was a local. She had lived on Nantucket for over 25 years, but she wasn't a native. She was from Pennsylvania? Ohio? That made her a wash-ashore. A few years earlier, the editor of the Nantucket Standard, Jordan Randolph, had pointed out an error in one of Vivi Howe's novels. She had referred to a ferry unloading at Steamship Wharf rather than Steamboat Wharf, and he'd verbally flogged her in his weekly editorial, saying that if she couldn't get the basics of Nantucket correct, then she had no place writing about this island. This was met with backlash. The ferries were run by the Steamship Authority, so nearly all of us, wash-ashore and native, called it Steamship Wharf. Honor Prentice, who was a fifth-generation Nantucketer, wrote a letter to the editor saying that even he called it Steamship Wharf. Advantage, Vivi. Most of the small business owners in town loved Vivi because her books drove tourism. In particular, they brought in day trippers with money to spend. When Vivi set a scene in her books at a specific restaurant, people wanted to eat there. When a character bought a dress at a certain boutique, her readers wanted to shop there. Vivi was also blamed for the downside of tourism. As Lucinda Quinborough sat in a line of cars at the intersection by the high school, she said to her best friend and bridge partner, Penny Rosen, "This is all Vivi's fault, you know." And Penny said, "You'll blame anything on Vivi." It had been a big deal 10 years earlier when Vivi and her husband, JP Quinborough, divorced. Some of us knew it was because JP fell for Amy Van Pelt, his young employee at the wine shop, which we never set foot in because the prices were so inflated. JP caused conversations to awkwardly stop wherever he went. The Nickel for sandwiches, Marine Home Center for paint, the Chamber of Commerce for business after hours, because no one knew what to say to him except, "Wake up, man." Vivi moved out, and when her new novel, Along the South Shore, proved to be a breakout book, she went on tour for so long that some of us thought she had left the island for good. But eventually, Vivi returned, and after a while, she seemed to recover. She bought a house on Kingsley that looked great on paper, though once Vivi moved in, leaks sprung and she discovered the fancy wine fridge was on the fritz, and there was a pervasive smell of rot at the base of the stairs, and she could hear mice, or rats, in the ceiling, and she realized she had bought a money pit and decided that would become the official name of the house. She kept the tradespeople among us busy for years. Her contractor, Marky Mark, her plumber, her cute electrician, Surfer Boy, and the person she revered above everyone else, her landscaper, Anastasia. Vivi seemed to be flourishing, and we cheered her on. The news of her death was a shock. The Springers had seen Cruz DeSantis kneeling by the body at the scene. They pulled over to ask what happened, but Cruz was too upset to say anything other than that the ambulance was on its way. Had Cruz DeSantis been the one to hit her? We hoped not. Cruz DeSantis was a shining star of the just-graduated senior class. He was going to Dartmouth on a full ride, which is a testament to his father, Joe, who owns the Nickel Sandwich Shop on Oak Street. The Nickel is tiny, but its influence in our community is outsize. Anyone who has ever had Joe's deviled egg salad with crispy bacon and lamb's lettuce on toasted olive sourdough, or his grilled salmon with fresh spinach and raspberry dill aioli on a soft brioche roll will tell you. They may be just sandwiches, but there's a reason why the Nickel is #1 on Nantucket's TripAdvisor in the category Restaurants Downtown. Joe DeSantis served in Iraq with the storied 82nd Airborne. He's not only an American hero, he's a Nantucket hero. He brings the day's leftover sandwiches, when there are any, to the fire station or to Nantucket Cottage Hospital or to the AA meetings at St. Paul's Episcopal. He donates gift certificates to every island nonprofit. You almost hated to ask the man for anything because he never said no. Joe is also an extremely good listener. He called the sandwich shop the Nickel because of the old Peanuts cartoon of Lucy offering advice for 5 cents. A framed picture of this cartoon hangs on the wall of the shop. Cruz is as generous, good-hearted, and hard-working as Joe. Cruz bought the GP drives with money he earned at his 2 summer jobs. He stocks shelves at the Stop and Shop and tutors kids in math and science. We can't stand the thought of Cruz's future in jeopardy because of this accident. All we know for sure is that he was at the scene. Alexis Lepresti was working the desk at the Nantucket Police Department when the call came in that Vivi had been killed. She has been trained not to divulge any police business under penalty of losing her job, but those of us who know Alexis realize that she does not believe the rules apply to her. She texted her sister, Marissa, immediately. Vivi Howe was killed in a hit-and-run. They're questioning Cruz. Falco saw him run a stop sign a couple minutes before it happened. Marissa Lepresti had driven out Eel Point Road to a sheltered, shallow saltwater pond called the Bathtub, where her mother used to bring her and Alexis when they were little. Almost nobody hung out at the bathtub. Buggy and stagnant were words that came to mind, and sure enough, Marissa found it deserted. Once there, she searched through the Jeep, found her phone. It had fallen under the passenger side seat, and studied the picture that had been sent to her by Peter Bridgman. At that moment, the text from Alexis came in. Vivi was dead. The police were questioning Cruz. An officer had seen Cruz run a stop sign and go speeding down Surfside Road. Oh my God, Marissa thought. Marissa drove her Jeep straight into the bathtub, then sacrificed her phone to the icky, squelchy bottom, waded out, and walked, soaking wet, over the dunes to Eel Point to find help. The Chief. The traffic homicide investigator arrives from the Cape. Her name is Lisa Hitt. She's 50 or so, and what some people might call a dynamo. She has long brunette hair, lots of energy, and always a big smile, even in the gravest of circumstances. As the chief is driving her to the scene, he tells her what he knows. When he says the name of the deceased, Vivi Howe, Lisa cries out, "No!" She slaps the dashboard in front of her. "No, no, no! She's my favorite author! This is going to sound so stupid, but I follow her on Instagram. I've seen pictures of her kids. I've watched videos of her home improvements. In fact, when I heard I was needed over here, I booked a room at the Nantucket Hotel because that's the hotel Vivi mentions in her books. She calls it the Castle, and I made a reservation at Nautilus because that's Vivi's favorite restaurant." Lisa pauses. "I can't believe Vivi Howe is dead. I think I'm going to cry." "There's no crying in forensics," the chief thinks. "We're here," he says. He pulls over just shy of the turnoff to Kingsley. Smith has replaced Falco and is directing traffic around the cordoned-off area. The chief sees that bouquets are already piling up on the corner. He hasn't yet told Andrea that Vivi Howe is dead, but she might know by now. It's a small island. The Nantucket forensics van pulls in right behind them, and Lisa Hitt gets to work. They call her Lisa Hit and Run, the chief remembers now, taking photographs, measuring what tracks she can find in the road, collecting samples of Vivi Howe's blood from the sand and dirt. "It looks like the person backed up here," Lisa says, pointing to a section of tracks. "But there aren't any skid marks. And there's more than one set of tires here. It's impossible to know if these are from the vehicle that hit the victim, the vehicle of the person who found her, or someone else entirely." She stands up. "You have one vehicle impounded?" The chief nods. Cruz's Jeep. "And we'll get her clothes from the ME? The body is being sent to the mainland for an autopsy?" "Yes." The chief has a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. He hates what Falco said about Cruz running a stop sign and then taking off like a bat out of hell down Surfside. Falco should have pulled him over. That's why police stop speeding cars, so something like this doesn't happen. Why hadn't Falco just done his job? Vivi was, 5'3"? And weighed 100 pounds soaking wet? If she got hit head-on by a car going 25 or so, there might not even be a dent in the fender. "But there might be," the chief says. "But there might be," Lisa agrees. "You recall the words of Edmund Locard, right, Chief?" The chief hasn't the foggiest. "Every contact leaves a trace," Lisa says. Ed feels sick. He has arrested friends before, even assisted in FBI stings of friends, but he has never experienced the conflicting emotions that he feels now. "Let me look at the car you have," Lisa says. "You know the driver?" "I do. Miss Howe knew him well. He's friends with her son." Lisa gasps. "I hope you aren't talking about Cruz. Vivi posted pictures of Cruz all the time. She called him her fourth child." The chief nods. Lisa sighs. "This is all very life-imitating art here, Chief. I feel like I'm living in one of Vivi Howe's novels." She smiles wistfully. "They usually have happy endings." "Not today," the chief says. Falco seeing Cruz run the stop sign isn't the only thing bothering the chief. The other is Cruz claiming he was driving to the Howe residence from his house, which is nowhere near Hooper Farm. so one of them is either mistaken or lying. The chief doesn't like this one bit. And, of course, no matter who did it, a woman is still dead, and 3 children are left without a mother. Vivi. The green door opens and Martha enters Vivi's boho chic paradise with a different Hermès scarf wound through her hair and knotted at her neck in a way you couldn't possibly get right unless you worked for Hermès or were the editor of French Vogue. "I like what you did with the scarf," is what Vivi says instead of, "What are you doing here?" or "Why are you always sneaking up on me?" "I come when you need me," Martha says, because apparently Martha can read her mind. "Do I need you now?" "Yes. Today is your funeral, Vivian." "I know." Vivi has been watching the preparations below. The police have closed Federal Street between India and Cambridge. They do that only when they're expecting a very large crowd. Vivi and Martha stand at the big window and peer down just as Rip's Yukon is ushered through the crowd by the police. Vivi watches her children clamber out and onto the sidewalk in front of the church. Vivi stifles a sob. She isn't sure why she still has emotions and such strong, soul-searing pain. Isn't that something you let go of when you die? "Only once you join the choir," Martha says. "While you're watching from here, you remain hostage to your feelings." "Ugh," Vivi says, "I can't bear it." "We don't have to watch," Martha says. "Lots of people choose to pass on this part." "They do?" Vivi says. That seems absurd. She isn't going to miss her own funeral. No way. It's bad enough her body isn't there. Her body has been sent to the Cape in the cargo hold of the steamship. No dignity for an autopsy. But the kids and Savannah decided to hold the memorial service today, Wednesday, which Vivi agrees is wise. To drag out holding a service would mean to drag out everyone's grief and mourning. Vivi's publisher, Midst and Hoopa, which Vivi long ago nicknamed Mr. Hooper, an homage to the Sesame Street grocer of her childhood, has arranged for an online memorial service tomorrow. Boom, boom, Vivi thinks. She'll be old news by the end of the week. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself," Martha says. "Let's stay in the moment, shall we? And appreciate the wonderful turnout." Rip and Leo are wearing navy blazers and khaki pants. Leo's pants have a ketchup stain on the thigh. Vivi knows those pants were last worn during graduation. Right after the ceremony, Leo and Cruz and a bunch of their other buddies went to Lola Burger. The pants have been sitting on the floor of Leo's bedroom since then. Vivi sighs. She did her kids' laundry, reluctantly, but only if the clothes made it into the hamper in the hallway. She didn't go into Leo's or Carson's room looking for them. When Willa lived at home, she always did her own laundry. This seemed like a reasonable rule when Vivi was alive, but now she regrets not doing a better job. Already, Leo looks like a kid without a mother. Willa is wearing some black linen Eileen Fisher schmata that couldn't be less flattering. It's always been Willa's style to hide her body rather than flaunt it. Carson is the flaunter. She has raided Vivi's closet and chosen the most inappropriate black dress imaginable, a see-through lace Colette Dinnigan, vintage 2007, that Vivi splurged on after she sold the Hungarian rights to Five Star Island. The dress is supposed to be worn with a strapless black slip, but Carson is wearing it with a strapless nude slip, so it appears, at first glance, that Carson is naked underneath. She's also wearing Vivi's black studded Christian Louboutin stilettos. Carson looks like she's heading to an S&M club in East Berlin. She's gorgeous, breathtaking, but wow, inappropriate. Why didn't Savannah steer her towards something a little more subdued? At that moment, Savannah steps out of the church. She's in a navy sheath, that has a block of happy yellow at the hem. When Vivi blinks, tears fall. Savannah only wears clothes that are black, white, beige, or denim blue, with gold and silver thrown in for evening. And Vivi recalls telling Savannah many times in late-night drunken conversations that when she died, in the vague and distant future, she wanted Savannah to wear color to her funeral. Savannah remembered, and she'd done it, because Savannah Hamilton is a best friend for the ages. The expression on Savannah's face when she sees Carson's outfit tells Vivi that Savannah did suggest something more modest, and Carson ignored her. Surprise, surprise. Savannah beckons, and the kids trudge up the steps. Willa and Carson are holding hands? Has Vivi's death brought them together? Was that what it took for them to realize they're sisters? How many times had Vivi pulled her girls away from each other, their faces flushed, Willa with angry pink scratch marks down her cheeks, Carson's green eyes flashing with fury and guilt. After one of their slapping and hair-pulling fights, she'd said to them, "I would have given anything in this world to have been blessed with a sister." Martha pipes up. "Sisters can be a mixed bag." She gives a weary laugh. "Having a sister doesn't always mean an automatic best friend." "Did something happen between you and Mary Beth?" Vivi asks. "Story for another day," Martha says. Savannah shepherds the kids inside, and the doors close behind them, leaving everyone else to bake out on the street. Dennis arrives. He's wearing his gray suit even though Vivi told him at Willa's wedding that the pants were a bit tight in the seat and the gray a little too corporate for Nantucket. Despite the grown-up attire, Dennis looks as lost and sad as a little boy. The only person Vivi confided to about her split from Dennis, "I need space, the book is coming out, away on tour. Think it would be best if you stopped spending the night. You might want to start dating someone else, and if you do, I totally understand," was Savannah. Savannah felt Vivi needed to pull out the hatchet and make a swift, clean break. "It will feel cruel in the moment," Savannah said, "but it's kinder in the long run." "I'm sorry, Dennis," Vivi thinks. If she had known she was going to die, she might have spared him the indignity of the breakup. She wishes she could set Dennis up with one of the single women from her bar class. "You can make that happen," Martha says, "but you'll have to use one of your nudges." No, Vivi thinks. She isn't going to squander one of her nudges on Dennis's future romantic happiness. He'll have to find someone on his own. Vivi sees Marissa Lepresti show up. Her dress gives the Colette Dinnigan a run for its money. It's a backless black mini dress with a plunging neckline and cutouts at the sides. It's the same dress Marissa wore to Money Pit for Christmas dinner last year. Vivi had raised her eyebrows then and offered Marissa a sweater, and Marissa had given Vivi an incredulous look, as if to say that a sweater would completely negate the point of the dress. Marissa is attended by her sister Alexis, 5 years older, and her mother Candace, who, thanks to a lot of Botox, looks only 5 years older than Alexis. Candace Lepresti is a consultant for the luxury hotel industry. She travels all the time for work, to the Oberoi in Mumbai, to the Mandarin Oriental in Kanawhan. While the girls were in middle school and high school, respectively, she left them at home with her mother, who was quite elderly and senile. This arrangement had the appearance of propriety, of checking the box of girls chaperoned, but Vivi happens to know that Alexis, at least, had run wild. It is oh so ironic that Alexis now works at the police station, because Alexis Lepresti was a very bad teenager. "You shouldn't judge," Martha says. True, Vivi thinks. Carson wasn't much better. Once Leo and Marissa started dating, Marissa handled her mother's absences by basically living at Money Pit, often staying an entire weekend. "My mom's away," she would say on Friday afternoon when she showed up with her Louis Vuitton keep-all, an exorbitantly expensive piece of luggage that her mother had given her in place of love, manners, and a sense of responsibility. Wow, Vivi really is judgy today. Alexis and Marissa let their mother lead them into the church. Vivi wonders why Marissa didn't come with Leo. And where is Cruz? Vivi sees JP ascending the stairs. Vivi wonders if he'll start slapping backs and chatting people up. But no, he slips into the church without so much as a wave to anyone. Where is Amy? Vivi wonders. Did JP leave her to the tedious business of parking the car, or did she, wisely, decide not to come? Martha clears her throat. "She's not coming?" Vivi says. Martha ever so slightly shakes her head, and Vivi feels relief. Maybe she is an evil and vengeful person, but she is happy that the woman who stole her husband isn't going to sit in church, up front with her children, and pretend to mourn. The doors to the church open, and people file inside. There are a few late arrivals. Vivi notices Cruz and Joe DeSantis marching down India Street. Joe has a firm hand on Cruz's back and is pushing him along. Cruz, Vivi thinks. She'd expected him to be inside already, sitting with her kids. Cruz says, "I'll wait out here." Joe says, "After all that woman did for you, after all the meals she fed you, all the books she lent you, that beautiful letter of recommendation she wrote, the genuine love she showed you day in and day out since you've been in short pants, you're coming inside, son." "No," Cruz says. He squares his shoulders and locks his arms across his chest. Vivi can hardly believe her eyes. Cruz never defies his father, and for good reason. Joe DeSantis is as tall and unyielding as a brick wall, and he has a deep, commanding voice. He's not scary exactly, or intimidating, but the man has a distinguished presence. Cruz usually respects and obeys him. "I never thought the day would come that I would say this, but I'm disappointed in you." Joe opens the church door, dips his fingers in the holy water, and genuflects. Then the door closes. Cruz takes a shuddering breath. Something is wrong, Vivi thinks. Something is really wrong. He looks skyward, squinting behind his glasses. Does he see me? Vivi wonders. No, Martha says. We've been over this. Does he sense me? She wonders. Cruz follows his father into the church. Vivi spies a man hurrying down Main Street. He turns left at the hub, heading for the church. It's Zach Bridgman. Well, okay, there have been latecomers to every church service in the history of the world, and today, for Vivi's memorial, the latecomer is Zach. Pamela must already be inside, seated with the elder Bonhams. Zach takes the church steps 2 at a time on the diagonal. When he opens the door, Vivi hears organ music and sees everyone rise. Time to go inside. But instead of going up to the front, Zach slides into the far corner of the vestibule. Huh, Vivi says. Maybe he has to get back to the control tower. Maybe he wants to sneak a cigarette. Maybe he doesn't want to call attention to his tardiness by walking to the front of the church while everyone is watching. This will make sense to you later, Martha says. Martha is starting to annoy Vivi. She knows everything. She's the omniscient narrator that Vivi never asked for. Vivi prefers close third person. Sorry, not sorry, Martha says. Is there something going on with Zach? Vivi says. Martha nods. Well, okay then, Vivi thinks. She's a novelist. She's intrigued. The processional hymn is Love divine, all loves excelling, one of Vivi's favorites. So someone, Willa, listened to Vivi on the rare occasions when they made it to church, and Vivi mentioned that she'd like this hymn sung at her funeral. After the hymn, everyone sits. The kids are in the first pew, sandwiched between JP and Savannah. The three of them are a soggy, weeping mess. As a mother, Vivi wasn't perfect, not even close. Willa, for example, wanted Vivi to be more like Rip's mother, Tink Bonham, cool, elegant, reserved. Vivi was, admittedly, none of these things. She occasionally ate noisily and snorted when she laughed, and she swore like a sailor, and she honked and flipped people off when she drove, but only off-island, and she ugly cried at sad movies and video clips of servicemen and women returning from overseas and surprising their kids at school. All of this embarrassed Willa and, Vivi thought, inspired just the tiniest bit of disdain. Carson, meanwhile, wore her disdain for Vivi like a neon feather boa. Vivi often felt like she could do nothing right in Carson's eyes. Any détente, any period of friendship and affection was always temporary and followed by a blow-up, such as the fight they had the morning Vivi died. And yet, Carson is sobbing like she's holding her own broken heart in her hands. Leo is usually the stoic. When he dislocated his shoulder in a middle school lacrosse game, he didn't make a sound. He never cried getting shots as a baby. He had a high tolerance for pain and discomfort. His sisters used to fling him around, draw on him, dress him up. Willa once dropped him on his head in their gravel driveway. Vivi thought Leo might meet the fact of her death with quiet strength, and while there are occasional flickers of that, he takes a breath, mops his face, focuses. He always dissolves again. My babies, she thinks. They need me. I never had to be their best friend. I never had to be cool or funny. I didn't have to make all those snacks or bring them treats from the grocery store or lavish them with gifts the Christmas that JP and I split. I didn't have to drive them to the beach, picking up half a dozen friends on the way, when they could just as easily have ridden their bikes. All I had to do was hug them, kiss them, rock them to sleep, read to them, tell them I was proud of them and that I was happy, so happy that they were mine. I'm here, she thinks. I'm here. Vivi wants to let the kids know she's watching. Should she use one of the nudges? What would she do? Have a car drive past blaring Spirit in the Night by the Boss? Create a spontaneous, out-of-nowhere lightning storm? I want to use one of my nudges, Vivi says. Let the kids know I'm here. I'd wait, Martha says, until they need you. Are you not watching? They need me now. They're fine, Martha says. This is normal. Vivi supposes it is normal. Their mother died suddenly, without warning, and they had no time to prepare or say goodbye. The thing is, Vivi knows exactly how they feel. Just like that, she sucked out of this church and plopped into the front row at St. John Bosco Catholic Church in Parma, Ohio. It's February 18th, 1987. Vivi is 17 years old, a senior in high school. Her applications to college have all been mailed in, and her father has just killed himself by running the family car, a 1982 Ford Country Squire station wagon, in the garage. Her father's death is not only a tragedy, a person dying in the prime of his life, it's also a scandal. There are whispers in the church, in the neighborhood, and in the community as a whole. Why did he do it? Was there a note? There was no note. No explanation. Vivi's father, Frank Howe, works for the phone company, Ohio Bell. He's a manager, so he wears a shirt and tie to the office but no jacket. Vivi knows nothing about his work life. What it is he manages, she has no idea and doesn't ask. Once a year, Vivi and her mother Nancy go to the company picnic, which is held at Frank's boss's house in a subdivision that's nicer than the house. Mr. Ricard, the boss, has an in-ground pool and a tiki bar, and Vivi appreciates these things, even though she dreads the company picnic because she's expected to hang out with the other employee kids, none of whom she knows. She always brings a book and spends the afternoon on a chaise reading. On the way home, her mother always calls her antisocial, and Vivi shrugs and says under her breath, "Sit on it." One year when Vivi attends this picnic, her reading is interrupted by the sound of a barbershop quartet singing Coney Island Baby. This is startling enough, but Vivi sits bolt upright when she realizes that the man singing the baritone part is her father. Vivi didn't know her father could sing. How and when did he learn the harmonies, the lyrics? This is the first time Vivi thinks of her father as a person, someone who has talents and interests of his own. Vivi's mother is deeply, almost painfully religious. Her idea of interior decorating is to hang up as many crucifixes as possible. She's the head secretary at the church rectory. She's on a first-name basis with the priests and knows the business of all of the parishioners. Everyone calls her a saint. She organizes the canned food drives, the clothing drives, the relief for the famine in Ethiopia. She ministers to the sick and the elderly when the priests are busy. She volunteers at the battered women's shelter. She runs the soup kitchen and leads the women's Bible study. Only Vivi and her father know that Nancy isn't a saint. At home, she's dictatorial and impatient. It's her way or the highway. Nancy Howe is in a constant battle with her weight, and Vivi and Frank are casualties, even though they're both thin as rails. If Nancy is on a diet, which she always is, Vivi and Frank are on a diet. They eat bizarre and awful dishes like lasagna made with cottage cheese, dry-broiled fish fillets, sugar-free cake. They say grace before dinner, holding hands. Vivi's mother goes on and on for full minutes while dinner grows cold. Nancy smokes like a chimney, though always outside in the garage. Everyone is allowed one vice, she says. This is the only thing that lets Vivi know her mother is human. On Saturday mornings, Vivi and her father go to the Perkins in Middleburg Heights for breakfast, while her mother works at the soup kitchen or picks up floral arrangements for the weekend services. Both Vivi and her father look forward to these breakfasts all week. They always sit in the same hunter green vinyl booth and have the same waitress, Cindy, who has a high ponytail and wears bright pink lipstick. "It wouldn't be Saturday without my two favorite customers," Cindy always says. "Coffee?" Yes, Vivi is allowed to drink coffee at these breakfasts. Cindy brings Vivi her own silver pitcher of cream and the sugar dispenser. Then Vivi and Frank pore over the huge laminated menu and order whatever they want. Scrambled eggs and bacon and sausage, or hash browns and lightly buttered rye toast that comes with little packets of jelly, or pancakes that have a fluffy dollop of butter on top, or waffles with strawberries and whipped cream, or French toast sprinkled with powdered sugar, or omelets oozing with cheese and soft brown onions and tomato and green pepper. Frank brings the plain dealer, and he gives Vivi a section to read, which makes her feel grown up and also keeps her from eating too fast. They savor not only the food, but the freedom from Vivi's mother's rules and regulations, her diets and diatribes. The real grace that Vivi experiences growing up are these stolen hours in a chain restaurant sitting across from her father as they scrape the syrup off their plates with the backs of their forks, and Frank winks at his daughter and slides 2 quarters across the table so Vivi can go buy her horoscope from the vending machine in the breezeway while he pays their bill and leaves Cindy a tip. At 17 years old, Vivi can't understand why her father would kill himself, so she assumes that, like the barbershop quartet, he had been keeping some things secret. Had he been fired? No. Had he been in financial trouble? No. Although, because he committed suicide, the life insurance policy is null and void, and Vivi and her mother have lost their main breadwinner. Did he have a lover? This doesn't seem likely, though Vivi wonders about their waitress Cindy because she's the only other woman Vivi saw her father interact with on a regular basis. What can Vivi do but blame the only person left, her mother? Nancy Howe is responsible for Frank's suicide because she made their lives so cheerless and dull. There are bitter fights in the days that follow Frank Howe's death. One starts when Vivi overhears her mother telling someone on the phone that by killing himself, Frank had chosen to spend eternity in hell. "How dare you!" Vivi screams once her mother hangs up. "My father is not in hell!" Nancy Howe's expression remains unchanged as she lights a cigarette. Now that Frank is dead, she has started smoking in the house. "He committed a cardinal sin." She exhales. "I don't make the rules, Vivian Rose. God does." Vivi has a boyfriend named Brett Caspian. They started dating back in September, right as senior year began. They're a bit of an odd couple because Vivi is a goody two-shoes. She takes honors classes and she's the editor of the school literary magazine. Brett Caspian is a druggie. He has long feathered hair. He wears flannel shirts and jeans and clunky Timberland boots. He smokes and is the lead singer and guitarist for a band called Escape from Ohio. Escape from Ohio plays at all the high school beer parties, and although Vivi rarely goes to the beer parties, she's usually home studying, she has been to one or two and thinks the band is pretty good. The second week of school, Vivi is chosen to attend a fiction writing workshop given by a famous author over at Normandy High. The 3-day workshop is transformative. Vivi is something of a shining star, singled out by the famous author for her short story about an overweight housewife who thinks her husband is having an affair, only to discover that he's been singing in a barbershop quartet. The only problem with the 3-day workshop is that Vivi has missed 3 days of her regular classes: AP European History, AP Physics, and AP Calculus. She stays after school to make up a quiz in calculus. It's the first quiz of the year on derivatives. Vivi's calculus teacher, Mr. Emery, also happens to have detention duty, and the only kid in detention that day is Brett Caspian. Brett is sitting 2 rows ahead and 1 seat to Vivi's left, lounging like he's at the beach, his feet up on the chair in front of him. He has his binder on the desk and a pen with a chewed cap in his hand, but he makes no move to do any homework. Instead, he taps the pen in a complicated drum rhythm, staring at the ceiling first and then at Mr. Emery, who is completely immersed in grading papers. Vivi does her best to ignore Brett Caspian, though the tapping is distracting. She looks up and starts to ask him to please stop, but as soon as she takes a breath, he turns and winks at her. Is it fair to say this wink changes Vivi's life? Her whole body flushes, and she can no longer concentrate on derivatives. It must have been a sarcastic wink because, in high school in 1986, Vivian Howe isn't someone who gets winked at. She's wearing a khaki A-line skirt and a petal pink polo and a pair of off-brand boat shoes that she begged her mother for at Higbee's. She's a devotee of the official preppy handbook and tries to create the looks on a budget. The looks are not sexy or inviting. Mrs. Shepherd from the office buzzes through on the intercom. "Dave, you have a phone call." Mr. Emery's head pops up. He looks disoriented, like he's been asleep or underwater. He blinks at Vivi and Brett as though he has no idea who they are or what they're doing in his classroom. He stands up. "Be right back." Vivi, when you're finished, leave the quiz on my desk, please. Brett says, Aren't you afraid I'm going to tell her all the answers? Mr. Emery surprises them both by laughing, then leaves the room. Now they're alone. Vivi tries to concentrate on the numbers and letters. The derivative of x squared is 2x. The derivative of 2x is 2. She finishes the quiz no problem. 10 minutes has passed and Mr. Emery still isn't back. Vivi finds herself reluctant to leave. She double-checks, then triple-checks her answers. Finally, she can dawdle no longer. She drops her quiz on Mr. Emery's desk. She knows that Brett Caspian is watching her. He's cute, she decides. She never realized this before because he's a druggie and therefore not her type, not even her species. When she collects her books, he says, Well, I'm not hanging out here any longer. Vivi says, You're going to leave detention? Aren't you afraid they'll double down if you do that? Nah, Brett says. Dave will let me slide. Dave? He's friends with my parents, Brett says. They bowl together at Maple Lanes. Vivi is astonished to hear this. She doesn't think of someone like Brett Caspian as even having parents, never mind parents who bowl with a teacher. Anyway, if you don't want to wait for the sports bus, I can drive you home, Brett says. Vivi practically has to pick herself up off the floor. Okay, she says. They're like Judd Nelson and Molly Ringwald from the Breakfast Club. Or close enough. They became a couple. By October, Vivi has traded in her A-line skirts for Jordache jeans and her boat shoes for Chuck Taylors. Brett picks her up on Friday nights, and they go together to Byers Field to watch the football games, though neither of them is the rah-rah type, and then they head to Antonio's for pizza. On Saturdays, they do a few laps around the Parmatown Mall, one of Brett's hands possessively in the back pocket of Vivi's new jeans, and his other hand holding a cigarette. Sometimes they go to a movie at the mall. Sometimes Vivi goes to the high school parties where Brett's band is playing. Afterward, they drive around Parma and Seven Hills in Brett's Buick Skylark, playing 100.7 WMMS, the greatest rock station in America, right there in Cleveland, so loud that the soles of Vivi's shoes vibrate against the dashboard as the crisp Ohio air rushes in through the open windows. They park on State Road Hill or the Canal Road over in Independence and make out. They go to second base. They go to third base. They say, I love you too, I love you more, I am so in love with you. The feeling is so fresh out of the box, so wondrous, that they believe they are the first people ever to experience this kind of love. They believe they invented it. Vivi goes with Brett to band practice, which is held in his buddy Wayne Curtis's garage. Wayne Curtis plays bass, and Roy, who has already graduated, plays the drums. Vivi knows Roy. He has a smart sister in the grade below Vivi. Wayne and Roy don't act one way or another when Vivi comes to practice. They mostly ignore her, though once Roy asks where she's applying to college, and when she tells him, Duke, UNC, UVA, he whistles. Anywhere is fine as long as I don't end up a Buckeye, Vivi says. I hear ya, Roy says. The band's name, after all, is Escape from Ohio. The secret truth is that after Vivi falls in love with Brett, she falls in love with Ohio. With only her guidance counselor's knowledge, she applies to Denison, Kenyon, Oberlin. She and Brett talk about getting married when they're in their 20s and moving downtown into a condo with a view of the lake. Then, when they have children, they'll buy a house in Shaker Heights. Their kids will have the same sensible Midwestern upbringing that they've had. At the beginning of November, they go all the way. They're in the back seat of the Skylark, parked in the woods by the canal trail entrance. and the key is turned in the ignition just enough to keep the heater blowing its dry, hot air. There's some positioning required, and for a second, it's like a game of Twister. Vivi feels the ridged vinyl against her bare back, her clothes now mixed with Brett's in the shallow wells of the car floor. Vivi pulses like a white-hot star. The pleasure and ache of Brett inside of her brings her to tears, and she ends up crying. They are both crying a little, because it's Brett's first time as well. And wow, just wow. After Vivi's father dies in February, Brett writes her a song. It's called Golden Girl, and at first, Vivi is confused by the title because she has very long, very dark hair. But once she hears the lyrics, she realizes the golden is metaphorical. Vivi is Brett's golden girl. She's his sunshine, his light, his treasure, his prize. She's the fire in his eyes. Vivi would have loved the song even if it stunk, but she can tell it's good, very good, maybe even good enough to be played on WMMS. With Vivi's father gone, Brett Caspian becomes everything to her. He's her sword and shield, her security blanket, her therapist, her best friend. His love is her oxygen. She will do whatever she must in order to keep him. Back on Nantucket, at Our Lady of the Isle, the priest gives the gospel reading and then the homily, which feels sort of generic to Vivi, but it's her own fault for going to church only on Christmas Eve and Easter. Father Reed once mentioned to Vivi that his elderly aunt enjoyed her novels, and Vivi dropped off a signed large print edition of The Photographer at the rectory the very next day. But Father Reed doesn't mention that in the homily. It's more about death in general and how it's really a birth into the kingdom of God. The homily is boring enough that the crying stops, but once Father is finished, Savannah ascends to the pulpit, and you can hear a pin drop. Vivi takes the moment when Savannah is reviewing her notes to scan the church. Her gaze alights briefly on the front row. The kids are watching Savannah with rapt attention. JP is bent over with his head in his hands. Dennis is on the other side of the church sitting next to Candace Lepresti, Alexis, and Marissa, which is as good a place for him as any. Joe DeSantis is on the aisle about 3/4 of the way back. He has been absorbed by the parents of the kids in Leo and Cruz's class. Willa's boss is here, and a group of people Vivi recognizes from the oyster catcher. There are teachers, coaches, a bunch of real estate agents and business owners from downtown, all the guys who have worked on Money Pit, including Marky Mark, Vivi's contractor, and Surfer Boy, the electrician, both of whom put on ties for this. There's Jody, Vivi's agent, sitting with Wendy, Tim, and Christina from Mitchell's Book Corner. There are the women from Vivi's bar class, exhibiting excellent posture. She will never have to suffer through thigh work again. Is that a good thing? Her dentist and dental hygienist are here. Vivi will never have another cavity or another torturous root canal. No more OBGYN exams. She has escaped the indignities of menopause. What does a hot flash feel like? Vivi will never know. Sitting in the second row behind the kids is Lucinda Quinborough, Vivi's ex-mother-in-law. Well, that's rich, Vivi thinks. She is the children's grandmother, but, well, Lucinda was never a fan of Vivi's. She looks happier now than she did on Vivi and JP's wedding day. That's not true, Martha says, and you know it. She never thought I was good enough for him, Vivi says. Her little Jackie paper. She prefers you to Amy, Martha says. She thinks Amy is a gold digger. Martha pauses. Sorry, that was very indiscreet. What else can you tell me? Vivi says. Nothing? Oh, come on. You know as well as I do that it won't do you any good to find out what everyone thinks of you. Savannah clears her throat. Yes, let's get to the eulogy. But first, Vivi seeks out Cruz. He's skulking in the doorway, his head hanging. Cruz, go sit where you belong, up front with my kids, Vivi thinks. What is going on? Zach Bridgman is still in the back corner of the vestibule, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking supremely uncomfortable. As Savannah draws a breath to speak, he slides past Cruz and out of the church. I'm sure many of you are wondering how I'm going to get through this, Savannah says. The answer is, I took a pill. I may fall asleep up here, but I won't cry. There's a ripple of laughter that soothes like light rain. I need to ask your indulgence. I'm not the writer. Vivi was the writer. So if the universe were working the way it's supposed to, she would be up here eulogizing me, making me sound like a much more wonderful person than I actually am. Because, see, I've been at this 5 seconds and I've already made it all about me. More laughs. Vivi and I were best friends. That phrase is hackneyed, overused. It has been acronymed into BFFs. As girls, we learn from our earliest social interactions that we are supposed to have a best friend. Someone to chant with while we jump rope. Someone to confide in about our secret crush. I'm not going to snow you. I didn't have a best friend growing up. Well, I did, but it was my dachshund, Herman Munster. People laugh, though Vivi knows this is a sore spot with Savannah. That changed my first week at Duke University, in the Craven Quad dorm, when I met a girl from down the hall, Vivi Howe. We were in the bathroom. Vivi asked to borrow shampoo. She had arrived at college woefully under-provisioned, whereas I had an entire CVS stuffed beneath my extra-long twin bed. Vivi was from a town called Parma, Ohio. She was a tiny thing with long, straight, coal-black hair and cute freckles across her nose, and she had a thin silver hoop pierced through the top of her ear that I was jealous of. The second Vivi accepted the bottle of Breck from me, I felt a recognition. Here was the best friend I'd been looking for. In the summers during college, Vivi stayed in Durham and waitressed at the Flying Burrito in order to save money for the following school year. I didn't get her to Nantucket until we'd both graduated. My parents had a rule at our Nantucket house. House guests stayed 1 week, not a minute longer. I had other ideas about Vivi. I thought she might be allowed to live in my room for the entire summer. She wasn't a house guest, and she wasn't just a friend. She was a sister. Savannah stops, takes a breath. My parents saw things differently, and after a week, they insisted that Vivi had to go. I thought Vivi would head back to Durham to sling chips and salsa, but in the 7 days of her visit, she had fallen in love with Nantucket Island. She said she had found her home. Deep breath. So, what happened? She rented a room in a house on Fairgrounds Road and found a job at Fair Isle Dry Cleaning. Anyone who has ever been to Fair Isle Dry Cleaning, Savannah says, casting her eyes around the church, which seems to be only half of you, laughter, knows how hot it can get in there. So that first summer, Vivi chopped off all her hair and got a pixie cut. She started studying the locals and summer people so she could put you all in her future novels. Laughter. Uncomfortable? Oh, you think I'm kidding? Clearly, no one here has read The Season of Scandal. Laughter. She's got them in the palm of her hand, Vivi thinks. Go, Savannah. Vivi Howe has been called a wash ashore. But she was more of a Nantucketer than people who have lived here their entire lives because of how deeply, how profoundly, and how unconditionally she loved this island and our way of life. Savannah is stabbing the podium with her finger. She wrote 13 novels, and each one is a love letter to Nantucket. It is a small but real comfort to know that although Vivi is gone, her words remain. Vivi smiles at Martha, who rolls her eyes. Modesty, Vivian, she whispers. However, The most important works that Vivi has left behind are her 3 beautiful children, her daughter Willa, her daughter Carson, and her son Leo. Savannah turns her focus to the front pew. Kids, your mom was a busy lady. She was writing, or she was running, or she was making chicken salad, or she was swimming at ram pasture. The woman didn't have 5 minutes in her day that wasn't accounted for. Sometimes, even while we were talking, I knew she was working out a plot point in her head or wondering how she would ever persuade her publisher to send her to Winnipeg on tour because her Canadian readers deserved a visit. However, I'm here to tell you that, at the end of the day, the only thing that mattered to your mom was the 3 of you. She was so proud of you, and she loved you so much. Yes, Vivi thinks. People are openly crying. My job, as your mom's best friend, is not to make this loss easier. Nobody can do that. My job is to talk to you every day about your mom, to share my memories, and not only the good memories. Nobody wants to hear about a sainted, squeaky clean Vivi. Has anyone here seen Vivi and Howe get angry? Has anyone here seen Vivi and Howe get angry after drinking tequila? Not pretty, but real. Martha chuckles again. Glad you find that funny, Vivi says. I promise you, Willa, Carson, and Leo, that for as long as I live, I will talk to you about your mom. I will text you or call you when I have a vivid memory. I will advise you the way I think Vivi would have advised you. I will always remind you that wherever she is, she loves you. The love never goes away. Your mom is watching you right now. There is no way she would ever leave you. Vivi gasps. Does she know? Of course not, Martha says. There are soft sobs, sniffling. Savannah looks up into the soaring rafters of the church. Vivi, I'm talking to you now. I have given a lot of thought over the past few days to what we as humans can be to one another. Can we cross boundaries to fully understand or even become another person? I decided the answer was no, we can't. I'm here, alive, and you are somewhere else. But of all the people I have known in this life, I felt the closest to you. You were and are, and always will be, my best friend forever. Thank you. Wow, Vivi says. That's the best one I've heard so far this year, Martha says. Only this year? Vivi thinks. Inside, she's cheering like Savannah just caught Cam Newton's touchdown pass in the end zone to win the Super Bowl in overtime. The priest takes the pulpit, lifts his hands, and says, "Let us pray." Nantucket. The service, we agreed, was lovely. Savannah Hamilton had done such a good job that we all looked around and wondered who in our own lives might represent us half as well. And boy, did Savannah know how to throw a party, because that's what Vivi Howe's memorial reception at the Field and Oar Club ended up being, a party. The expansive green lawn that led from the brick patio to the lip of the harbor had a bar running along one side and a buffet along the other. We ordered Mount Gay and tonics or glasses of crisp Riesling and accepted tiny lobster and corn cakes dotted with avocado creme fraiche from passing trays. We were lured to the smoking grill by the irresistible scent of the lamb lollipops and riblets slathered with tangy sauce. In the center of the buffet was a tiered silver tower laden with seafood, jumbo shrimp, plump oysters on the half-shell, cherrystone clams, Alaskan king crab legs. There was a wooden board as big as a wagon wheel, featuring an artful spiral of finger sandwiches. It was so beautiful, we felt bad disrupting it, but the horseradish roast beef on tiny rounds of rye was too delicious to resist. Sean Lee played the guitar and sang acoustic covers of Springsteen, Clapton, Billy Joel, and Crosby, Stills and Nash, Vivi's favorite kind of sing-along music. Although she didn't play an instrument and could not carry a tune, she was a fiend for rock and roll. In her most underappreciated book, Summer Days Again, the chapter titles were all songs from the 1950s and 60s. The air was sparkling. The water shimmered. The flag snapped in the breeze. There was no view on Nantucket more glorious than the one from the lawn of the Field and Oar Club. The club was exclusive and old money. There was a 20-year waiting list to get in and a ruthless membership committee to persuade. The Quinboroughs had been members since the 1940s, and Vivi became a member automatically when she married JP. She'd bristled at some of the rules. She once wore a red polo to play tennis, which was a no-no, and there was the time she accidentally spat her cocktail all over the Commodore's navy double-breasted blazer because he'd said something she found absurd. When Vivi and JP got divorced, the membership committee voted 5-4 against readmitting Vivi on her own. Some felt this was a harsh decision, especially since everyone knew why the marriage had ended. But Lucinda Quinborough wrote the committee a letter stating that she did not want to encounter her former daughter-in-law at the club under any circumstances. Even when they were married, it was clear she didn't belong here, Lucinda wrote. Some people on the committee thought that Vivi brought a freshness and a frankness to a place that could be straight-laced and fusty. But the man with the deciding vote, Gordy Hastings, had read Vivian Howe's novel The Angle of Light, and he was not amused by the way she depicted their club in that book, thinly disguised as the Lawn and Anchor Club. The members of the Lawn and Anchor Club were self-absorbed and obnoxious, and although Gordy's wife, Amelia, told him to relax, it was fiction. Gordy saw through the pretense. If Vivian Howe thought so poorly of the club, he felt no need to invite her to join on her own. And he didn't. Vivi's ex-husband, J.P. Quinborough, had been shocked by the committee's decision, but his girlfriend, Amy Van Pelt, who quickly replaced Vivi on J.P.'s arm, felt as Lucinda Quinborough did. She was thrilled not to have to worry about bumping into Vivi in the powder room. Savannah Hamilton, whose family had been members of the Field and Oar since its inception in 1905, told Vivi she could sign under H1 whenever she damn well pleased. Lucinda Quinborough and her best friend and bridge partner, Penny Rosen, attend the memorial service reception. And when Lucinda orders 2 Hendrix martinis, dry, from Marshall the bartender, he says, "Right away, Mrs. Quinborough. I'll put that on your chit, Q10? My chit? Lucinda says. Aren't the drinks free today? Miss Hamilton is picking up the tab for non-club members only, Marshall says. Lucinda looks around. Everyone here is a non-club member except for herself, Penny, JP, and the Bonhams. That seems calculating, she says. Oh, come off it, Lucy, Penny says. Penny and Lucinda have been friends for 5 decades, and Penny is the only person left alive who calls her Lucy. You never liked Vivian, you had her blackballed from this club, and now you're complaining because you have to pay for a drink at her memorial reception? Shame on you. Yes, Marshall, Q10, Lucinda says. She scowls at Penny. I suppose you'll be the person who speaks at my funeral and tells everyone how wretched I was. Penny suppresses a smile. The thought delights her. I look forward to you buying the next round, Lucinda says. Although it's easy to get swept up by the food, the music, and the beauty of the day, many of us are keeping our eyes on Vivi's children. Willa Quinborough Bonham is sitting at a table in the shade of an umbrella between her husband, Rip, and her mother-in-law, Tink. The Bonhams, like the Quinboroughs, are longtime members of the Field and Oar Club. Tink plays tennis, Chaz Bonham sails, But unlike the Quinboroughs, they stay out of the sticky politics of the place. Tink is worried about only one thing: the health and safety of her daughter-in-law, who is once again pregnant. Tink, as many of us know, is keen for a Bonham heir, preferably a boy. "Is there anything else I can get you, dear?" Tink asks Willa. Willa has a glass of ginger ale in front of her. "What about a cucumber sandwich?" "I can't eat." Rip holds his wife's hand. "Do you want to leave?" he asks. "We can go home and you can lie down in the air conditioning." "I need to make sure Carson and Leo are okay," Willa says. Marshall, the bartender, notes that Carson Quinborough is on her 5th Tom Collins. He knows that Carson is slinging drinks at the oyster catcher, and he tries to strike up a conversation with her about the business, but she shuts him down, and he can't really blame her. Her mother just died. She thrusts the glass in his face and says, "Stronger, please, bruh." Marshall believes a Tom Collins should be light to medium strength. It's supposed to be refreshing enough that you can drink several of them over the course of an afternoon and not get drunk. But the customer is always right. He hands her a cocktail that's practically all gin. Carson avoids her father, avoids her grandmother and Penny, avoids Leo, avoids Dennis. She uses Savannah as a touchstone, checking in, then spiraling out. After cocktail number 4, she heads to the water and pulls out her cell phone and her vape pen. She starts sending off a string of texts and takes a few quick puffs off her Juul. But before she can even exhale, the assistant GM is striding across the lawn toward her. She tucks both her phone and her Juul into her mother's clutch and leans over to unbuckle her mother's Louboutins. She has done a fine job of aerating the club's lawn with the stilettos. She smirks at the assistant GM, and when he opens his mouth to remind her that bare feet, cell phones, and vaping are not allowed on club premises, she discreetly flips him off. Although this is unbecoming behavior, it's the assistant GM who feels he's made a faux pas. The young woman has, after all, just lost her mother. Leo Quinborough is still in his blazer despite the sweltering heat, and despite the fact that the ranking member, former Commodore Chaz Bonham, has taken his jacket off. Like his sister Willa, Leo has always followed the rules. Leo's school friends Christopher and Mitch pull him aside to ask if it's true that Cruz was the one who hit Vivi. "That's what Marissa said." This from Mitch. "Yeah," Christopher says. "Alexis told her that one of the officers saw Cruz blow through a stop sign and take off speeding a few minutes before your mom was hit." "Marissa should keep her mouth shut," Leo says. And Christopher figures the rumors he's heard about Leo and Marissa breaking up are true, even though they were voted cutest couple in the senior class superlatives. Marissa was at the service, but she sat with her mom and Alexis, and she's not here at the reception. Even stranger, Christopher thinks, is that Cruz isn't here, though Mitch said he saw Cruz at the church, standing in the back. Joe DeSantis isn't here either. Christopher wonders if they aren't comfortable at the club. It's not exactly a diverse place. Every single person here is white. Or if there's more to it. Was Cruz DeSantis the one to hit Vivi Howe? The rumor about him running the stop sign and speeding is pretty damning, and Christopher can't think of any other reason why Cruz would not show up for Leo. His absence is conspicuous. As with any party where alcohol and heavy emotions mix, things eventually come to a head. None of us has really been paying attention to Dennis Letty, Vivi's former boyfriend, but he has been circling JP Quinborough like a shark. Unlike Leo, Dennis shed his jacket long ago, before Chaz Bonham removed his, a few of us noticed, and loosened his tie, and he sweated through his white dress shirt. We can't say we're surprised. When he's drinking bourbon like he is today, Dennis can be a bit of a wild card. Does anyone remember Willa and Rip's wedding? Dennis steps right up to JP. He's a few inches shorter, but he has at least 40 pounds on JP. I hope you know, you broke Vivi's heart. You had a good thing, and you wrecked it. JP nods thoughtfully. What happened between Vivi and me is none of your business, Dennis. You should probably think about heading home. I can call you a cab if you like. If I like? Dennis says. He might not have grown up on Hulbert Avenue. He might not know a sloop from a cutter, but he knows when he's being talked down to, and he also knows that over the past 3 years, Vivi forked over $500,000 of her hard-earned money to this clown. JP can act like Richie Rich, all well-bred and knowing which fork to use, and his loafers without socks, and his wayfarers perched in his Kennedy thick hair. But the fact is, J.P. Quinborough is unfamiliar with an honest day's work. Dennis had tried to persuade Vivi to drag J.P. back to court just on principle. It wasn't right that the guy cheated on her and she was paying him. But Vivi said she was too busy with deadlines and that a prolonged court battle would be too distracting. I know you're standing up for me, Vivi said, and I love you for it. But that crusade ended long ago. It's over, Denny. Let it be. The thing is, JP wasn't even grateful. He acted like the money was his due. Dennis pulls his arm back and, without warning, punches JP in the jaw just as he's bringing his Mount Gay and tonic to his mouth, so the glass goes flying and smashes against the brick wall. JP is taken by surprise, and Dennis has such a long history of bar fighting that he crosses with his left and hits JP in the nose. There's blood everywhere. Rip Bonham sees what's happening and steps in. Whoa, Dennis! Come on, buddy, that's enough. Dennis lets Rip pull him aside while Willa hurries over to her father with a wad of paper napkins. JP presses the napkins to his nose, and there's a red bloom through to the other side. Willa says, Do you need an ambulance? JP shakes his head, and Rip escorts Dennis out to the parking lot. Those of us remaining gather our things and fold a few of the club's famous chocolate chunk cookies into napkins to enjoy later. It's fitting, we suppose, maybe even flattering, that Vivi has men fighting over her to the very end. Our hostess, Savannah, leads JP into the dark, cool, and empty ballroom, where they sit on 2 banquet chairs off to the side. Savannah has known JP since they were children on the tennis courts here. Ankle-biters, they were called. The kids who volleyed and learned to serve and then ate pizza in a circle on the sun-warmed clay. JP was just one of the crowd, indistinguishable from the other sons of privilege Savannah had grown up with, until he started dating her best friend. And then he married her, had children with her, cheated on her, and caused her all kinds of heartache. Savannah is annoyed to be in the position of having to comfort him, and yet she knows this is what's called for. I'm sorry that happened, she says. I should have been watching Dennis more closely. He was a ticking time bomb. I never understood what she saw in him. He's salt of the earth. She liked that. Plus, he worshipped her. And after what she'd been through, she wanted the opposite of me, JP says. Well, that she got. He looks at Savannah. She sees a pair of bloodshot green eyes above the bloody napkin. You know, my relationship with Vivi wasn't exactly black and white. It was probably the most complicated relationship in the history of the world. This makes Savannah laugh. You sound like such a pompous ass. I know, JP says. Then he starts to cry. I loved her so much. From the instant I set eyes on her, when I picked up those clothes at the dry cleaners. You were picking up your mother's dresses, Savannah says. That alone should have warned her to stay away from you. I made such a mess of things, JP says. Dennis wasn't wrong. I did break Vivi's heart. I know I did. Savannah relieves JP of his bloody napkin. His nose looks like a rotten strawberry, and a bruise is forming at his jawline. That's going to hurt in the morning. I'd love to parse it all out with you, JP, but I'm not in the right frame of mind right now. We need to focus on what's important. Finding out who hit her, JP says, seeing justice done. Savannah takes a breath for patience. The police are handling that. You and I have the kids to worry about. The kids love me, JP says, but they don't like me. They liked Vivi. They talked to Vivi. He offers Savannah the slow, handsome half-smile that, Savannah knows, was one of the things that hooked Vivi in the first place. And they like you. They talk to you. They do, Savannah says, standing up. Do you need me to give you a ride home, or are you going to call Amy? Amy? He says, as though he has no idea who that is. I'm parked out front, Savannah says. Let's go. Amy. Amy asks for the day of Vivi's memorial service off, and so does Lorna, claiming that she needs to support her friend, and thankfully, Wednesdays are slow at the salon. Brandy, the receptionist, reluctantly takes them off the schedule, thinking they will be attending Vivi's service. Instead, the two of them head to Cruz, located on the end of Straight Wharf, which is the best place for day drinking on Nantucket. They settle in at the back bar and order a bottle of champagne, the Paul Roger, in honor of Vivi. They also order a dozen oysters and, what the hell, while they're at it, the caviar service, oyster, with all the trimmings. When the glass doors swing open, diners have an unimpeded view across the water. There's a narrow strip of boardwalk around the back bar, and Amy knows that plenty of people have fallen in. She used to hear the ruckus when she worked across the way at the Cork with JP. The ocean is spangled with sunlight. Boats are tilting from side to side in the nearby slips. The ferry's horn sounds, and seagulls cry out like jealous girls. Tommy the bartender pops the cork on their bottle of champagne. "Celebrating, ladies?" he asks. Amy hasn't thought about the optics of this until now. She's taking a day off work so she can mourn her boyfriend's ex-wife, but her version of mourning is drinking champagne she can't afford and eating caviar she really can't afford. What if someone sees her? That's right, Lorna says, raising her flute of platinum bubbles. Celebrating a life. Amy had offered to skip the service and reception before JP even asked. I think everyone, the kids especially, would be more comfortable if I stayed away. Amy sensed JP's relief immediately. You're probably right, he said. Will the kids miss her? Carson, maybe. But if Amy attended the service, everyone would be watching her because she would be in the uniquely awful position of mourning a woman she had not always spoken of in the most generous of terms. Amy couldn't bear the scrutiny. She raises her flute and clinks it against Lorna's without words. All she wants to do today is drink and forget. At some point in the future, JP will be able to think about something other than Vivi's death. The summer will march on, the kids will adjust, Leo will leave for college. Amy will reach out to Carson. This might be a chance for them to grow closer. And JP will be free to propose. Amy just has to wait a little longer. The champagne is gone before they know it, and Lorna orders a bottle of rosé. Tommy asks if they're thinking about more food. The oysters slipped down Amy's throat in 6 briny swallows, and the caviar provided 3 bites apiece. Amy orders 2 buttery lobster rolls with fries. She turns to Lorna. Don't worry, this is all my treat. She does some mental calculations and realizes that even if they stop eating and drinking now, their bill will be $400. This lunch is extravagant, but she has reached the point of no return. We could be dead tomorrow. As the afternoon wears on, the bar becomes more crowded. The demographic is handsome men, suntanned after a day of sailing or fishing in groups of 3 or 4. One cute guy in a Torrey Pines visor starts chatting with Lorna. He likes her accent, he says. His grandfather was an Irishman, from Wexford. "Ha!" Lorna says, "that's where I grew up." Amy tries to contribute to their conversation, piping up in her own accent, "Alabama." But her southern drawl has dried up in the past 10 years, and now when she says, "y'all," it sounds forced. She turns to the remaining warm rosé in her glass and wills one of the other gentlemen to come over and rescue her. But nobody does. She arrived on Nantucket a svelte 23-year-old. Now she's 10 years older and 20 pounds heavier, and she looks worn out. She is worn out. Dealing with JP and his kids and his mother and his struggle to find himself has been exhausting, and wondering when she will stop being the girlfriend, mistress, and start being the wife has left her disenchanted. Her light has dimmed. No wonder all the men at this bar are steering clear of her. She might as well have a sticker across her forehead that says, "Used up." She throws back some more wine just as a man in a white undershirt and a pair of tight gray suit pants takes the stool to her left. He signals the bartender, orders a Cisco whale's tail, and only then seems to notice Amy. "Oops, this seat taken?" Amy shakes her head. She's happy that there's someone in this bar who doesn't think she's a leper, even if he's not one of the gorgeous sailing men. Amy didn't get a good look at the guy, and she's afraid to turn her head lest she seem too obvious, though she does notice blood on his knuckles. She's had so much to drink that she thinks nothing of grabbing the guy's wrist. "Did you hurt yourself? Or were you in a fight?" "Fight," the guy says. His beer arrives and he stands up and throws back the whole thing in one long gulp. This gives Amy a chance to look at him. When he finishes, he takes a long look at her. "Oh," he says. "Hey, Amy." "Dennis," she says. Her voice sounds enthusiastic, which is strange because she doesn't know Dennis very well. He was Vivi's boyfriend, although Amy heard from JP that apparently Vivi and Dennis had broken up or were breaking up in stages. Amy owes Dennis a debt of gratitude. Last June, at Willa and Rip's wedding, JP and Vivi had danced together to the first song along with Willa and Rip and Mr. and Mrs. Bonham. It was at the top of Amy's worst moments of the relationship. Vivi fit right into JP's arms, and they danced so fluidly. Hadn't JP told Amy the very first summer that Vivi couldn't dance? And they were laughing and so visibly joyful that Amy thought, "What am I even doing here?" She might have left the Field and Oar Club altogether had Dennis not come over to her with a fresh drink, had he not rested his hand lightly on her back and clinked a cheers and whispered a joke in her ear that she hadn't been able to hear over the music, but laughed at anyway. "I'll have another," Dennis says to the bartender now. "So wait, you were at the memorial service, right? And the reception?" Dennis nods. If he's here at Cruz, then the reception must be over. Amy wonders if JP has called. She wonders if he missed her, if she did the right thing by staying away. She wants to know if anyone asked where she was. She is hopelessly self-centered, she realizes. Today has nothing to do with her. Today is about Vivi and the people she loved, and the people who loved her, which leaves Amy out. Poor Dennis. Amy tries to imagine how he must feel. Vivi broke up with him and then died. It's two completely different kinds of pain, one layered on top of the other. "How are you doing?" Amy asks. Dennis shrugs. "How are the kids?" "I didn't talk to the kids. They were up front with Savannah and your boyfriend." "Oh, Savannah," Amy says. "She must be really upset." "She is. She gave one hell of a speech at the church." Amy wishes she'd been there to hear it. She has always been slightly obsessed with Savannah. Savannah Hamilton has that elusive thing known as class. It's visible from every angle. It's her hair, her clothes, her manner of speaking, her graciousness, her taste, her effortlessness in the world. Why has she never married? Amy asked JP this once, and he said, "Her standards are too high." She dated Michael Del Rey, a bigwig at JP Morgan, for a while, Amy knew, but broke up with him because he was too mercenary. Savannah is a do-gooder. She took her family money and started a nonprofit that feeds and educates children in places like Niger and Bangladesh. Even if Amy wanted to hate her, she couldn't. "So, did you get into a fight at the funeral?" Amy asks. "The reception." "You got into a fistfight at the Field and Oar Club?" Amy is titillated by the mere thought. The club intimidates her. JP always talked about how Vivi used to flout the club rules, so every time Amy sets foot in the place, she feels the stifling need to behave. Amy doesn't belong there any more than Vivi did. Amy hails from Potter, Alabama. People know Montgomery and Mobile, but no one has ever heard of Potter. It's as country as catfish. "I did." "Did they throw you out?" "They did." "Who'd you fight with?" Dennis brings his second beer to his mouth and drains half in one swallow. "Who do you think?" Amy stares at the puddle of pink wine left in her lipstick-smudged glass. "JP?" "Yep." Amy takes stock of her surroundings. Lorna's in deep conversation with the sailor. Amy can easily leave her here if she wants to go home and tend to JP. If there's blood on Dennis's knuckles, what must JP's face look like? Is he badly hurt? "He might have a shiner," Dennis says. "I hit him twice. He didn't really fight back." No, he wouldn't, Amy thinks. JP doesn't like confrontation. If he has a problem, he throws money at it. She should probably go home and tend to his wounds, but she doesn't want to. "I had a lot of pent-up anger toward the guy," Dennis says, "though I feel bad about hitting him now." He eyes Amy's glass. "What if I bought you an apology drink for ruining your boyfriend's face?" "I wouldn't say no," Amy says. The Chief. The national average of hit-and-run homicides that end in convictions is under 50%. But that doesn't make the chief feel any better. Nor does the fact that his wife, Andrea, spent an hour on Thursday watching the virtual memorial service for Vivi Howe, then spent another hour, or more, on the Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page reading through the comments from her readers. "They want the Nantucket police to figure out who did it," Andrea says. "They want justice." I feel shady. There I was on the page, posing as a normal, everyday reader, which I am, except that I'm also married to the Nantucket chief of police. "I'm doing the best I can," Ed says. But the truth is, he's getting nowhere with this investigation. The tire tracks were no help. The pattern had been compromised by Cruz's footprints, the arrival of the ambulance, and the footprints of the paramedics. Lisa Hitt found Vivi Howe's blood on Cruz DeSantis's car, on the door handle. Likely, Cruz had Vivi's blood on his hands when he climbed into his Jeep after the ambulance took her to the hospital. The luminol turned up nothing on the bumper or grill, which was a relief, though frankly, the chief would have felt better if the car were completely clean. He doesn't want the statement, "Vivi Howe's blood was on Cruz DeSantis's Jeep," to get out into the community without context. Already, Falco's report of seeing the kid run a stop sign and speed down Surfside is everywhere. Finn told the chief he'd heard people talking about it on the beach at Cisco. "They're all saying Cruz hit her," Finn said. "There's no evidence of that," the chief said. "People talk. We might as well call this Rumor Island." The only member of Vivi Howe's family who is called Ed is Rip Bonham, her son-in-law. The chief knows Rip and his father Chas and his sister Pamela Bonham Bridgman because the department works with the Bonhams' insurance company on regular traffic accidents. Rip's phone call was gentle, just asking if the police had any leads. The next steps would be examining Vivi's clothes for flecks of paint from the Jeep and looking for fibers from those clothes on Cruz's bumper. Every contact leaves a trace. Here is where the investigation hit a major snafu. Vivi's clothes are missing. The ME says he followed protocol. He cut the clothes off the deceased, bagged them, and had them delivered to the police station, where they would be processed and sent to Lisa Hitt on the Cape. But the clothes never made it to the station, according to Alexis Lepresti, who was working the processing desk. The chief went back to the ME. The guy was new, replacing longtime ME Dr. Fields, to ask who exactly he'd sent to deliver the clothes. And the ME admitted he wasn't sure. He'd handed them off and assumed they would be dealt with. "Well, where are they then?" the chief said. He was about to blow his stack, but the last thing he needed was an ME with a grudge against him. "Never mind. They must be at the station." Ed drove to work and stormed up to Alexis Lepresti at the processing desk. "You did not see or receive the bag containing Vivi Howe's clothes from the hospital, is that correct?" "Nope," Alexis said. "Did you check the evidence room?" "Yes," he said, "twice." "Who was on the schedule last Saturday?" Alexis looked put out by this question. "I don't know." The chief was tempted to fire her on the spot. She must have noticed his expression because she clickety-clacked on her computer and said, "Dixon and Pitcher." Pitcher was green. He'd been on the force for only 9 months. It was entirely possible Pitcher had left the clothes in the back of his squad car. When the chief called Pitcher, there was loud music and laughing in the background. It sounded like he was out on the town. He was very young. The chief remembered that he'd seen Pitcher hanging around Alexis Lepresti's desk with unusual frequency, probably trying to get a date. Pitcher said that he hadn't been the one to pick up the clothes. "I definitely would have remembered that. Clothes and running shoes too, right?" "Right," the chief said. "So you did see them?" "No," Pitcher said. "But I know she got hit while running, so there would have been running shoes. What I'm saying is, shoes would have been hard to miss." In a last-ditch effort, the chief called Lisa Hitt to see if, maybe by the grace of God, the clothes had landed in her hands. "No," she said. "Why? Are they missing?" The chief can't release Cruz's car until they find the clothes, and he knows he owes Joe DeSantis an explanation, one that should be offered in person. He swings by the Nickel at 2:30, after the lunch crowd has dispersed. He's relieved to find only Joe in the place, slicing up a prime rib in the back. When Joe sees the chief, a concerned look crosses his face, but he smiles. "The tuna niçoise baguette is sold out, Ed. Sorry. You know you gotta get here earlier than this." Ed's stomach rumbles. He could do with a prime rib sliced thin, lacy Swiss, and arugula with some of Joe's wickedly spicy horseradish sauce on a warm pretzel roll. But that's not why he's here. There are days he hates his job, and he has just lived through a handful of them. "Do you have a minute, Joe?" Joe strides across the shop, flips the sign to say closed, and pulls 2 Cokes out of the cooler. There's nowhere to sit, so they lean on the counter. "If you're not here for lunch, there must be trouble." The chief sighs. Has Cruz talked to you at all about what happened when he found Vivi and Howe? Joe shakes his head, cracks open his Coke. He hasn't said a word about it except that he told you everything. Joe takes a drink. I guess I don't understand why you still have his car. There are a few things that look bad, the chief says. One of the officers saw him run the stop sign at Hooper Farm and Surfside, and then haul ass down Surfside only a few minutes before he called 911. Joe is silent. When I asked Cruz where he was coming from, he said home, which doesn't match up. Your officer is sure it was him? There are a lot of white Jeeps on this island, Ed. The officer said it was him, though he could have been mistaken. The chief cracks open his own can of Coke and tries to enjoy the first cold, spicy sip. The tire tracks were no help. Luminol turned up Ms. Howe's blood on the door handle, but not on the bumper or grill. And because of the gash on Ms. Howe's leg, there would almost definitely be blood on the bumper. Cruz didn't hit her. Joe says, That child. Joe spins the can in his hands. He doesn't lie, Ed. If he'd hit Vivi, he would have told us. Why was he going over to the Howe's place so early on a Saturday morning? The chief says, 7:15? I asked him, but he didn't answer. Joe says, I take it he and Leo had a fight. Something must have gone down the night before. That happens around graduation. Emotions are high. People say things they don't mean. Cruz hasn't seen Leo since the hospital. I could barely get him to go to the memorial service. Cruz was very emotional at the station, and I wondered if something else was going on, the chief says. Vivi Howe was, for all intents and purposes, Cruz's mother. He loved her. Joe clears his throat. Vivi was very good about making him feel like a part of things, about taking care of him the way only a mom can. Vivi's death is a big loss to my boy, and to me as well. But Ed, he didn't hit her. Okay. You're not convinced? Joe straightens to his full height, and suddenly the room grows smaller. You think he's hiding something? Lying to you? He has a lot to lose. Damn straight he has a lot to lose, Joe says. The kid has achieved beyond anyone's wildest dreams. I don't understand why Cruz is being treated like a suspect, rather than a heartbroken kid who happened to be the first one to find the woman. Or is he a suspect because he's black, and when someone black is close to the scene of a crime, he must have committed it? The chief recoils. This isn't about race, he says. He sits with his discomfort and checks himself. Did Falco actually see Cruz? Or was there some other black kid driving a white Jeep? Did Falco notice Cruz primarily because he was black? Was it easier for the Nantucket community to say that Cruz DeSantis did a bad thing because he was black? The chief will not lead a department where black citizens are treated differently than white. He has learned, however, that racism is systemic. It's often so deeply buried that you can't even see it, but it's there. I like you, Ed. I count you as a friend. I would never take advantage of that friendship. But my son didn't hit Vivi. He's the kind of kid who would have confessed right away and presented his wrists for the cuffs. He loved Vivi Howe so much that he would never forgive himself. Now, I know there's something unresolved between him and Leo Quinborough. I can see that on his face without even asking. But what I don't see is guilt over killing a woman. He has been very patient while you check his car. He's been riding his old bike to work without complaint because he trusts the system. But I'm not going to stand by and let you make him a scapegoat because you need a conviction in this case. Cruz didn't hit her, Ed. These words land, and in that instant, the chief knows in his heart that Cruz DeSantis didn't hit the woman. Someone else hit her and ran, probably only a few seconds before Cruz found her. I'll release the car this afternoon, the chief says. "Thank you, Ed," Joe says, and the men shake hands. Vivi. Vivi is relaxing on the velvet chaise when Martha enters through the green door, holding her clipboard. "There are some lovely posts on your memorial Facebook page," she says. "Would you like to take a look?" "Are they all lovely?" Vivi asks. If there's one thing she's learned about Facebook, it's that people think it's just fine to post things that they would never dream of saying to someone's face. In recent years, Vivi had become something of an online manners stickler. If you don't have something nice to say, keep scrolling. "Well," Martha says. Vivi's interest is piqued. She takes the clipboard. Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page. Please share your thoughts and memories of Vivi Howe below. We encourage you all to stay positive. Vivian's family and close friends will look at this page as a way to seek solace from her readers. Thank you. This past winter, I was diagnosed with stage 2 triple-positive intraductal carcinoma and underwent 18 rounds of chemotherapy at MD Anderson in Houston. I brought a Vivi Howe novel to each of my 3-hour appointments. My chemo nurses always asked how I was enjoying the book, and this gave us something to chat about other than my cancer. I will always be grateful to Vivi Howe for being with me in my darkest hours. Krista J., Katy, Texas. Vivi Howe is a queen. Rest in peace, Vivi. Megan R., Wiscasset, Maine. I don't even want to read Golden Girl because when I do, I won't have any more Vivi to read, and that's when the loss of her will sink in. Is anyone else feeling that way? Lauret A., Bowmore, Scotland. Reply, me too. Taffy H., Kalamazoo, Michigan. Reply, me too. High fives emoji. Beth H., Sharon, Massachusetts. So far, so good, Vivi says. Hello. While I'm sad about the loss of one of my favorite authors, I would also like to offer a suggestion. Please, will someone go back into Ms. Howe's novels and fix the copy editing mistakes? On page 201, line 21 of The Photographer, it says Truman where it should say Davis. Also, I've long been shocked that the copy editor let the interrobang stay throughout Ms. Howe's work. For those of you who don't know, an interrobang is an unorthodox combination of question mark and exclamation point. How did this happen? Question mark, exclamation, exclamation, exclamation point, question, question, question mark. You can see from my example how unseemly this looks. Thank you, and my sympathies to the family. Pauline F., Homestead, Florida. Reply, interrobang sounds like what happens when one of my kids knocks on the door while I'm having sex with my husband. Sorry, couldn't resist. I like to think this is a Vivi-type joke. Carrie H., Grand Island, Nebraska. She's right, Vivi says. That is the kind of joke I would make. Martha says nothing. Hello. I'm new to Facebook as of right this minute. I was wondering if anyone knows how to get a hold of someone in Vivi's family. I'm not some weirdo stalker, I promise. I went to Parma High School with Vivi from 1983 to 1987. She was my girlfriend for 11 months. I haven't seen her since August of '87, but I heard from the sister of my former bandmate that she passed away suddenly, and I'd like to express my condolences and share my memories with the family. I also just found out that she's a writer, and kind of famous. I don't read much. I went on Amazon and read the description of her book that's coming out next month, and I would like to talk to her family about that as well. So if anyone here can help, I'd appreciate it. I don't have a Facebook page. This is my coworker's page I'm writing from now, but my name is Brett Caspian, and I'm the GM of the Holiday Inn by the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. You can call the front desk and ask for me. I'm sorry about Vivi. She was a special girl. Oh no, Vivi thinks. No! Brett Caspian found out about the book. Vivi's hunch had been correct. Brett didn't know she was a writer. He knows now only because someone told him she died. His bandmate's sister. Roy's sister, Renata, if Vivi had to guess. Ah! She realizes how naive she was to think that Brett would never hear about this book. The whole world is connected. Everybody knows everything, thanks to the internet. Brett isn't on Facebook, but that doesn't mean he lives in a cabin in the woods or in the middle of the Brazilian rainforest. He's the GM at a Holiday Inn in Knoxville, Tennessee. This seems so random. If Vivi had to guess what Brett was doing with his life, she would have said he was working on a production crew, doing lights and sound for the bands they'd loved. Foreigner, Blue Oyster Cult, on their summer outdoor venue reunion tours. Brett doesn't sound angry in the message. He doesn't sound like he hates her. But he will, if he reads Golden Girl. Vivi remembers how Brett used to wait on a bench and smoke every time she went into B. Dalton at the Parmatown Mall. He wouldn't even set foot in the bookstore. There's no way he'll read Golden Girl. Vivi hands the clipboard back to Martha with a smile. "Better than I expected," she says. Willa. Willa and Rip are moving for the summer. They're leaving their house on Quaker Road, purchased just after their wedding with help from the elder Bonhams, for a cottage situated on the beach at the entrance to Smith's Point. Their house on Quaker Road is 4,500 square feet and has 5 bedrooms. The cottage is tiny. It's a dollhouse. It used to be the summer residence for Rip's grandparents, and Willa and Rip would ride their bikes there when they were in middle school and high school. Rip's grandmother would serve them lemonade garnished with fresh mint, but they had to drink it at the picnic table on the deck because the house was too small for them all to hang out inside. The cottage is called Wee Bit. It has a teensy tiny sitting room, one wall of which is a galley kitchen, a bedroom that is big enough to hold 1 bed and 1 nightstand, and a powder room with a sink and toilet. There's a deck with a picnic table and a gas grill that Rip's grandfather splurged on sometime in the mid-1990s, and 3 stairs down, there's a flagstone patio in front of an outdoor shower. Beyond the deck and the shower are dunes with a path that cuts over and onto the beach. After Rip's grandparents went into assisted living, Wee Bit sat unused. Nobody in the Bonham family wanted to stay there. They were a tall family. Chaz and Rip couldn't even stand to their full height unless they were right in the center of the room where the ceiling peaked. Both of Rip's grandparents passed away over that winter, and Rip officially inherited the cottage. It was infested with mice and everything was mildewed. The floor in the sitting room was rotted. The bathroom was unspeakable. Willa thought that they could, maybe, use the cottage as a staging area if they ever wanted to throw a beach party, but Rip was set on living there. Without telling Willa, Rip had hired Vivi's contractor, Marky Mark, to replace the floors, repaint, tile the powder room, and update the appliances in the kitchen: 3-quart fridge, miniature stovetop and oven, microwave, and he'd bought a new bed, a queen instead of a king, so there was marginally more room to move around. He also bought an AC unit. Marky Mark rebuilt the enclosure around the outdoor shower. Rip picked out a new love seat, seagrass rugs, a round wooden coffee table. When he took Willa to look at it, saying only that he'd spruced it up, she had been blown away. It was so much better. It was adorable, like something from the HGTV show Tiny Paradise. It was still way too small to live in. After Willa's second miscarriage, she started to change her mind about that, and after her third, she was counting the days until they could move out of the house on Quaker and into Wee Bit. The house on Quaker was enormous, the rooms yawning and empty, waiting to be filled with children. The house was tapping its foot like an impatient friend. What's taking you so long? What's wrong with you?" They move out to Wee Bit exactly 1 week after Vivi's memorial service. Willa is even happier to escape the house now because all she sees is the ghost of her mother dropping by with banana bread or a bunch of chives from her herb garden or a book that she wants Willa to read so they can discuss it. Her mother never called or even texted before she popped by, which was fine most of the time. Once, back in February, Vivi let herself into the house while Willa and Rip were in the bedroom having sex. They'd heard her calling out, they'd heard her climbing the stairs, and Rip had nearly lost his erection, but Willa begged him to finish because she was ovulating and he had paddle tennis that night, and by the time he got home she would be asleep. Rip said, "She's going to come into the bedroom, Will, and the door isn't locked." Willa had shouted, "Go away, Mom, please, we're busy." "Getting busy?" Vivi said. "Sorry, guys, have fun." They could hear her retreat, and Rip came, then fell on top of Willa, saying, "That was the ultimate test of my manhood." And a couple of weeks later, Willa discovered she was pregnant. They called it the bad timing baby until Willa started bleeding at 8 weeks. Vivi stopped by so often because, Willa realized tearfully, the two of them had become friends. They'd emerged out of the dark, confusing tunnel maze of mother-daughter relationships to discover that they liked each other and had fun hanging out. Vivi hadn't enjoyed a friendship with her own mother at all. They remained in the maze until Nancy Howe died during Vivi's first winter on Nantucket. Vivi admitted to Willa recently that she had been worried when she gave birth to a girl because her own relationship with her mother had been so unpleasant. "Then I realized I didn't have to do things the way my mother did them. I could become the mother I wish I'd had." Vivi laughed. "Your father and I quickly figured out that you were going to raise us rather than the other way around." Yes, much has been made of the way Willa is. A superachiever, responsible, reliable, mature, a leader. She's the youngest assistant director the Nantucket Historical Association has ever had, and she will take over there in 5 years when the present director retires. She'll be executive director before she turns 30. Or she might leave the NHA once she gets pregnant and work on her pet project, a biography of Anna Gardner, a Nantucket abolitionist who'd organized 3 anti-slavery conventions in the early 1840s. Frederick Douglass spoke at all 3. In their conversations at the kitchen island, Willa drinking herbal tea and Vivi drinking tequila over ice, Willa kept a bottle of Casa Dragones on hand just for her mother, they would talk about what path Willa's life might take. Vivi was of the opinion that Willa could have it all. She could work at the NHA for 35 years and leave her stamp on the historical legacy of the island, and she could write the biographies of Anna Gardner, Eunice Ross, and any other remarkable and overlooked Nantucket woman that she wanted to. She could ask for a sabbatical, or she could set up flex time. "What about kids?" Willa said. She wanted 5, 4 at the very least, but every time she said this, Vivi groaned and said she'd feel differently about having 5 after the first one was born. "You'll get a nanny," Vivi said, "and unlike me, you'll use your time to write. I used the times when I had babysitters to clean or take a nap. Kids are hard, Willie, I won't lie." Willa can see her mother clearly. Her stylish dark pixie cut, her brown eyes, the freckles across her nose, her dangly earrings. She wore clothes that were meant for a person 20 years younger, but that looked good on Vivi. Tight white t-shirts, skinny jeans, suede high-heeled boots. Willa was hesitant to use the word beautiful to describe her mother because it didn't quite fit. She was cute, spunky, alive. And she had near-perfect instincts about people. If her mother believed Willa could do it all, then it was so. Where does Willa see herself 5 years from now, at age 29? She is the executive director of the NHA, and she has just published her biography of Anna Gardner to great critical acclaim. Even her fantasy does not include the book becoming a commercial success. She has 3 children: Charles Evan Bonham III, Charlie, age 5, Lucinda Vivian, Lucy, age 4.5, and Edward William, Teddy, age 3. Charlie is in kindergarten, and the other 2 go to Montessori preschool, leaving Willa free to split her days between work on NHA business and her second book, which is about Eunice Ross, the young black woman who petitioned for entry into Nantucket High School in 1847, nearly a century before Brown v. Board of Education. She picks the kids up from school and fixes them a snack of freshly baked banana bread. Then they have quiet time doing puzzles and reading while Willa makes dinner. Tonight, it's grilled steak tips, Parmesan fondant potatoes, pan-roasted asparagus, a crisp green salad, and popovers. And for dessert, a strawberry rhubarb galette. Rip comes home from work and changes into the soft gray Amherst t-shirt that Willa loves. He kisses Willa long and deep, the way he used to when they were in junior high. Then he puts his finger to her lips and says, "We'll finish that later." After dinner, Rip gives the kids a bath, puts them in their pajamas, and supervises teeth brushing while Willa cleans the kitchen, makes lunches for the following day, and gets the dishwasher humming. Then she goes in to read to the kids, 3 books per night, chosen by theme. Tonight's theme is pigs. If You Give a Pig a Pancake, Olivia Saves the Circus, and Toot and Puddle. After the children are tucked in and on their way to dreamland, Willa and Rip reunite in front of the TV. Willa in a silk nightie because she's lost all the baby weight and then some. She gets up before dawn to ride her Peloton on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's all it takes. Rip cracks open a beer and pours Willa a glass of the Cloudy Bay Sauvignon Blanc. They start watching the first episode of the hot new show on Peacock, but before they can figure out who the main characters are, they're all over each other on the sofa. And the silent furtiveness of it, they can't wake the children, makes it just as hot as the sex used to be in high school when they were under a blanket on the sofa in Rip's basement rec room. After that, sweaty and spent, they split a piece of the strawberry rhubarb galette dolloped with freshly whipped cream, and then decide that sleep is more important than finishing the show. They head to the bedroom. Willa picks up the novel on her nightstand, and Rip is snoring before she turns the page. When Willa reaches up to turn off the light, she feels a tiny burst of light and energy inside of her, and she knows she's pregnant again. This is the life Willa wants. It feels a long way off from the life Willa presently has, the one where she's heartbroken and lost. Her mother is gone. 5 years from now, even if Willa has attained the kind of perfection she dreams of, Vivi will still be gone. She's gone forever. Willa will never see her again. It seems impossible. Someone snuffed out her life and then, in an act so unconscionable Willa can't even imagine it, drove away. Someone on this island got away with murder. Willa wants justice. There was a rumor going around that Cruz DeSantis had been the one to hit Vivi and was just pretending that he'd found her. But Willa refuses to entertain this possibility. "People are just gossiping," Willa says. "They don't know Cruz like we do." Rip isn't so sure. "I heard there are some funny things about his story. Even your brother thinks it might be him." "No, he doesn't," Willa says. "I think he does," Rip says. "I guess Cruz and Leo had a fight the night before, so maybe Cruz came over so early because he was upset. And he turned onto Kingsley going too fast without paying attention and boom." "Don't say boom." Willa closes her eyes. She can't let herself imagine the moment of impact, but she can't block it out either. It wasn't Cruz. It was someone else. Just keep checking with the police, please. I want them to get this guy behind bars. Willa is 8 weeks pregnant, and although she has by now trained herself not to get her hopes up, she cannot lose this pregnancy. This is the last pregnancy Vivi knew about. This baby and Willa's mother were alive at the same time. This pregnancy must continue. It must thrive. Willa doesn't feel sick or tired or dizzy. Her breasts might be a bit tender, but that could be because she's constantly pressing and pinching them to see if they feel tender. I cannot lose this baby. I cannot lose this baby. Willa knows she's obsessing, and that obsessing is bad for her. She obsesses about obsessing. Moving into wee bit is a good distraction. Willa does her favorite thing. She makes a list. She writes down all the essentials they need to bring and checks them off as she packs them up. 5 linen dresses for work, t-shirts, her short overalls, 5 bathing suits, her straw hat, her Lululemon shorts, and tanks for exercising, which she is going to do more often. And a cotton open weave sweater because it gets chilly at night by the ocean. Wee Bit has a sandy front yard separated from the entrance to Smith's Point by a split rail fence. Up over the rise is the prettiest stretch of beach on Nantucket, a wide swath of golden sand as far as the eye can see, blue-green water, gentle waves. On her first afternoon at Wee Bit, Willa goes for a barefoot walk at the waterline. She's the only person on the beach. It feels like she has the entire island to herself. Because she works at the Nantucket Historical Association, she can't help but think of all the lives and stories that have played out on this island. She's a native. This land, in some sense, belongs to her. She picks up her pace until her heart rate increases. Blood flow is good for the baby. So is fresh air, sunshine. Can these things combat her indescribable grief? Mom, she thinks, where are you? Where did you go? The waves encroach and recede over and over again, just as they did hundreds of years ago when the Wampanoag tribe swam in these waters. In the 1860s, during the height of the whaling industry, in the 1920s, when artists and actors from New York came to Nantucket to escape the heat of the city. The waves will keep rolling in and out for all eternity, long after Willa is gone, after her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren are gone. Willa feels dizzy. When she heads back to Wee Bit, it's 6:30. And despite her fantasy of a life where everything is made from scratch, she can't manage anything more complicated than peanut butter crackers. Millie's, a Mexican restaurant, is a short bike ride away, and Willa is craving their guacamole. This is a good sign, she thinks. She has lost 4 pounds since her mother died. As she comes up over the rise, she blinks. There's a red Range Rover parked alongside the split-rail fence. Pamela's car. What is she doing here? Willa wonders. Pamela and Zach made a bet about how long Willa and Rip would last out in Smith's Point. Zach gives it a week, Pamela said. I give it 2 days. Is she here to check? The only downside to marrying Rip Bonham is having Pamela Bonham Bridgman. She likes to refer to herself by all 3 names, as a sister-in-law. Willa despises her. Willa has always despised her. Pamela is 16 years older than Rip. Mrs. Bonham, Tink, suffered 3 miscarriages, which is the number Willa rests at presently. But Tink was bound and determined to give birth to an heir. Wasn't Pamela an heir? Yes, technically, but male primogeniture reigned supreme in the Bonham household. As Willa had learned from studying so many of Nantucket's family trees, if Tink hadn't given birth to Rip, the Bonham name would have splintered off into a distaff Bridgman line. But Tink had, at last, been successful. and on March 11th, 1997, she gave birth to a 10-pound baby boy. Pamela, at the time a sophomore in boarding school, had both doted on and greatly resented Rip, and she has vacillated between love and bitterness ever since. She probably sensed that her own presence in the family wasn't enough, and this left a permanent chip on her shoulder. She's prickly, tough, difficult to please. Pamela has never been a fan of Willa's and huffs in disbelief with each passing year that Willa and Rip stay together. While Rip was at Amherst College, Pamela encouraged him to date girls from Smith and Holyoke. When Rip proposed to Willa, Pamela launched a campaign to make him reconsider. She said she didn't want Rip to limit himself. Pamela didn't think Willa was good enough. Willa was the product of a broken home. She had needed 3 years of orthodonture. She didn't ski. She wasn't competitive in games like the Bonhams were. Her political views were too far left. She was bookish, bordering on antisocial. The list of objections went on and on. There had been moments when Willa was certain Rip would submit to his sister and ask for his ring back. He held his sister in the highest regard. Both of them now worked together at the family insurance company under Chaz. Pamela was vice president of homeowners insurance, while Rip handled claims. Pamela was smart, savvy, decisive, and strategic about how to grow the business beyond what her great-great-grandfather could ever have dreamed of. Willa had to hear about her genius incessantly. But Rip had stuck to his guns, as the saying went. Pamela wore black to the wedding, and Willa accepted Pamela as the burden she must bear for the treasure that was her new husband. Lots of people had trouble with their in-laws. Willa was hardly alone in this. Willa reminds herself that Pamela's life is hardly perfect. There's a good chance that Pamela's ill will toward Willa is stoked by jealousy. Pamela's husband, Zach, the head of air traffic control at Nantucket Memorial, is way more handsome than Pamela is pretty. Their looks are so uneven that it brings up questions, the first one being, how did they get together? Willa knows the answer. Zach waited tables at the Field and Oar Club in the summer of 1999, and Pamela was so smitten by him that she walked right into the help's quarters one night and asked him out. Zach is also cool and funny. He reads for pleasure, including all of Vivi's books, and he's a licensed pilot in addition to being the head of ATC. Willa likes Zach tremendously. Having him around balances out the unpleasantness of Pamela. Their son, Peter, looks like Zach. He's a handsome kid, but he has inherited Pamela's temperament. He's a jerk. Sorry, but he is. He has always been a jerk. Back when Willa and Rip used to babysit Peter, they were constantly doing damage control. Peter was a biter and a toy stealer and a sand thrower, and no amount of reprimands or timeouts ever changed his behavior. In school, he was diagnosed with ADHD, put on Adderall, taken off Adderall, sent to Proctor Academy his sophomore year, kicked out of Proctor for smoking and selling weed, then sent back to Nantucket High School. He had to repeat a grade, which put him in the same class as Leo. Leo loathed Peter. I know he's sort of family, Leo said, but he's a prick. Willa can't imagine why Pamela is out here in Smith's Point. She never stopped by the house at Quaker Road, and that was infinitely closer. Hi? Willa says. Pamela is still in the Rover, but her window is down. She's typing something on her phone. Everything okay? Pamela looks up. Fine. Okay, Willa says. Is this a social visit then? It's a stunning evening, filled with the mellow golden light of early summer. Do you want a tour? It looks a lot better. Not right now, Pamela says. She offers Willa a rare smile. How are you feeling? Willa isn't sure what Pamela is asking. Is she talking about Willa's earth-shattering loss? Or about her pregnancy? Rip told his sister that Willa was pregnant again, which was sort of fine, except Pamela then went and shared the news with the elder Bonhams, and so now Tink and Chas are treating Willa like she's made of bone china. Their desire to pass along the family name has grown only more fervent with time. Willa hasn't told her brother and sister, her father, or even Savannah that she's pregnant. She's going to wait until after she gets her ultrasound, which is in another 6 weeks. "I'm okay, I guess," Willa says, not eating, not sleeping. "I was glad to move out here." Pamela sniffs. "It's quiet anyway." "Peaceful?" Willa nods, wondering what Pamela wants. Maybe she's just checking in. Maybe she feels bad for Willa and intends to offer herself as a mother substitute. The idea is nearly laughable. "You're sure you don't want to come in?" Willa says. "I wish I had something other than tap water to offer you. I think Rip and I are just going to get takeout from Millie's. I can't handle the grocery store yet. Too many people. Their eyes give them away. I know they feel sorry for me. Some of them come up and offer their sympathies. Others wave and say hello like everything is normal." Pamela looks at Willa, and an amazing thing happens. Pamela's eyes fill with tears. Pamela Bonham Bridgman is displaying human emotion. Willa tries to abandon her cynicism. Had Pamela liked Vivi? Admired her, maybe? Willa remembers no special connection. Pamela habitually referred to Vivi's books as fluff, and always seemed a little pissed off that her husband was such a fan. "If I share something with you, do you promise not to tell anyone?" Pamela says. "Even Rip?" What is this? Willa thinks. A confidence? A secret? Willa's mind starts racing. What is happening here? Is Willa's dream for the past 12 years, half her life, of having a normal relationship with her sister-in-law finally coming true? "Of course," Willa says. She isn't sure she'll be able to keep whatever this is from Rip, but she'll try. "I think Zach is having an affair," Pamela says. Willa feels a surge of what she can only describe as lurid excitement, though she's aghast too, of course. "In fact, I'm sure he is," Pamela says. Vivi. "This is getting good," Vivi says. She has pulled one of the peach silk souffle chairs right up to the edge of the room. "We need popcorn." She tilts her head. "Why isn't there food up here? Why isn't there wine?" "Heavenly banquet," Martha says, "once you join the choir." "Only then?" "Reward for all that singing." "Will there be truffle fries?" Vivi asks. "Tequila?" "Vivian, please," Martha says. "Let's focus on the matter at hand." The matter at hand. Pamela thinks Zach is having an affair. Vivi knows she should be more sympathetic toward Pamela. After all, Vivi has been in the exact same spot, except Vivi didn't have to figure it out. JP had marched into the house one late summer evening and told Vivi he'd fallen for Amy, sounding almost proud of himself. But Pamela is an unsympathetic character in this story. If Vivi were still alive and Willa had confided Pamela's suspicions about Zach to Vivi, Vivi might have said, "Good for him." Vivi is an absolutely wretched person. How did she end up ascending instead of descending? Martha chuckles. She's an unapologetic mind reader. "Is there more?" Vivi asks. Martha pulls the second souffle chair up next to Vivi's. Oh, there's more. Carson. The owner of the oyster catcher gives her 2 weeks off after her mother dies. But then she has to make a decision. Return to work or quit. It's the 4th of July weekend. The oyster catcher is pumping, and they need their bartender. The owner, George, has been subbing in, but if Carson doesn't return for her weekend shifts, he'll have no choice but to replace her. She shows up on Saturday at 3 o'clock, right before Buckashuck. George puts his hands on her shoulders. "You can do this." He sounds like he's sending her out into the ring with Floyd Mayweather. "I can totally do this." Before Carson left her mother's house, she made herself a double espresso and did a shot of her mother's tequila, which Savannah had found in the laundry room. "I figured your mom would hide it someplace you would never look," Savannah said. Carson steps behind the bar and jumps right in. A dozen Island Creeks, a dozen Cherry Stones, 4 Whale's Tail Pale Ale drafts, vodka soda, close it, for the Chad in the pink polo shirt, a dozen East Beach Blondes, 2 Chardonnays, a Planter's Punch. Carson fields the orders like they're pop flies. She won't think about her mother. She won't check her phone. When she gets a second to breathe, she makes herself an espresso and takes an Ativan. She can do this. The crowd thickens with every passing minute. It's like eating a plate of spaghetti. You think you're making headway, but you can't clean your plate. Maybe that's the Ativan talking? No, there are people pouring in, drawn to the bar like iron shavings to a magnet. Sean Lee, the guitar player, starts singing, and Carson curses herself because she meant to request Stone in Love by Journey. Sean had sent her a text saying, "If there's anything I can do, let me know." And Carson texted back and asked him to learn this song because, it turns out, this is the song that Vivi was listening to when she got hit. Burning love comes once in a lifetime. Carson could tell from looking at Vivi's phone that she had gotten Carson's last text. "Sorry about the pan, Mama. And the tequila wasn't me. I love you." The timing of the text was so close to what the police said was the point of impact that Carson wondered if Vivi had been reading her text instead of watching the road, and that Carson's apology was the reason her mother was killed. "You'll be the death of me, Carson Marie." Savannah assured Carson that the place where the police found the phone indicated that the phone had not been held in front of Vivi's face, but rather at her side. Was Savannah making that up? It was possible, but Carson clung to the maybe a lie like a life buoy. She couldn't take another breath otherwise. By 7 o'clock, as the sun is starting to slant toward its descent, the oyster catcher is at maximum capacity, and all the customers are deliriously happy, eating, drinking, taking selfies, singing along with Sean, talking and laughing as though nothing bad could ever happen, as though they were all going to live forever. Carson gets lots of tips, but she can't bring herself to ring the damn bell. It feels like a button that's out of her reach, a bar she can't clear. She asks the kiss-ass barback, Jamie, boy, to cover while she goes to the bathroom. She needs something. The Ativan took the edge off, but the downside is she's in a fog. She has some Coke, but she isn't sure how it will mix with her grief. Still, she's back at work. She needs to be up, up, up. She's only halfway through her shift. She taps some out on her thumb, snorts. Ah, okay. Her eyes water. It's bitter, sharp. She sits on the toilet waiting for the rush, but it's slow to come, so she bumps. She feels her heart kickstart. Great. She's back in the game. She reaches into her purse for her phone, which might as well be radioactively glowing. Don't touch it, she thinks. She touches it. Has he texted? Yes, he has. She hasn't heard from him since the day her mother died. That night, she sent him 2 texts. The first said, "I can't do this anymore." The second said, "Please don't come to the service. Say you're sick or you have to work, I don't care, but please do not show your face at the church or the reception." Immediately after she sent the texts, she wanted to snatch them back because she was hurting and she needed him. But the affair had to end because how was Carson to know that Vivi's death wasn't the universe's way of punishing her? When Carson talked to Savannah about this, "Do you think Mom died because of something I did?" Savannah took Carson's cheeks between her palms and squished them together so that Carson had fish lips, something she used to do when Carson was little. "It was an accident, baby. A senseless accident. It didn't have anything to do with you or me or even Vivi herself." This sounded rational, and even like something Vivi might say in her sweet, tart way. "Not everything is about you, darling." But she couldn't be sure, and Savannah didn't know the depths of Carson's treachery. Carson washes her hands and checks her reflection in the mirror. Her green eyes flash wickedly. That's from the blow. Her cheeks have color. She looks better. She feels better. She can do this. She goes back to work. "Mount Gay and tonic. Strong, please, bruh." This is from a young guy in the corner seat. Carson rolls her eyes. "All my drinks are strong." "That was a joke," the guy says. "Because of last week? At your..." He stops suddenly. "Never mind. Mount Gay and tonic, regular strength is fine." Carson narrows her eyes at him. He's cute if you like golfers and preppies. His golden blonde hair is a little long in the back and curls up under his baseball cap. Ducks, the cap says on the front. And he has a strong chin, which Carson likes. What does he mean, last week? She makes him a drink using a little more rum than she might normally, and when she sets the glass down, it dawns on her that she has gone only one place. "The Field and Oar?" "Yes," he says. "I'm Marshall. I bartend there. I'm really sorry about your mom." Carson isn't sure how to react. She didn't anticipate being faced with anyone here who knew about her mom. Her customers are primarily tourists, day trippers, hotel guests, Airbnb dwellers, renters, summer residents. The locals stopped coming once the 2-hour wait for a table started a few weeks ago. Carson decides to smile through her agonizing pain. Her mother is dead. How can she be standing here? "Thank you," she says. "I appreciate it." Marshall takes a sip of his Mount Gay, then asks for a menu. "Are you waiting for someone?" Carson asks. He looks up at her with an expression that is both alarmed and embarrassed, and she feels like a jerk for asking. She reaches into her bag under the bar and pulls out her phone. Nothing for nearly a week, and now there are 2 texts from him. She clicks on her camera and turns around to snap a selfie with Marshall. He grins, and the picture is cute, so she posts it to her Instagram with the caption, "Taking care of Marshall from the #Field and Oar Club on his night off." Wink emoji. A dozen Island Creeks, 4 Bud Lights, 2 dirty martinis, and then 3 tables orders come into the service bar, and Carson regrets taking the 30 seconds to post because now she's in the weeds. When she finally pops her head above water, Marshall says he wants to order dinner, the fish sando, extra tartar, and fries and coleslaw, and the chowder to start. Carson gives him a second Mount Gay and tonic on the house. She's hitting the top of her high now. Nothing can stop her. She's moving like lightning, shaking up martinis and Cosmos, joking with the couple on the far left side of the bar, pounding some high fives, delivering platters of oysters and clams, extra lemon, extra horseradish, extra crackers. "You're on fire," Marshall says. "Is it always like this?" "Always," Carson says, though she's showing off. She knows what Marshall's bartending job at the club looks like. It's making cocktails for Carson's grandmother and Penny Rosen when they arrive at 4:30 for dinner, and pulling draft beers for New York investment bankers after they come off the tennis court. Marshall's food is up, and Carson takes extra care in setting down the plate. "Fish sando, extra tartar, fries and slaw. What else can I get you?" "I never saw the chowder," he says. "Oh, wait." Carson checks the slip. She forgot to put in the chowder. How is this possible? I forgot to put it in. I am so sorry. She feels like a fraud. She isn't such a superstar after all. She's a crummy server. Don't worry about it, he says. This looks great. Carson hesitates. Let me put it in, please. I feel awful. What if you let me buy you a drink when you get off tonight? He says. You finish around 11? We can hit the back bar at Ventuno. Carson nearly laughs. He's asking her out? Marshall from the Field and Oar? Oh, how cute. He's probably a year or two older than she is, but she knows she would eat him alive. Ducks means the University of Oregon. This comes to Carson out of nowhere. He's fresh and piney like the Pacific Northwest. Let me see how I'm feeling, okay? Whatever works. Marshall stares down at his plate, and Carson can tell he's stung. He put himself out there and she turned him down, and he doesn't have any other friends. Or if he does, they're all working at the Field and Oar. I'll let you know before you finish eating, Carson says. She flags the other bar back, Jamie, who is a girl and not a kiss-ass, to cover her, grabs her bag, and goes to the bathroom. She takes one bump, then another. Tomorrow she'll have to call her guy. She needs to get back out there and finish the dinner rush strong, but she sees her phone and it's like falling into a hole. She checks her texts. Can I see you tonight? End of Kingsley? We should probably talk. Carson's head pitches forward. She loves her phone so much in that moment that she'd like to take a bite of it. These texts are like cool water on a bad sunburn, like a soft pillow when she can't keep her eyes open, a balm, a relief. He wants to see her. She sends back a text. No. She counts to 10, which is all it takes for 3 dots to appear, and then, I can't go another day without seeing you. Meet me, please. She hesitates. Giddiness bubbles up inside her. She's a shaken can of seltzer about to spew. But no, it has to end, while it's still a secret. They have done enough damage. Her mother is dead. Okay, she texts back. See you at midnight. Carson heads back out to the bar. Marshall finished his dinner, and Jamie has gotten him a fresh drink. I can't meet you tonight, Carson says, but maybe another time. And hey, your dinner is on me. She takes his tab and slips it into her apron pocket. There's no need. Oh, but there is. She winks at him. We have to take care of each other. She heads to the other side of the bar to take orders. When she comes back, Marshall is gone. A $50 bill and a napkin with his phone number are in his place. Carson shakes her head. Bold move. She likes it. She throws the napkin away, tosses the 50 in the bucket, and rings the bell. Midnight finds her in cutoffs and Chuck Taylors walking down Kingsley toward the dead end. There's a space in the bushes big enough, almost, to hide one car, and that's where Zach Bridgman is waiting for her in his Audi Q7. She climbs into the back seat with him, and when she sees him, smells him. He smoked a cigarette on the way over, another secret he keeps from his wife. She starts to cry. He gently takes her face in his hands and licks her tears, and then they're kissing like it's the only thing keeping them alive. Carson wants to straddle his lap. She wants to wriggle out of her shorts or even rip them in half to get them off. She wants to slide down on top of him and bounce up and down, his hands grasping her ass until they both climax in a burst of heat and light. But instead, she pulls away. She's dead. I know, baby. I'm so sorry. And I have nobody to hold me. I'll hold you. This is our fault. He flinches at this, as she knew he would. Zach refuses to acknowledge the dark side of what they're doing. All he ever talks about is how happy Carson makes him, how his life has new meaning, how each day is filled with possibility instead of despair. He's the one who's married. He's the one who has to lie, sneak out, delete everything on his phone. But he would never accept that their union was evil enough to bring about this kind of retribution. Don't be ridiculous, Carson. Our relationship has nothing to do with your mother.
I believe otherwise.
You can tell me I'm wrong, but you can't prove I'm wrong. I came to the service, Zach says. I was in the back. I could only see the side of your face, but I was there. I cut out of work. I left Yates in charge, which was irresponsible, but I needed to see you, if only from afar.
He does this all the time, speaks like he's writing a sonnet, if only from afar. I specifically asked you not to come. I don't know why you think I would be happy to hear you came anyway.
Zach sighs, rests his head against the seat. His skin is pale and beautiful in the dark. He has long, thick eyelashes and a few gray hairs around his ears. She is 21 years old, and her lover has gray hair. But his age is third or fourth down the list of what makes him inappropriate. Let's say what we're doing has nothing to do with my mother's death. There's still no good ending to this, only destructive, scandalous endings. We need to walk away tonight and never speak of it again. What about the ending where I leave Pamela and we run away together? Hawaii, Alaska, Paris. I can find work anywhere. So can you. Peter is going off to college in 8 weeks. Can't we hang on for 8 weeks?
We would still destroy 2 families, yours and what's left of mine.
It has to end, Zach. She forces the words out. She doesn't want it to end. She wants Alaska, Hawaii, Paris, however improbable that sounds.
I had a very handsome man ask me out at work. He lives here. He's single. He's closer to my age.
Zach closes his eyes. Yes, I saw your Instagram. Well, that was why she'd posted it, wasn't it? Carson doesn't care a whit about her social media except as a way of agitating Zach. Carson kisses Zach's cheek and opens her door.
I'll see you at the next family gathering.
She closes the door gently but firmly and starts walking down the dirt road to her house. She hears one door open and close, then another. He's moving to the front seat. The engine starts up. She wills him to drive right past her, but if he does, she knows tonight will end with her leaving him desperate voicemails, and in the final one, she'll threaten to tell Pamela everything if he doesn't meet her again tomorrow. The car slows down. She hears the electric hum of his window. You know, I can't live without you, and I can't stand the thought of anyone else touching you. She keeps walking. She wants to be with him, but it's wrong. So wrong that her mother is now dead. Carson, he whispers. It's risky for them to be out here on the road together. Carson has no idea what Leo is up to. It's like they're sad motel guests whose paths cross occasionally. But he could come driving down the road any second. And what would he make of this? Carson at midnight, communing with their sister's brother-in-law. Carson, please stop. She keeps walking. Please, Carson, I love you.
I love you too, she thinks.
She has never been in love before and has never said the words to a man. She's a late bloomer in this, but she knows that this is what love feels like. It feels like jumping out of a plane with a parachute that has been packed by someone who's assured you that yes, it will open and you will float safely to the ground. She walks over to where Zach's Audi is idling and kisses him, right out in the open. See you tomorrow? He asks. She nods, and he drives away. Vivi leaps out of her chair. No, she says, absolutely not. I refuse to believe it. Believe it, Martha says.
Carson and Zach Bridgman? Yes. Vivi is stunned. She's aghast. Carson and Zach? This had been going on while Vivi was alive? While Carson was living under Vivi's roof? Vivi thinks about her final morning on Earth, of Carson coming home at 5:30 a.m. Had she been out with Zach? Vivi thinks back to the night at the oyster catcher when Zach and Pamela sat down at the bar. Carson had been flustered. There was no denying it. She'd stammered, knocked over the menus, spilled bourbon over the rim of the glass. Had they planned that cute little meeting, or had Zach ambushed her? Was he cruel enough to bring his wife to the bar where Carson was working without warning her? Vivi has depicted some scandalous affairs in her novels, but never anything quite this sordid. Martha says, some of them were pretty sordid. Let's not forget Clay and Megan in Main Street Gossip. But Vivi calculates. She thinks Zach is a year older than Pamela, so he's about 42. And Carson is 21, twice her age. It happens. I'm the novelist, Vivi says. I know it happens. But no, sorry, this I can't abide. How long has this been going on? Who else knows? Does Willa know? Definitely not. Vivi thinks back. Did Carson and Zach have a close relationship in the past? Not that she'd noticed. Was this thing going on when Willa got married? At the wedding, Vivi had been too consumed with herself, JP, Amy, Dennis, and Lucinda to worry about Carson. I'm glad you advised me to save my nudges, because I'm putting an end to this. You can't, Martha says. They've fallen in love. Breaking that up requires more than just a nudge. So now you're telling me my nudges won't work? They'll work, Martha says. What I'm telling you is a nudge is a nudge. It's exactly what a parent tries to do in real life, but you don't have the power to stop love or change it. You've got to be kidding me. I'm sorry, Vivian. And with that, Martha disappears through the green door. Vivi is allowed to use the hours when her world is asleep to travel back in her memories. Every single moment of her life, days, weeks, months, even entire years that she has long forgotten, can be revisited in crystal clear detail, as though she's living it again. She isn't bound by chronology. She's like a contestant on a game show. She spins the wheel and sees where it lands. My first summer on Nantucket. Sure, why not? It's 1991. She has just graduated from Duke. She has no job and no prospects, but she did win the Creative Writing Award at graduation, which came with a $5,000 prize. $5,000 is a fortune. It's enough that she can ignore her mother's pleas to come home to Parma. You can get a job at the mall, take a typing class, and go with Savannah to Nantucket for the summer. It'll be so great, Savannah said when they were back in Durham packing up their dorm room. I have a part-time job in a needlepoint store on Main Street, and when I'm not working, we can hang out on Matacasham Beach. We can go to the Chicken Box and the Mews at night. I'll have to get a job too, Vivi said. You'll be writing, Savannah said. You're bringing your word processor, right? Right, Vivi said, but her voice faltered because she wasn't sure she considered writing a job. A job was supposed to produce income. Maybe she could write in the mornings, then wait tables or work retail. She wanted to use the $5,000 as a nest egg, not as pocket money to blow through during her fun Nantucket summer. Her fun Nantucket summer. On the ferry, Vivi and Savannah sit on the top deck with the sun in their faces and the wind blowing their hair back like they're a couple of J. Crew models. The island comes into view, sailboats in the harbor, the town skyline, such as it is, consisting of 2 church steeples. When the girls disembark, Savannah waves at her mother, Mary Catherine, who is driving an ancient Jeep Wagoneer with wood panel sides. Mrs. Hamilton helps them load their luggage into the back, while Savannah's yellow lab, Bromley, chases his tail in excitement. "I swear, Vivian, you brought so much luggage. I'd think you were planning on spending the summer," Mary Catherine says. Vivi's mouth opens. Savannah squeezes Vivi's wrist in a way that Vivi knows means don't respond and says, "You sit up front, Vivi, so you can see. I'll sit in the back with Bromley." On the way to the house, Vivi cranes her neck trying to take it all in. The bike shops, the pizza place, the Nantucket Whaling Museum, a young woman in a yellow sundress crossing the street with an armload of flowers. When Mary Catherine said Vivi brought enough luggage to make her think she was spending the summer, what did that mean? Isn't she spending the summer? Vivi tries not to panic, although she has nowhere to go except back to Ohio, where she'll end up working at one of the Parmatown Mall kiosks that sell markers with disappearing ink, or paper planes that fly in loop-the-loops, or, even worse, she'll be stuffing her legs into nylons and showing up at some blocky office building to become a Kelly girl. But she has her heart set on a summer at the beach. The Hamilton summer home, Entre Nous, is on Union Street in a row of what Mary Catherine calls antiques. Vivi thought antiques were pieces of furniture or cars, not houses. The home was built in 1822 by Oliver Hamilton. It has white clapboard siding, black shutters, a black front door with a silver scallop shell knocker, and huge blooming hydrangea bushes flanking the friendship stairs, 7 steps on either side of the door that ascend to meet at a landing. When Vivi enters, she holds her breath. She knows, somehow, that this is a moment she'll remember until the day she dies, and beyond, as it turns out. Vivi had thought the house would be beachy, like an upscale version of the place they rented in Wrightsville during spring break. But this house has Persian rugs, chandeliers, a grandfather clock, and a huge vase of Asiatic lilies on a marble-topped table in the foyer. The dog bounds inside and sniffs at Vivi's crotch for what seems like an indecent amount of time, while Vivi tries to pry his muzzle away. Nobody else seems to notice, but Vivi feels exposed, as if even the dog has rooted her out as a stranger. The house is the grandest Vivi has ever been inside. The staircase has a runner held across each step with a brass rail, and Savannah points at the scrimshaw button embedded in the cap of the newel post at the bottom of the balustrade. It was placed there when good old Ollie paid off the mortgage in 1826. Vivi peers into the formal living room to the right of the stairs and the dining room to the left, each room with a brick fireplace. Savannah leads her down the hall to a library, which is everything you'd want an at-home library to be. Built-in shelves hold rows and rows of books, the requisite leather-bound kind, but also the rainbow spines of popular hardbacks, and an entire swath of battered paperbacks. There's a deep leather armchair where apparently someone has been sitting recently. A copy of Moby Dick lies splayed open on the seat. Vivi can't help herself. She picks the book up. In the margins are notes in faded pencil. "I was just revisiting Melville," Mary Catherine says. "That's the copy I studied from at Smith, if you can believe it." Vivi sets the book down with some reverence now. The library isn't just for show. It's the place where Mary Catherine can revisit Melville and reflect on the thoughts she had as a younger person. Vivi understands that she's in a home where things aren't put out for show. The furnishings have meaning, provenance. It's mortifying to compare this home, Savannah's second home, to the place Vivi grew up, with its wall-to-wall carpeting, crucifixes everywhere, the long, fancy mirror at the end of the hall bought on sale from the furniture department at Higbee's. Vivi wishes she hadn't sold all her books back to the student bookstore at the end of the year. She, too, wrote in the margins, this was a detriment to their resale value, and now she will never be able to revisit her musings. She will never be able to hand off her copy of Franny and Zoe to one of her children and say, "I read this at 19. Let me know what you think." From now on, she decides, she's saving her books. Beyond the library is a huge, wide, bright kitchen, which is many different rooms in one. In front of a row of windows is a harvest table set with 10 Windsor chairs. Against the opposite wall is an enormous cast-iron range with an imposing hood. The backsplash tile is painted with pictures of fruits and vegetables labeled in French: haricots verts, artichauts, pêche. There's a plaid Orvis dog bed in the corner, and beyond that, a mudroom where Bromley's leashes hang alongside yellow rain slickers. A straw market basket rests on a simple wooden bench that is probably where good old Ollie Hamilton used to sit to put on his boots. The kitchen has a square island topped in dark marble. There's a prep sink at one end and 3 bar stools at the other. Someone has set out a cutting board with a block of pale cheese, a stick of salami, and a dish of purplish olives. "Alcohol?" Savannah asks. She pulls a bottle of wine from a fridge that seems to hold only wine, and Vivi can tell it's not the cheap stuff that she and Savannah used to buy at Kroger and drink in the dorms before they went out. Savannah takes 2 wine goblets down from a rack over their heads that Vivi hadn't even noticed and says, "Let me show you upstairs." The hallway of the 2nd floor is long, with a barrel-vaulted roof. Doors that lead to bedrooms, or bathrooms, or closets are all closed. At the end of the hall is a rounded niche holding the most impressive model ship Vivi has ever seen. The house is like a museum. There isn't one cheap or inauthentic thing in it. They ascend another set of stairs to the 3rd floor, Savannah's floor, the renovated attic. The massive, airy, slope-ceilinged space is entirely white. Walls, trim, curtains, king canopy bed. The rag rug is done in vivid rainbow stripes, and hanging on the walls is Savannah's childhood artwork, finger paintings, crayon drawings. It's a self-portrait. Savannah with green hair and red pants drawn like 2 long boxes that finally moves Vivi to tears. She brought home school projects: turkeys created by tracing her hand, Easter bunnies with cotton ball tails, even a tessellation Vivi slaved over for her geometry class in 9th grade. And she's certain they all went into the trash. Vivi's family never documented or celebrated itself because neither of her parents believed their family was worth it. They were just trying to survive, and they didn't even succeed at that. "What's wrong?" Savannah asks. Vivi can't explain what she's feeling without sounding petty. "My mother didn't keep my artwork. I have no personal history to display." Savannah will no doubt say she's envious because Vivi's parents aren't all over her. Vivi has what Savannah wants: freedom. "Your mother doesn't know I'm staying all summer," Vivi says. "Does she?" "I don't care about my mother," Savannah says, waving a hand. "Her opinion matters not. And you don't have to worry about sharing my bed because—" She strides over to a door that Vivi thinks is a closet and opens it to reveal another bedroom. This one just big enough to hold a double bed, a dresser, and a desk set by a tiny window. Vivi gazes out. She can see the harbor in the distance. The tiny room is perfect. It's compact and sensible. She can write here while looking at the water for inspiration. Tears drip down Vivi's face. "How long does she think I'm staying?" "Oh, it's this stupid family rule. House guests get 1 week. "Why didn't you tell me this?" Vivi says. "You said I could stay for the summer." "You can stay for the summer," Savannah says. "I just have to speak to my father in person." Mr. Hamilton lives and works in Boston during the week. He arrives on Friday afternoons and leaves on Monday mornings. "What if that doesn't work?" "It always works," Savannah says. "But what if it doesn't?" Vivi says. "Just give me the plan for the worst-case scenario." Worst case scenario? Savannah says, listen, my parents never ever come up here, and they go to bed early. We could just say that you found a place to rent and that every once in a while you sleep over. I'll take care of cleaning your room, doing the sheets, and whatnot while my mother is at the club. You're suggesting I hide here all summer? Vivi asks. Like Anne Frank? This makes them both laugh. But is it really funny? And is Vivi really so far off base? After spending a few days on Nantucket, lounging on Nobadir Beach, driving around town in Savannah's bare-bones Jeep, no top, no doors, no back seat, riding a couple of the old Schwinns in the garage out to Sconset to see the first bloom of the climbing roses, dancing all night at the Chicken Box, Vivi is ready to consider the hidden refugee plan. When Mr. Hamilton shows up on Friday afternoon, still in his pinstriped business suit, he's the managing partner in a big law firm on State Street, the household becomes far more festive. Mr. Hamilton makes his famous frozen margaritas, and they drink them while sitting at a table by the pool. "How are you liking Nantucket?" Mr. Hamilton asks Vivi. "I love it," she says. "I never want to leave." "Ah, but leave you must," Mrs. Hamilton says. "Monday, yes? Have you booked your ferry?" "Can't Vivi stay a few more days?" Savannah asks. "Please?" "A few more days won't hurt," Mr. Hamilton says, filling enormous tulip-shaped glasses from the blender. "You've both clearly forgotten that Patrick and Deborah are coming with the children," Mary Catherine says. She offers Vivi a close-lipped smile. "My brother, his second wife, their blended family of 6 children. I'm afraid there won't be an inch of extra space." Vivi mumbles, "Excuse me," and slips away from the table. The margarita is churning in her stomach. Patrick and Deborah and their 6 kids are family, and Vivi is not. She has to go. Bromley follows Vivi into the house. He has become her devotee this week, always at her heels, and she has to shoo him away so she can close the powder room door. Of all the rooms in this remarkable house, the downstairs powder room is the one Vivi loves the most. The walls are plastered from floor to ceiling with framed snapshots of the Hamilton family on Nantucket. There must be over 200 pictures, and Vivi has spent a long time studying them. Most are from when Savannah was growing up. There are photos taken on the beach, on sailboats, at picnics, on the tennis court, in the pool, at the 4th of July festivities on Main Street. There's a picture of Savannah's old dachshund, Herman Munster, lying across the sofa in the library. There are pictures of a younger Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton hugging, kissing, hoisting cocktails. Vivi has scrutinized each photograph like a detective looking for clues. Now, she scans the wall for people who might be Patrick and Deborah or Patrick and his first wife. There's a knock on the door. Savannah. "Are you okay? Please don't hate me. This is all my fault." It is all Savannah's fault. Who invites someone to spend the summer at her parents' house without checking with them first? Savannah knew the family rule about house guests and yet made no mention of it. She led Vivi to believe that this Nantucket life could, for one summer, be hers. This wouldn't be so bad if Vivi hadn't fallen so completely, irrevocably in love with the island and all its wonders. "I'll be right out," Vivi says in a carefree, sing-song voice. She studies the Hamilton family picture that is right above the light switch. It's of Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton and Savannah when Savannah is 17 or 18, so maybe the summer before Duke, which was the summer that Vivi spent every waking moment with Brett Caspian. The Hamiltons are at a bonfire on the beach. They're all end-of-summer tan, and Savannah appears to be shoving the last bite of a hot dog into her mouth. Vivi's and Savannah's lives could not have been more different that summer. But since then, their lives have converged, and now, 4 years later, They are best friends. Change happens in an instant. One girl offers another her bottle of Breck shampoo, and a friendship is formed. Vivi has money in the bank. She can use some of it to rent a room and buy a second-hand bike. She can get a job. She can stay here on her own. She will stay, she decides. Somehow, some way, she will make this island hers. She will become a Nantucketer. 20 or 30 years from now, she will be able to tell the story of how she refused to overstay her welcome at the Hamiltons, and so she forged her own way. Between us, she imagined saying to friends, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. It was the defining moment of my life. This week has been about more than Vivi from Ohio being exposed to wealth and privilege. It has been about Vivi finding a home. And someday, she tells herself, she will have a powder room just like this one, with pictures of her and her husband and their children, all of them smiling in gratitude at their own good fortune. Well, Vivi in the sky thinks. She had forgotten the intensity of her emotion when she'd learned she would have to leave the Hamiltons back in June of 1991. Savannah has never forgiven herself. She has apologized at least 100 times over the years. Vivi succeeded. She stayed on Nantucket and created a life and family. How that happened is a memory for a different night. Vivi wishes she had taken the time to decorate the powder room in Money Pit with family photographs like the Hamiltons. But who was she kidding? That house had 100 projects more pressing, like Leo's shower leaking onto the dining room table and a family of mice living behind the washer and dryer. Maybe one of the kids would do the project now that Vivi was gone. Maybe Savannah would recall the umpteen times Vivi said she wanted to recreate the powder room of Entre Nous, and she would prompt the kids to do it. Not doing the powder room is a regret, albeit a small one. There are other, far bigger regrets, but Vivi will think about those later. Leo. After 2 full weeks of radio silence, Marissa shows up at the house on a Monday, Leo's only day off from the boat basin. He opens the door to find her holding a Bakewell tart with feathered pink and white icing. The fluted crust is golden brown, but there's one imperfection where it looks like the crust crumbled and has been pinched together. Did you? Leo swallows. He's happy to have the tart to look at instead of Marissa's face. Make Mary Berry's Bakewell tart? Did you make that yourself? Not exactly, Marissa says. I took a picture of it to the bake shop and asked them to make it because I know you've always wanted to try it. Oh, Leo says. So you paid someone to do it for you? It's an apology, Leo. I'm sorry about what I said to Cruz on the beach, and I'm obviously sorry about your mom. Just let me in, please. Leo takes a deep breath and holds open the door. They pick up right where they left off, hanging out all the time. They used to watch the Great British Baking Show ironically. They would imitate the accents and use words like arduous and intuitive. But now Leo watches it as an escape. The biggest disaster under the tent is dough not rising, or pastry cream curdling, or fruit that is too soft or watery leading to a soggy crust. Leo doesn't have to think about his mother, dead, or about his former best friend, who is quite possibly the reason his mother is dead. The one time that Marissa and Leo tiptoe close to the topic of Cruz, Marissa whispers, I hate even thinking this, but it must have been him. Alexis said Officer Falco saw him run a stop sign and then speeding less than 5 minutes before your mom got hit. He was driving recklessly before he turned onto Kingsley, Boo. I'm sure he was so upset that he might have just erased what actually happened from his mind. He might be in complete denial, like a case of temporary insanity.
Leo has blocked Cruz on his phone and on Instagram and Snapchat. He expects Cruz to show up at the house like Marissa did, but so far he hasn't. Leo has also blocked Peter Bridgman from his phone. He wants to pretend that the night before his mother's death, the bonfire at 40th Pole, his breakup with Marissa, and the photograph that Peter sent him never happened. Marissa tells Leo that Alexis has a new boyfriend. He's an officer in the department, and things are moving so fast that Alexis has created a Pinterest board for her wedding.
And I decided to make one too, Marissa says. You know, for the future.
Make what? Leo says, because he's only half listening.
A Pinterest board for our wedding, Marissa says. Here, look.
They're lying on the Gerv. Leo is spooning Marissa, and Marissa is spooning her laptop.
I chose bridesmaid dresses and flowers, though I'm thinking of switching the palette from pink to peach.
Good idea, Leo says with false enthusiasm. He knows he won't be marrying Marissa, but he needs her right now, is the thing. He needs her badly. Without Vivi, Leo is not only lost but confused. Who's in charge of his day-to-day life now? Everyone, it seems, and no one. Leo's father, JP, suggests that Leo spend the summer at his house, and maybe trade his job at the boat basin for one scooping ice cream at the Cone. No and no, Leo says. Then, because he's angry and has no place to vent, he says, I hate Amy. He's instantly ashamed. He doesn't like Amy, but hate is a strong word, and he would never say it to her face. JP clears his throat. What if Amy weren't around? Where's she going? His father doesn't answer, and Leo doesn't care. He won't live with his father because he can't bear to leave his mother's house. A part of her is still here. There's Tupperware in the refrigerator that still holds her grilled zucchini dip. Half a bottle of her Dry Bar shampoo is on the shelf in the outdoor shower. It's like she's away on a book tour and might be back at any moment. Carson has been sleeping in Vivi's room. She just moved in like it was her right, and when she's not at work, she wears Vivi's clothes. This is either a healthy way to grieve or a sign of mental illness. Both Leo and Willa understand that Carson is a renegade. She acts out, demands attention, gets in nonstop trouble, makes questionable decisions, drinks, vapes, smokes weed, and was an expert at pushing every single one of their mother's buttons. However, Carson is also cool, funny, and very, very pretty. People comment on it all the time. Leo's friends always tell him how hot Carson is. Cruz had a wicked crush on her for years. Leo can't think about Cruz. Carson isn't in charge of anything following Vivi's death, except going back to work and keeping herself alive. Once the zucchini dip is gone and people have stopped dropping off lasagna and clam chowder, Leo wonders what they're supposed to eat. What will they do for money? Who's going to pay the mortgage? That's where Savannah comes in. She's handling all the business stuff, figuring out Vivi's finances, and dealing with the publication of the new book. She's the administrator of the Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page. Do you want to read the comments people have been posting? She asks one morning when Carson and Leo happen to be in the kitchen foraging at the same time. No, Leo says.
No, Carson says. That sounds like Willa's kind of thing.
Have either of you heard of a boyfriend your mom had in high school named Brett Caspian? Negative, Leo says.
Mom didn't have boyfriends in high school, Carson says. She was a total nerd.
That's the story she always told me too, Savannah says. But this guy is insisting he dated her for most of their senior year and into the summer before she left for Duke. He says he has pictures.
Ask him to send the pictures, Carson says. Because I've never heard of any guy named Brett Kardashian. Caspian, Savannah says. He wants to talk to someone about the new book. Crackpot, Carson says. Dead celebrity chaser. But ask for the pics. I think I will, Savannah says. Your dad has never heard of him either. He said he was your mother's first boyfriend, wink wink, nudge nudge. Can we not talk about this anymore? Leo says. Savannah leaves envelopes filled with cash for them to divvy up. Marissa takes some of the money and does a grocery shop for the house. Leo is relieved. If he goes to the Stop and Shop, he might see Cruz working. He wants to ask Marissa if she saw Cruz when she went, but he doesn't. He can't even say Cruz's name out loud. Leo eats a lot of toast with peanut butter. He gets takeout, but he has to avoid the nickel, even though all he's craving is a corned beef Reuben on marble rye with Joe's homemade Thousand Island dressing. Leo knows that he's avoiding the DeSantises, but he's surprised, even hurt, that neither Cruz nor Joe has swung by the house to check on him, and that Joe hasn't dropped off a platter of sandwiches, even though he does this every time someone on this island so much as breaks a toe. Aren't they worried about him? Don't they care? Willa and Rip have moved out to Smith's Point, but Willa stops by every once in a while to check in. Rip is handling the police investigation because he's used to logistics and following up in his job for the insurance company. He handled the claim for the Jeep Marissa totaled the night before Vivi died. She was so upset about Leo breaking up with her that she drove the Jeep right into the bathtub out at Eel Point. "How did you get home, then?" Leo had asked. "I walked." This seemed very unlikely, and Leo said so. Then Marissa admitted that she'd hitched a ride with some rando coming down the Nantucket road. She couldn't call anyone because her phone had been in the car. This explained why her calls stopped that night, and it also meant that Marissa hadn't seen the photo from Peter Bridgman. Rip had Marissa's Jeep towed and taken off island. Marissa's mother, Candace, not only replaced Marissa's phone, but bought Marissa a brand new Jeep, an outlay of $50,000 at least. "Wasn't your mom angry about the Jeep?" Leo asks. "You ruined it yourself." "So?" "So it seems like another parent might have made you deal with the consequences of your actions." Marissa shrugs. "I was upset about our breakup." She understands. Leo and Marissa have been together long enough for Leo to realize that Candace Lopresti is the kind of mother who wants more than anything to be friends with her daughters. She never created any rules, mostly because she wasn't home to enforce them. She was always traveling for work. She gives Marissa and her older sister Alexis whatever they want whenever they want it. A brand new phone and a brand new Jeep to replace the ones that Marissa willfully trashed is Candace's way of saying, "I'm here for you, honey." Nothing is normal. Nothing will ever be normal again, but Leo tries to immerse himself in work at the boat basin. The clients, his golf cart, his walkie-talkie. He smiles and chats like everything is just dandy. For all the boat owners know, Leo is a cheerful, friendly Nantucket kid who is heading to the University of Colorado in the fall and doesn't have a care in the world. Every time he pockets a tip, he thinks to himself, "I deserve an Oscar." Then, one morning when he's at work, Marissa calls to say that Alexis had news. Vivi's running shoes, which had mysteriously gone missing, were just found in the trash can of the Stop and Shop break room. The custodian who takes out the trash noticed them because, and no one was happy to hear this, he sometimes went through the trash looking for things of value that people threw away. He found Vivi's sneakers, which he thought might be worth saving, until he saw they were stained with blood. Then he called the police. "I hate to say this, but it's not looking good for Cruz," Marissa says. Why would you automatically think of Cruz? Leo says. Other people work at that store, you know. Leo, Marissa says. Come on. Vivi. She needs Martha. She needs Martha. Where's Martha? Vivi approaches the green door. She puts her ear to the panel and hears faint singing. It sounds like Fool in the Rain by Led Zeppelin. Is Vivi imagining this? It's such a great song, a song totally worthy of the afterlife. But shouldn't the choir be singing hymns or madrigals? Ever so slowly, Vivi takes hold of the knob and turns. Vivian! Suddenly, Martha swings open the door from the other side, pushing Vivi back toward the bookshelves. A new scarf, lavender in hue, is tied around Martha's ponytail, a 1950s sock hop look. What did I tell you about the door, Vivian? I'm not supposed to open it. I should dock you a week of viewing time, Martha says. No, please don't. I'm sorry. You said you would come when I needed you, and I need you now. I want you to assure me that Cruz wasn't the one who hit me. I would forgive him. I would forgive that child anything. But I'm afraid the world won't forgive him. I'm afraid the court system, the judge, the Nantucket police, and my own kids won't forgive him. Please, Martha, tell me Cruz wasn't the one who hit me. You seem a little slow in learning the rules, Martha says. I can't tell you who hit you or didn't hit you. Is that because you don't know, or because you don't want to tell me? Oh, Vivian, the same rules apply to us here as down there. That's not really true, Vivian thinks. Martha shakes her head, and the scarf moves like a curtain in the breeze. Some things you have to figure out on your own. The chief. Dixon, again with the bad news. A janitor at the Stop and Shop found blood-stained sneakers in the trash in the break room, and he called the police to report it. Dixon went himself to retrieve the sneakers, and they exactly matched the description of Vivi's missing sneakers. For crying out loud, the chief says, because his mind travels right to Cruz DeSantis. This is good, Dixon says. They were lost, now they're found. And you know, Chief, the DeSantis kid works at the Stop and Shop. Did the janitor find the clothes as well? No, just the shoes. Just the shoes. That makes no sense. And what's valuable, from a forensic standpoint, is the clothes, the shorts and the tank, in case there are flecks of paint. Every contact leaves a trace. Do you want me to bring the DeSantis kid in? Dixon asks. Not yet, the chief says. I need to think. The chief asks Dixon to air freight the shoes to Lisa Hitt on the Cape. He should probably request a homicide detective from the state police. The Greek would be his best option, but he doesn't want to call one in just yet. The Greek is a busy man, and they have no forensic evidence tying this death to any suspects. Cruz DeSantis is a smart kid. He's too smart to tamper with evidence, too smart to throw bloody sneakers into the trash at his place of employment. Right? The chief will go talk to him. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. A phone call to the Stop and Shop confirms that Cruz is working. The chief arranges for him to take a break so that Cruz can help with an ongoing investigation. The chief is waiting out back by the employee entrance when Cruz comes out. He looks tired, sick, traumatized. Cruz. I heard the news already, Cruz says. I work here, Chief Capanesh. Right, the chief says. Let's take a drive. They have only 30 minutes, so they can't go far. The chief goes around the small rotary, then the big rotary. Traffic is bad. Everyone is driving while talking on a cell phone or texting. It's amazing there aren't motor vehicle homicides every day. I know Donald found running shoes in the trash of the break room, Cruz says. I didn't put them there. Why would I have Vivi's sneakers? They went missing from the hospital, the chief says. Somewhere between the hospital and the station, we lost track of them. The clothes still haven't been recovered. Check my car, check my house. I don't have the clothes. I never touched or saw or knew about any of this. Why would I? Calm down, son, the chief says. I've been pulled out of work to ride around with the chief of police, Cruz says. Would you be calm in this situation? No. I didn't hit Vivi, Cruz says. And again, there's something in the tone and timbre of his voice that makes the chief want to believe him. I found her. Finding her wasn't a crime. The chief takes a left off Pulpus Road toward Monomoy. It's been 3 years since the last homicide on Nantucket. The maid of honor in a lavish wedding at a waterfront estate called Summerland was found floating in the harbor. They chalked that up to an accident, but it still irks the chief, and he knows it bothers the Greek as well. If Ed called the Greek now, he would jump at the chance to investigate this hit and run. Maybe. Or maybe he'd think it was a lost cause. Or maybe he'd think the answer was sitting right there in the front seat. You lied to me, Cruz. The kid says nothing. You told me you were driving to the house from your house, but you weren't. No. This admission is a start. Where were you coming from? Hooper Farm. What were you doing on Hooper Farm? Does it matter? I wouldn't be asking if it didn't. I went to see someone. A girl? This kid, Peter Bridgman. Bridgman? Ed thinks. He's Zach and Pamela's kid? Yeah, he's my year. Just graduated. I needed to talk to him. At 7 in the morning? What was so urgent? Something. Son. It's just high school stuff, Chief, okay? But since you asked, that's where I was coming from. Why didn't you tell me that before? I didn't want to get into it. You do realize that a woman is dead, and like it or not, you're part of the investigation, and you owed me the truth no matter the question. He's using his full-on chief of police voice now, and he can see from a glimpse of the kid's face in the rearview mirror that he's nervous. Yes, Cruz says. But I don't want to talk about that part. It has nothing to do with anything. Except you were upset, yes? You were distracted? You ran a stop sign and went speeding down Surfside Road. Officer Falco almost pulled you over. And then a few minutes later, he got the call about Ms. Howe. So you can see how lying to me was a problem. I did run the stop sign, and I was speeding, Cruz says. I was upset, and I was distracted. But I didn't hit Vivi. I found her. She was on the ground, bleeding from her mouth, her legs sliced open. Someone hit her and left her there, Chief. And I pulled over and called 911. The woman was like a mother to me. His voice works the edge of tears, and then, like a flip switch, it turns to anger. Why don't you just charge me with her murder? Everyone on this island thinks I did it. My friends, my coworkers, my so-called community. I'm black, so I must be a criminal, right? Sit with your discomfort, Ed tells himself. The kid has every right to vent his feelings. I'm not charging you with anything, the chief says, but you're all I've got. And I can't help thinking that if I can unravel exactly what was going on with you that morning, I can follow that thread to someone else. The chief pulls into the small parking lot at the Monomoy Public Beach. From here, a path leads to the water. It's crowded only in the early mornings and early evenings when people are heading out in their kayaks. Before the running shoes turned up, I could maybe have bought the theory that the driver was some summer kid, or hell, an adult, who hit Ms. Howe, got scared, and hightailed it out of there. But the shoes turning up in your place of employment makes this something else. I know it wasn't you who hit her, okay? but someone on this island wants us to think it was you. I'm being framed, Cruz says, just like in the movies. Who would do that? The chief asks. Do you know this guy, Donald? No, Cruz says. I only work days. I know Justin, the daytime custodian. He's kind of alternative, but a good enough guy. The chief drives back to the store. What did you want to talk to Peter Bridgman about? The kid shakes his head. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Peter. Cruz breathes out and his nostrils flare. He took a picture on Friday at the end of this party at 40th Pole, and he sent it to me in the middle of the night. When I woke up and saw it, I called him, but he didn't answer. So I drove over to his house. Was he home? I didn't see his truck, but I thought maybe he ditched it at 40th and gotten a ride home because he'd been drinking. He has his own apartment above his parents' garage. So I went up the outdoor stairs and I knocked a bunch of times and he didn't answer, so I left. I figured he was either out somewhere or ignoring me. Did anyone see you there? No, Cruz says. I don't know. His parents didn't come out or anything. So you left the Bridgman house and drove straight to the house? Yes. Why? Cruz gives the chief an exasperated look. Leo is my friend. I wanted to talk to him. Did going over there have anything to do with this picture? Yeah. I could see Leo had gotten the picture from Peter as well, so I wanted to talk to him about it. Plus, we'd had that fight. When he punched you and gave you the shiner? See? You already know everything. Do you mind my asking what the picture was of? Yes, Cruz says. I mind. They've arrived back at the store. Can I go, please? The chief will talk to the night custodian, Donald, and also to the Bridgman kid. Yes, he says. You can go. Amy. She comes home from work with a bottle of Cliff Ledet Cabernet, one of JP's favorite splurge wines, and the bourbon-marinated steak tips from the Nantucket Meat and Fish Market. It's too early for local corn, but this is the perfect opportunity for Amy to try a warm potato salad recipe that she found in the New York Times cooking column. Amy finds JP sitting in their bedroom with the air conditioning running on high. Note, if she were in the bedroom alone with the AC running full blast like this, he would turn it down, saying, "This thing burns money." "Hello?" she says. She's surprised to see him here. She thought he said he'd be home around 8. He whips around as though she's caught him at something. And sure enough, in front of him on the bed is a cardboard box filled with pictures of Vivi, of him and Vivi together, of the kids when they were little. Amy is so busy scanning the pictures that it takes her a minute to realize that JP is crying. Amy walks out of the bedroom, closing the door behind her, and goes into the kitchen to compose herself. Wine. She needs wine. The Cliff Ledet is too precious to open, but she finds half a bottle of Whispering Angel Rosé from the night before. She pours a glass and takes a sip. It wasn't pornography, she thinks, and she knows plenty of women who surprise their husbands or partners while they're in the middle of that. But this is maybe even worse. All those pictures of Vivi overlapping one another. It was like something pulled from Amy's nightmares. Vivi is dead, Amy reminds herself. She is never coming back, so she is no longer competition. JP can pine for her all he wants. Lorna said, "The man should be allowed to grieve. They were married 16 years, Pigeon. She's the mother of his children." Does Amy have it in her to be a supportive partner right now? Yes, of course. Holding the wine, she re-enters the bedroom. She places a gentle hand on JP's back. "How are you doing?" He shakes his head. "I can't believe she's gone." I just can't wrap my mind around it." He holds up a picture of Vivi with a red rose between her teeth. Amy wants to snatch it out of his hand and rip it in half. Amy will not nurture this jealousy. She will let it go. "She was so pretty," Amy says. "So alive." JP smiles up at Amy, grateful for this compliment about his ex-wife. Amy sits on the far corner of the bed and sifts through the photographs. Where has he been hiding these? She thought she had checked out every nook and cranny of the house. This is a treasure trove of images of JP's life before Amy. Vivi and JP in front of the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center, Vivi falling forward on ice skates, Vivi drinking hot chocolate with a dab of whipped cream on her nose. There are wedding photos. Vivi's dress was an off-the-shoulder snow-white satin gown with a nipped-in waist and a full 3/4-length skirt poofed by tulle underneath. It's not Amy's taste at all, but Vivi, of course, looks radiant with her cute pixie cut and her dramatic red lips. Savannah, her maid of honor, wore a dowdy Laura Ashley print. This must have been before Savannah made her switch to neutrals, or maybe this dress was the reason for the switch. There are pictures from various travels, a deserted beach, a hole-in-the-wall restaurant in some far-flung, dusty town, a ski slope, Big Ben, the Coliseum, the Sydney Opera House, Vivi in front of a cityscape that is either Toronto or Seattle. Amy is afraid to ask which. There are the new baby pictures. Vivi in a bed at Nantucket Cottage Hospital with Willa, then with Carson as Willa grumpily looks on. There are Christmas pictures, one of the babies tucked under the tree like a present, and Thanksgiving, Vivi, JP, 2 of the kids, Savannah, Lucinda, and Penny Rosen. There are Nantucket summer photos, picnics on the beach at 40th Pole, striped bass on the line, Vivi lying across the bow of Lucinda's sailboat, Arabesque, JP and Vivi at the galley for dinner, Vivi in a beach chair with a blanket draped over her in Lucinda's front yard as fireworks are shot off a barge in the harbor on the 4th of July. Amy's heart dissolves a little more with each photo. She never had to witness the home she wrecked before this moment. Wow. It's a lot, as people say. Of course, what JP doesn't have pictures of is Vivi being condescending or dismissive or too busy to properly tend to her marriage. There aren't pictures of the fight they once had when Vivi threw a glass that shattered against the tile floor and woke the children. Vivi and JP's marriage broke up for a reason. And though everyone believes that reason was Amy Van Pelt, they had been unhappy long before Amy stepped into JP's wine shop. Amy is worried. Now that Vivi is dead, that narrative might be rewritten. Vivi might be remembered as a saint whom JP wronged by falling prey to temptress Amy. She decides to play devil's advocate, see what happens. "You two look so happy in this picture," she says, holding up a shot of Vivi and JP at Carson's christening. They're standing at the altar, the baby balanced between them, their expressions manic. "Carson had colic," JP says. "We were up all night every night with her. Those are 2 exhausted people right there." "You two should have stayed together," Amy says frankly. "I would have quietly disappeared so you two could have given it another shot." "Vivi didn't want to give it another shot," JP says. "She threw in the towel." "Well, in her defense, you cheated on her." Yeah, but what?" Amy swallows despite the rock-hard lump in her throat. "Yeah, but you didn't mean it?" "Yeah, but it was a mistake? I was a mistake? I was nothing more than a strategic move on the chessboard?" These thoughts, Amy realizes, have been lurking in the swampy depths of her mind for 10 years. "Amy, please," JP says. "Please what?" she says. "Please don't be ridiculous," is what she wants him to say. Our love is real. Our relationship is strong. We have not been dating for 10 years and living together for 3 just because I needed a warm body by my side. Please, can we not talk about this right now? We probably should have a talk at some point, but not tonight. I don't have the energy. Amy is stopped by this. They should have a talk at some point? What does that mean? She thinks of the ring box in JP's dresser drawer. Maybe the talk he's referring to will include, finally, a proposal. But somehow she doesn't think so. I bought a bottle of the Cliff Ledet, she says, and some nice steak tips. I have that potato salad recipe I want to try. It has a bacon dressing. I won't be here for dinner, JP says. What? Amy says. She takes a nice long drink of her wine, but it has no more effect than if she were drinking pink water. Where are you going? I'm having dinner on Union Street, he says, at Savannah's. She invited me when she drove me home from Vivi's reception, and tonight was the night that worked for both of us. I should have told you this morning. I'm sorry. Amy knows to ignore her base instincts. She smiles. Not a problem. The steak tips can wait. I may call Lorna and see if she wants to grab a bite at the Gaslight. Good idea, he says. Then he adds, Thank you for being understanding. I appreciate it. This can't be easy for you. Amy gets into the outdoor shower where she cries hot, ugly tears and wails into the sumptuous white Turkish towels from Serena and Lily that JP insists on. She has a glass of the Cliff Ledet resting on the changing bench. The steak tips could wait, but that beautiful Cabernet could not. And the second she shuts the water off, she drinks lavishly. She isn't sure how to triage her pain. What hurts the worst? JP is going to Savannah's for dinner, where the two of them will talk about Vivi, memories that have nothing to do with Amy. Amy will, for the 2 or 3 hours that JP is on Union Street, at Entre Nous, a house so divine it demands envy, be erased. JP's utter devastation and his regret as he pored over the photographs is another kind of pain. And his flat declaration that they should talk is worrisome, to say the least. Amy texts Lorna. JP informed me he's going to dinner tonight at Savannah's house. She waits. Lorna is her best friend. There won't be any need for further explanation. WTF? Exactly, Amy thinks. She texts, Can you meet me at the Gaslight in an hour? Girls' night out. Wish I could, Pigeon, but I'm on the boat over to Hyannis. I have the doctor bright and early. Ugh, right. Lorna has an appointment at Cape Cod Hospital. There was something in her mammogram that needed a second look. If JP had let Amy know his plans a little earlier, Amy would have taken the ferry over with Lorna. They could have eaten at Pan d'Avignon and shopped at the mall like regular off-island people. Amy could have been there for Lorna's appointment. No worries, Amy says. Good luck tomorrow. Call if you need me. Now Amy needs to make a decision. Stay home or go out alone? Go out alone, she thinks. She pulls her sexiest dress out of the closet and lays it across the bed where JP will be sure to see it. He comes out of the bathroom in his boxers, his face slathered with shaving cream. You're shaving? Amy says. Is this a special occasion then? JP shrugs and goes back into the bathroom. He doesn't even glance at the dress. Amy drinks another glass, 2, of the Cliff Ledet, but there's still half a bottle, a third of a bottle, left for another night. She's wearing the sexy black dress. Black is so forgiving, and she feels good. It's not weird that she's going out alone, she tells herself, or that in the 10 years she's lived here, she has made only one friend. She imagines herself as a character in a Vivi Howe novel. Those women are always venturing out solo and finding a good time. The Gaslight used to be a movie theater but has been reimagined as a live music venue. It has a pressed tin ceiling and a wall of vintage turntables and speakers. There's a stage with a hot pink neon sign that says Gaslight over the drum set. The crowd at the bar is lively, the food is delicious, and the cocktails are the kind that have been created by a mixologist and include ingredients Amy has never heard of. There's one open seat at the bar. Amy imagines this conveniently happens in Vivi's novels as well. And Amy doesn't recognize anyone, another blessing. The bartender is a big, strapping bear of a man named Nick. He's a Nantucket celebrity. He says, "Are you waiting for someone, ma'am?"
"Yes," Amy says brightly, "my friend Lorna."
"Lorna from R.J. Miller?" Nick says, "She cuts my hair." "She should have texted me to let me know you were coming. I would have saved you 2 seats."
"May I please have a blackout Barbie?" Amy asks. "2, actually. I want to have one here waiting for Lorna when she arrives."
The blackout Barbie is a cocktail made with fresh-picked strawberries from Bartlett's farm, lemon juice, tequila, and a splash of cava. It's garnished with thyme blossoms and served with an oversized round ice cube. It's delicious. Amy drinks both hers and Lorna's in short order, and after she asks Nick for a third, she says,
"I guess Lorna isn't coming."
"Yeah, I texted her," Nick says. "She's off island." Amy isn't sure if she should act surprised or just keep rolling. She decides on the latter. "In that case, I'm ordering food. How about the cheeseburger bao buns and the poke nachos?" Amy's cocktail comes before her food. She drinks it while studying the other people at the bar as though she's an anthropologist. The clientele is young and stunning. Everyone is filled with joy and bubbly laughter, and Amy feels worse and worse about herself with every passing second. Where did she go wrong? Well, she knows where. She should never have gotten involved with a married man. She could still end things and start a new relationship with someone like Nick. Or maybe Nick is too young. He is too young. Amy's food comes, but for once, Amy just isn't herself and isn't hungry. She asks Nick for to-go boxes. She would like the check, please. "You got it," Nick says. She tries to ignore the pity in his voice. "The band starts up at 10 if you want to come back then."
"Thanks,"
Amy says. And for a second, she feels like a strong, independent woman who might be back to enjoy the band if the spirit moves her. Maybe I'll do that. Out on the street, she has an idea. Then she tries to talk herself out of it. She puts her to-go containers in the front seat of her car. Home, she thinks. Go home. But she's drunk. She shouldn't drive. She should walk it off. And if her walk happens to take her down Union Street, is that a crime? She strolls along until she reaches Entre Nous. The 2 onion lamps, one on either side of the front door, are lit, and the front windows are bright, but the rooms appear unoccupied. Amy has never been inside the house, so she isn't sure of the layout, though the kids used to swim in the pool all the time back before Vivi put in her own pool at Money Pit. Amy sees a discreet flagstone path that leads between the hedges just beyond the driveway. She checks the street, deserted. She sneaks around the side of the house to the backyard. She fears motion detector lights will announce her trespassing, but the back is quiet. Accent lights illuminate the teal-blue rectangle of the pool. The back of the house is all windows, and the lights are on so Amy can see, clear as day, Savannah and JP sitting at the kitchen island, a bottle of Casa Dragones tequila and a bowl of popcorn between them. Amy tiptoes to the windows so she can get a better look and try to hear what they're saying, but the windows are closed. There's air conditioning. Savannah has on white jeans and a black tank. She's barefoot, wears no makeup or jewelry, and her hair is piled on top of her head in a bun. She's talking, blinking rapidly, sipping tequila, and then her expression crumples and she starts to cry. JP stands up. Please let him be leaving, Amy thinks. There's no sign of dinner. Maybe they've already eaten, or maybe popcorn was the most Savannah could manage. JP holds out his arms, and Savannah falls into them like a woman in a movie and starts sobbing into JP's chest. He places one hand on her back and one on the back of her head and starts rocking side to side. This is awful. If Amy had just stayed home and imagined what was transpiring here at Entre Nous, between us, it couldn't have been any more traumatizing than this. They're commiserating, Amy thinks. They lost someone important to them both, and this dinner is necessary so they can talk and heal. Amy just has to be patient. Savannah raises her face and gazes at JP with a vulnerable expression. Are they going to kiss? Are they? How many times has JP told Amy in detail what a bitch he thinks Savannah is? He was so ruthless that Amy found herself defending Savannah. She started an important charity. She saves children's lives, and she's got great style. The moment lingers on, the two of them seemingly suspended in the moment just before a kiss. Amy runs out of the yard. She catches her toe on the edge of one of the flagstones and goes flying to the ground, scraping her knee. She gets to her feet. She needs to go home and check JP's top drawer to make sure her beautiful engagement ring is still there. But as she reaches the sidewalk and heads to her car, she knows she won't find it. She knows it's gone. Her leg is bleeding, but she doesn't care. She won't get home before JP. She wants him to get home first and wonder where she is. JP and Savannah? Impossible. Amy is sure he'll pull away and say he has to go, and all the way home he'll wonder what came over him, getting to the edge of an intimate moment like that. Amy reaches Main Street and thinks, club car piano bar? She can mix in with the mass of humanity belting out, stop dragging my heart around and no one will realize she's by herself. But when she reaches the club car, there's a line out the door. No thank you. She considers Straight Wharf, the clientele is too young, and Cruz, she has spent enough money at Cruz this summer. She decides to head back to the Gaslight since Nick sort of invited her. She can hear the band playing before she enters. She stops at the vending machine at the entry that dispenses tiny bottles of Moet et Chandon champagne for $20 a pop, as it were. It's gimmicky and exorbitant, but suddenly, Amy wants champagne to celebrate the hideous mess her life is rapidly becoming. The champagne is delivered ice cold. Amy drinks straight from the bottle, then wanders over to the bar, and, believe it or not, her very same stool is unoccupied. It's magical, as though novelist Vivi has been holding this seat for Amy's eventual return. But Amy's not a character. She's real. She hoists her petite bottle of Moet up to Nick in a cheers. Hey, the guy next to her says, your leg is bleeding. Amy looks down at her leg. Yes, it's pretty gruesome. There's blood running down into her sandal. The guy hands her a stack of cocktail napkins and she looks up at him. It's Dennis. Oh, Amy says. Hey. Dennis laughs. We have to stop meeting like this. He peers behind her. Where's your boyfriend? Who? Amy says, and Dennis laughs again. Dennis looks okay. He has a tan that ends at his shirt collar, and his eyes look intensely blue. There's a Cisco whale's tail in front of him. Is he here alone? Are you here alone? I am, he says. Beats sitting home in an empty house. Amy nods. Why is it fine for a man to sit at a bar alone, but nothing short of pathetic for a woman? JP is having dinner tonight with Savannah.
Ah, Dennis says. That must be tough on you.
It is, Amy says, blinking against tears. Why is Dennis Letty the only person who has considered her feelings? She raises her bottle to Dennis's blue can, and they both drink.
I'll watch your seat, Dennis says. Why don't you go clean up your leg and then we can dance?
Dance with Dennis? Amy thinks. One part of her rebels against hooking up with another man that Vivi got to first. The other part says, couldn't hurt, sounds like fun. Okay, she says. Be right back. Vivi. When Vivi swoops down to check on Savannah, her BFF, the godmother of her children, the person whose advice and guidance she held above all others, she finds her in the kitchen of Entre Nous being rocked back and forth in a man's arms. Uh-huh, Vivi thinks, who have we here? Then she sees it's JP. Plot twist, Vivi thinks. Savannah and JP hate each other. For the 16 years that Vivi and JP were married, Vivi felt like the baby pulled between her mother and father in that grisly Raymond Carver story. JP felt threatened by Savannah for reasons Vivi could never quite understand. He probably sensed that Vivi's loyalty to Savannah was stronger than her loyalty to him. Savannah, meanwhile, never thought JP was good enough. He's damaged, Savannah used to say. He never knew his father and he has an unhealthy relationship with his mother. JP is running his hand up and down Savannah's back in a way that seems meant to be comforting. Savannah's breath is shuddering. She must have just finished a good cry. She lifts her face to JP's. Their mouths are inches apart. Their eyes lock. Kiss her, Vivi thinks. Or will that be weird? Well, it will be no weirder than Vivi's novel The Angle of Light, about two characters who found each other after their respective spouses died. JP and Savannah have lost the same person, her, so their bond would be even stronger. They don't have to fight over Vivi's attention anymore. There's nothing coming between them. Literally nothing. They're hip to hip. Kiss her, Vivi thinks again. JP says, Are you going to be okay? I should probably go home. Savannah seems to snap back to her pragmatic self. Yes, of course. I'm sorry I got so emotional. It's just... You're the only person who gets it. I know, JP says. He wipes a tear from Savannah's cheek. Let's do this again next week. And actually eat something. Savannah laughs. How about a week from today? Friday night Sad Sack Supper Club. You got it. JP releases Savannah and takes a step back. How is everything with Amy? Savannah asks. Confusing, JP says. He sighs. I'm going to end things. Ask her to move out. Whoa, Savannah says. Whoa, Vivi thinks. Amy was a mistake, JP says. A 10-year mistake? Savannah says. Come on, JP, you must have feelings for her. I did, JP says, or I thought I did. When I met her, she was young, pretty, sweet, earnest, adoring. I was dazzled by the way she saw me. She made me feel important, and Vivi made me feel like a loser. So I started things with Amy because I wanted to feel good all the time. And I did for years. But there were problems, too. She drove a wedge between me and the kids. Yes, Vivi thinks. So much time has passed that Vivi has let go of most of her resentment toward Amy. Amy was young and impressionable that first summer when she worked for JP, and he took advantage of her. She's invested 10 years in him without any promise of a commitment. Surely she wants a ring. But she settled for nothing, and now JP is tossing her out. She was always jealous of Vivi. She was so busy being jealous of Vivi that she never fully became her own person. Back in September, I bought her an engagement ring. But every time I looked at it, I panicked. So I returned it to the jeweler in Boston. I've lost whatever feelings I had for Amy. Something I've willfully ignored for the past year or two. But now that Vivi's gone, I need to be honest with myself. I don't want to spend the rest of my days with Amy Van Pelt.
What did she think about you coming over here? Savannah asks. She couldn't have been too happy.
She's out with her friend Lorna, JP says. She put on a vampy dress. I think she was trying to make me jealous, and maybe 5 years ago, or even last year, I would have been jealous. But now I just hope that when she goes out, she meets someone else.
Wow, Savannah says.
What about you? JP asks. Are you seeing anyone? Coach of an NBA team? CEO of Colgate-Palmolive? Head of surgery at Mass General?
No one right now, Savannah says. There was the crown prince of a minor European nation, but we called it quits.
JP laughs, and Savannah wheels him toward the hallway.
Go home, JP.
At the front door, there's another hug, and Vivi thinks,
kiss her. It's not too late. If you're breaking up with Amy anyway, just kiss her.
They separate, and JP disappears out the door, down the friendship stairs, and into the dark night. Savannah closes the door behind him, then leans against it and smiles.
She likes him, Vivi thinks. Maybe?
You could have used one of your nudges, you know. Suddenly, Martha is sitting on the green velvet chaise with an Hermes scarf wrapped around her entire head like she's a fortune teller. It would have worked. They were close.
I'm the novelist here, Vivi says. Let's give it another couple of chapters.
Willa. Summer in Wee Bit starts to take on a rhythm, a routine, and this keeps Willa from falling into a yawning hole of despair. Willa wakes up early every morning and takes her herbal tea to the back deck where she watches the sun turn the sky a pearlescent pink. She doesn't eat anything. She can't. Her morning sickness hovers around her like a green miasma. She welcomes it. Has she ever been this sick before? She thinks not. She's constantly on the lookout for ways that this pregnancy is different. Some days she drives to work, and other days she bikes the 6 miles into town. The ride is picturesque, bucolic, over the simple bridge that spans the neck of Nantucket Harbor, through the hamlet of Nantucket, along the famed 27 curves that lead past the creek and the turtling pond, until she's cruising the final mile to the flagpole at Caton Circle, which marks the top of Main Street. Willa wants to avoid the cobblestones in her condition, so she bikes the long way around, New Lane to Westchester, which is, if anyone is interested in Nantucket's history, the oldest street on the island, to North Beach to the back door of the Whaling Museum. Willa's office is air-conditioned. She does not have to guide the VIP group tours and interact with the public until she's feeling up to it emotionally. So she sits at her desk and tends to her administrative duties, final approval of all publications, overseeing publicity and marketing, scheduling maintenance and repairs on the NHA's 14 properties. After work, Willa usually takes a walk on the beach. If Rip gets home early, he'll go with her, and they'll hold hands for a while, then stop, then rejoin hands. Rip likes to pick up shells and horseshoe crab carcasses and dried mermaid purses. He can identify shorebirds, oyster catchers, the endangered piping plover, and his favorite, the sanderlings. For dinner, they either get takeout from Millie's or grill out back. Burgers, steaks, chicken, thick slabs of swordfish. Protein. Willa craves it. Has she craved protein this way in the past? Willa goes to bed early, often before it's fully dark. The exhaustion hits her like something that falls out of the sky. This doesn't tell the whole story, of course. It skips over the 17 times a day Willa uses the bathroom, sometimes to relieve her bladder, other times just to cry, quietly at work, and then with abandon, loud and ugly when she's in wee bit by herself. Her mother is gone. Sometimes when Willa cries at night in bed, Rip will hold her and whisper into her hair. He says he would do anything to make the pain go away. He would take it from her and endure it himself if he could. But Rip can't make things better. Nobody can make things better. Willa loved her mother so much, and now her mother is dead. Willa is aware that everyone loses a loved one eventually. It's part of being human, and everyone must bear the pain alone. Willa won't say that Pamela showing up with the news that she suspects Zach of having an affair was welcome, but it has certainly served as a distraction. On that first day, when Pamela drove out to Wee-Bit to confide in Willa, they ended up sitting at the picnic table out back. Willa said, "What exactly makes you think this?" Pamela lifted her sunglasses to the top of her head and stared into the dunes. Willa noticed some strands of silver in the white blonde streak of Pamela's hair. Her face was tan from playing so much tennis, and there were lines around her blue eyes. Willa couldn't recall ever being this close to her sister-in-law before, because Pamela had always held herself literally at arm's length. But now the barrier was coming down. "He's been disappearing at night," Pamela said. "Midnight, 1 o'clock. He claims when he has insomnia, he drives out to the beach. He says watching the waves makes him sleepy." Willa agreed. This was suspicious behavior. "Have you checked his phone?" Willa asked. "I can't check his account to see what calls he made," Pamela said. "His phone is issued by the FAA. They pay the bill. He can use it for personal calls too, of course, but there's no way I can access the account." "But you could check his actual phone?" "If I knew the passcode, but I don't." "He has a passcode?" "Everyone has a passcode, Willa." "I don't," Willa said. "Rip doesn't. Rip and I are in and out of each other's phones all the time." "Well, you guys aren't normal," Pamela said. Willa relaxed. This, at least, was a Pamela she recognized. And Willa knew that she and Rip had an unusually close relationship. She was proud of it, thank you very much. "Have you noticed anything else?" Willa asked. "He's happy," Pamela said. And again her eyes brimmed with tears. "And that's what makes me dead sure. He whistles. He sings." "Couldn't this happiness be due to something else?" Willa asked. "He has insomnia and sneaks out of the house after I'm asleep. But he's happier than I've seen him in years." Willa had to admit, this equation had only one likely answer. "What are you going to do?" she asked. "I'm going to find out who it is," Pamela said. Willa is intrigued, and it pains her to have no one to share this with. She can't tell Rip. He works with Pamela every day, and though he's normally a vault when it comes to secrets, Pamela is a weak spot for him. He would break, and Willa would be deemed untrustworthy. She misses her mother. If her mother were alive, Willa would confide in her. Can she tell Carson? They've become closer since Vivi died. Carson texts to check in at Willa's request, and Willa has invited Carson over to Wee-Bit for dinner the next time she has a night off. But Carson doesn't care for any of the Bonhams. She thinks they're cold and superior. And if Willa told her that Pamela thought Zach was having an affair, she would roll her eyes and say, "Girl, who cares?" Willa can maybe tell Savannah, but Savannah is doing so much already, trying to settle Vivi's estate. Willa offered to take over the admin of the Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page, and Savannah seemed relieved. She said, "Look at the message from someone named Brett Caspian, would you? He claims he was your mother's boyfriend in high school." "Mom didn't have a boyfriend in high school," Willa said. "Just look, please, Willie," Savannah said. The Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page has over 200 new messages since Willa last checked. Vivi starts scrolling through the messages. So much love, so much heartbreak. One woman, Eden F. from Niagara, New York, says she can't stop crying and has personally called the Nantucket Police Department to demand justice. This seems like a bit much, but Vivi inspired this kind of devotion. She shared unvarnished looks at her life. She would video the kitchen when there were dishes in the sink or the hallway when there was a pile of stuff at the bottom of the stairs, and her readers appreciated these details. We all have dirty dishes, dirty laundry, stuff waiting at the bottom of the stairs, even our favorite novelist. Vivi's readers felt like they knew her. Of course they're upset. Willa thinks that finding the message from Brett Caspian might be a needle-in-a-haystack quest, but only a few posts in, there it is. A message sent that very morning. "I hope someone in Vivi's family will read this. I was able, with a few phone calls to the publisher, to receive an advance copy of Golden Girl. In high school, I wrote a song called Golden Girl that was inspired by Vivi. She was my girlfriend from September 1986 to August 1987. Once I read the book, I saw that she used more than just the title. She used our story. I'm going to go out on a limb and leave my phone number here in hopes that someone from the family will contact me so we can discuss this further. Thank you. Brett Caspian." Willa reads the message twice. Brett Caspian wrote a song called Golden Girl that was inspired by Vivi? Vivi used their story in her new novel? Willa has read only 2 of her mother's 13 novels. She prefers nonfiction, biography in particular, but this is 2 more than Carson and Leo have read. Willa knows the premise of Golden Girl. It involves a high school romance and a song called Golden Girl, but she thought it was made up. Willa Googles Brett Caspian and Golden Girl. She gets a handful of hits about her mother's novel, and the rest are about a sitcom featuring old ladies. Vivi never once mentioned that she'd had a boyfriend in high school. She studied and had 2 good friends, Stephanie and Gina, whom she sometimes talked about but wasn't in touch with, as far as Willa knew. You're a fraud, Brett Caspian, Willa thinks. And yet, she writes his number down, because what if he's not a fraud? What if he opens a door to a part of her mother's life that Willa knew nothing about? What if Willa learns about a secret Vivi kept until her death? This is exactly like something that would happen in one of her mother's novels. The line between real life and fiction is becoming blurry indeed. Even dialing the numbers feels illicit. Willa reminds herself that Savannah asked her to check this guy out and that she's merely doing her due diligence with the Vivi Howe Memorial Facebook page. He doesn't answer, and his voicemail is an automated recording. She leaves a message. "My name is Willa Bonham. I'm Vivi Howe's daughter. I saw your Facebook message and I'm calling you as requested." She hangs up, and not 2 seconds later, her phone rings with Brett Caspian's number on the caller ID. Oh boy. Willa stares at it, one hand holding the phone, one hand resting on her belly. "Hello?" she says. "Hello, this is Brett Caspian. You just called?" "Yes," Willa says. The voice is appealing, she decides, strong and a little raspy. "My name is Willa. I'm Vivi Howe's daughter." "Oh, man," Brett says. He emits a whistling breath. "I can't believe this. I'm Well, first off, I'm sorry about your mom. Thank you, Willa says, because although this feels awkward, it's what one is supposed to say. So listen, I'm not even sure where to start. I went to high school with Vivi. And where was that? Willa asks. There's a hesitation. Parma High School? In Parma, Ohio? You do know that's where your mother went to high school. Willa laughs. Yes, I know. I just wanted to make sure that you knew. Because she never mentioned a boyfriend in high school. She said she was a nerd. Brett chuckles at this. Yeah, she was a nerd. She was just about the most beautiful nerd you've ever seen. Always with her nose in a book or raising her hand with the right answer. And you were her boyfriend? Senior year, yes. That was the year her father died. Okay, Willa thinks. This guy is for real. Her legs tingle, and suddenly she has to pee. I'm sorry, but she didn't tell me about you. Why was that? Willa wonders. Did she not want JP to be jealous? Or was it for some other reason? Things got complicated at the end, and the breakup was hard on both of us. She went off to Duke, and I moved to LA, and I never saw her again. I live in Knoxville, Tennessee now. I'm a hotel manager, and I play a little guitar, but I'm not into all that Facebook stuff or social media, so I haven't kept in touch with anyone from home except the guys in my old band. Those guys held a big grudge against Vivi for reasons I can tell you about later, and we never bring her name up. Except last week, one of the guys, Roy, said he heard through his sister that Vivi had died. He told me she was a writer. So I looked her up and I saw her new book was called Golden Girl, which was the name of my song. Your song? The one I wrote in high school for Vivi. I just finished the book last night and, wow, so much of what she wrote was based on what really happened with us. I haven't read the book yet, Willa admits. I was hoping I could talk to you about it. Isn't that what we're doing now? Willa wonders. I have vacation time saved up, so I was thinking about driving up there maybe week after next. I'll stay in Hyannis at the Holiday Inn. That's the company I work for. Then I'll take the ferry over to meet you. You want to come here? Willa says. To Nantucket? I have pictures of your mom and me. Brett says. I pulled them up from the depths of my trunk and... we look so young. I'd like to show them to you. Willa isn't sure what to say to this guy. He seems legit, and maybe he was Vivi's boyfriend in high school in Parma, Ohio. It was a time in her life that Vivi almost never talked about. It was as though Vivi's personal history started her first week at Duke, when she met Savannah. Everything before that is literally sketchy. Line drawings without any color or details filled in. I have a place you can stay on Nantucket if you want to make it a real vacation and explore the island a bit. She clamps her mouth shut, trying to imagine what Rip will say when she tells him she's invited a complete stranger weirdo from Vivi's Facebook page to stay in their house on Quaker Road. The Holiday Inn will be fine, Brett says. I'm used to it. So how about 2 weeks from tomorrow? Okay, Willa says. She feels strangely excited. She's getting back a part of Vivi that she hadn't even known existed. That sounds great. Keep me posted on your travel plans and I'll come pick you up from the boat. You got it, Brett Caspian says. Thank you for calling me, Willa. It'll be such an honor to meet you. One of Vivi's kids. It's said on Wikipedia that she has 3? Yes, I have a sister and a brother. I remember her saying she wanted 5 kids, and she was going to name them after her favorite authors. He pauses. Are you named after an author? Oh, Willa says. Yes, I'm named after Willa Cather. And my sister and brother are named for authors too. See there? Brett says. How could I know that if I weren't for real? This is exciting, Willa thinks. Brett Caspian will come and he will tell me Vivi's secret history. Vivi,